One dark night, a group of people in dark cloaks stood near the ruined buildings. One of them said to the protagonist that he was so important to the people that someone from the top offered a pretty good reward for his head, so today he will die. Xinghe held his sister in his arms, and then he gently placed her on the ground. He said that they killed his sister. He became angry and shouted that they would pay for this with their blood. The man in the white cloak laughed at him and said that for a man who was not in a very good position, he talked too much. After that, the protagonist rushed at him with his fists and hit him with all his strength on the cheek. Xinghe did a somersault, and all the other cloaked men were very surprised by his antics. The protagonist landed on his feet and looked at his defeated opponent. The cloaked men shouted that they should all act together. After that, the whole team activated their abilities and ran towards him to fight. Xinghe said that they should all go to hell. After that, he activated his ability, and everything around him began to collapse and an explosion thundered. All the cloaked men were defeated and lay in the fragments. The protagonist felt weak, after which he shouted that all this time he used his true chi to strengthen himself. This was an abuse. He felt a lot of pain and shouted that this could end very badly for him. Xinghe began to lose consciousness and thought about his sister, because he, the most powerful master of ancient martial arts, would end up like this. How sad it was. At that moment, his soul went on a journey through space and stars. It arrived on a green planet and flew to the mountains of Baiwa country. In one of the rooms, Qin Xiuer's sister was calling her brother Wu Shuang by name. She asked him to tell her something. The protagonist thought that it was his sister from his past life, but then he opened his eyes. Wu Shuang jumped out of bed and screamed in panic. Xiuer panicked, after which she hugged him and screamed that he finally woke up. She was so worried about him, because she was told that he was killed in a duel. Wu Shuang looked at his sister with confusion and listened. She said that she asked all the doctors. They all told her that he would not live. He thought, who is she, and why did she suddenly pounce on him with an embrace? He did not understand at all why his name was different, and what kind of fight they told him about. Why are his hands so small? He looked around and thought, what kind of place is this? Just recently, his sister was sick and dying. He screamed, grabbing his current sister by the shoulders, that where could his sister be? She began to calm him down and asked what was wrong with him. He probably did not recognize his sister at all. The protagonist looked at her and asked who he did not recognize. Wu Shuang carefully examined her and thought that she was a fairly young girl of about 17 or 18 years old. She looked very similar to his sister. Xiuer asked if he was okay. Maybe he was in pain. He thought that if he thought about it, he had been absorbed by true chi, so he should be dead now. The protagonist started to get out of bed and noticed a mirror nearby, after which he walked up to it and was very surprised by his reflection. Wu Shuang thought, is this really him now? Has he become a child? What is going on? He grabbed his head and thought, where did these memories come from? Wu Shuang is the child of an impoverished family from Donglin City, Qing, which is at the very bottom of the aristocracy. He lives with his father and sister, and he is also studying at the Wutong Academy. Due to the interests and intrigues swirling around all the nobility, he was often humiliated by the noble children at the academy. They discussed him and then asked if he was worthy of studying at their academy? He can't even stand up for himself. Will he accept the challenge to a duel from Xianzhang? The other children laughed at him and said that this piece of shit would never dare to do so. His face is so stupid. Xianzhang wanted to step on him while his classmates were laughing, then he asked Wu Shuang to die for him. The protagonist thought that this guy named Xianzhang must be a real scumbag. Could it be that his soul had migrated into this child's body? Xiuer asked what was going on with him. He shouldn't scare her. The protagonist thought about it and said that he was fine, his wound just hurt a little. He froze and thought, does he have a father now? In his past life, he grew up without parents. If he thinks about it, when his son was killed, his father should have gone to avenge him. Wu Shuang asked his sister, where did their father go? She said confusedly that he went on business. He asked her to be more specific in her stories. Xiuer asked him to forget about it, because it was better for him to think about his health. The future of their family depends on him, so he cannot allow anything else to happen to him. Wu Shuang asked her to tell the truth. Did their father go to the city to find the Zhang family? She looked at him with confusion and said that she did not know, their father just left without saying anything. The protagonist thought that the Zhang family was one of the most important families in Luojiang province. Great strength and a long history, the impoverished Qing family was not even fit to hold a candle to them. He looked into her eyes and said that he was not dead until it was too late, they needed to catch up with their father and tell him to come back. Xiao looked at him silently and froze. After a while, she ran along the crowded street and shouted exclamations to her father. People looked at Qing Lianshan with fear and asked, "Is this by any chance the head of the Qing family? Why is he holding a weapon in his hands?" Perhaps not everyone has heard about what happened yet. Young Master Qing was beaten to death by young Master Zhang in a duel. After all, he was the only son of the Qing family. Now he must be going for revenge. Xiao ran closer to him and screamed. Lian Shan noticed her and asked worriedly why she was there. Didn't he tell her to stay home? She burst into tears and said that she was so happy that she had finally found him. The one they were crying and worried about had woken up and was alive. He was very surprised by this and ran back. Xiao caught her father's weapon and screamed for him to wait for her. After a while, the protagonist stood in front of the mirror. He touched his earring and thought that it seemed like he had really been reborn. At this moment, Lian Shan entered the room and turned to his son. The protagonist turned around and thought that his father had appeared in the house. He experienced a strange feeling. He had never felt fatherly love in his past life. Could this really be fatherly love? Lian Shan walked up to his son and stroked his head. He furrowed his brows and asked, was this second son of the Zhang family forced him to fight him? Let him tell his father, he will restore justice for him. The protagonist thought that he remembered how Wu Shuang was humiliated very well, but he did not need it. Wu Shuang confidently looked at his father and told them that they should leave all this in the past. They should start looking forward. He thought that the prestigious Zhang family did not matter, that Wu Shuang was afraid of them like fire. Now that he had reincarnated into this body, he felt disgusted at the thought of having to deal with these youngsters. The only thing he wanted was to see everything in Luojiang province, and even in the Baiwei kingdom. Lian Shan looked at him in surprise and said that they needed to look forward. He thought in confusion that a loner and daredevil like his son had to suffer at the hands of Xian. It would not be surprising for him if he himself wanted to take revenge. But why was his boy so calm? Wu Shuang looked at his hands and said to his father that looking forward, it would be hard for them to forget all this hatred towards them. However, hatred alone would not be enough to lift the family out of poverty. He grabbed his son by the shoulders and said that he was damn right. They needed to look forward. From now on, he would stop going to that stupid academy. Starting tomorrow, he would teach his son the ancient martial arts himself. He clenched his fist and said that he would never believe that the martial techniques they inherited would not be able to help them reach the heights of true martial arts. Their ancestors were powerful and rich, however, now their family was abandoned by the wayside, but that did not mean that they could just let others destroy them. Xiao walked up to them and said, agreeing with her father, that if he returned to the academy, sooner or later, he would be humiliated again. It would be much better for him to stay in Donglin City. Wu Shuang turned to his family and asked them not to rush into a decision. He thought that his home, family, and sister were things he had not treasured in his previous life until he died. However, now, he would do everything to preserve them. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that if it was a dragon, he would be able to turn the rivers and seas, and if it was a tiger, the forests and mountains would fall silent. He would no longer allow anyone to mock the Qing family. His family was very surprised by his words. He looked at them and thought that of course this was a little scary for them. After all, the real Wu Shuang would never say something like that. The protagonist pretended to yawn and said that he was a little tired. Lian Shan said that then he should go and rest first, and they would discuss the rest when he recovered. After a while, Wu Shuang lay in bed and thought as he looked at the ceiling, what kind of malice was gnawing at the Zhang family towards his family? Why is his family in such disarray? One of the reasons is the interest regarding the War of Nations, the family assessment that is held every 4 years. If Wu Shuang dies, this family will be cut off, which will cause the Qing family to lose its place in the family assessment, and therefore its place among the nobility. Without this place, everything that belonged to this family will be distributed among the other families. Despite the loss in the economy, the worst thing will be the loss of social status. After all, in this world, there is a wide gap between the nobility and the common people. This duel was definitely part of a conspiracy. He will definitely protect his family. About a month later, the news of Wu Shuang's resurrection quickly spread throughout the city and reached the ears of the nobility and elders. The protagonist stood on the training ground of his family. He warmed up and said that after a month of recovery, he can finally train. He began his training and said that this body is quite strong, and the basic skills are quite solid. The only drawback is that Wu Shuang has never practiced powerful techniques. The only thing that saves him is that he practiced first-class techniques in his past life. Runes appeared under his body, and books were spinning around him. He said that each of these books was a masterpiece. He would make amends for all the regrets from this and his past lives. The protagonist continued his training with great motivation. At this moment, Xiao came up to him from behind and called him by name. She came closer and said that their father asked him to come to the pavilion, that Ding Jin Bai from the Wudong Academy was waiting for him. Wu Shuang asked with interest, why did he come there? She said that after everything that happened at the academy, he probably came to offer condolences. He thought, what condolences? This is the same fox that was on the battlefield between Wu Shuang and Xian. He watched everything from the side and admired, thereby siding with Xian. Jin Bai then said in front of Wu Shuang's panicking father and sister that there was a fight in the academy, and in the end, their son died very suddenly. He expressed his condolences to this family with an evil smile. The protagonist looked at his sister warily, and said that they should go and greet their guests. He walked with his sister towards him, and thought that he was now Wu Shuang and would start rebuilding his family from now on. They entered the building where the four elders were sitting. Jin Bai turned to him, and asked how his wounds were healing. Wu Shuang and Su Er stood in front of everyone. There was a lobbyist Go Xing, an influential person Su Sihai, and a kind-hearted Dean Jin Bai. He repeated his earlier question. The protagonist looked down and thought that this man dared to call himself a good person. He remembered how bad he felt and thought that when Wu Shuang was beaten, he ignored it, and now he was trying to act kind. He wondered why he came there. The protagonist thanked him and said that his wounds had completely recovered. This would probably discourage many people, right? Jin Bai frowned and thought, why was this kid acting differently? Did he think that if he was at home, he would dare to stand up to him? Lian Shan looked at the elders and asked, people like them would not come there without a reason, so he wondered why they came. Shin smiled and said that he came there to give him some advice. He knew about the family assessment that was held every 4 years, as well as the situation of their family, right? He asked what the other man was getting at. Shin smiled and said that he should be well aware of what would happen to his family if he lost his position. But does he know what will happen next? He knows how to get out of this situation. However, he is not sure if the Qing leader wants to hear it. The protagonist smiled and asked, why doesn't he tell everyone? If the idea is good and will really help their family, they will thank him generously. She pointed to his colleague and said that Mr. Sihai is the younger brother of the head of the rich Su family. He represents the Su family and can make them one promise. If they are willing to cast aside their place among the nobility in 4 years, the Su family will be able to guarantee the safety of their family. Lian Shan frowned and asked, judging by what he said, does he think that his family will definitely lose in 4 years? Shin raised a finger and asked, what is the current situation of his poor family? He probably knows more about it than the elders. In the past 20 years, many ruling powers have changed in Luojiang province. They will take Mr. Niu, the owner of the herb shop in Donglin City, for example. Was he confident that he could maintain his position even though he was more powerful than them and had many useful connections? Lian Shan got angry and said that this was all being handled by the Jinwu sacred land, and all other people were appointed by His Majesty the Emperor. No matter how many connections they had, did they really think they could expand it to the sacred lands? Shin smiled and asked, was he really so confident that His Majesty the Emperor was so bored that he would bother with such a small province? Besides, in this world, it was the survival of the strongest, so who cared what methods he used? Lian Shan got angry and shouted, so they were only there to block their way, wasn't that right? He told him that they would leave their position no matter what happened, they would already see to it. Of course, it was still unknown whether the Qing family would be able to last for another 4 years. Lian Shan began to clench his fist and said that the Qing bloodline had been in decline for many years, but the family had not fallen so low that others could do whatever they wanted with it. If they wanted, they could come and take everything. Let them try to rob him or insult him, he would survive. Sihai abruptly put his cup down on the table and asked, adjusting his beard, if he understood correctly that he preferred to die with honor rather than live in contempt. He glared at Sihai and shouted that his ancestors had made a rule. Anyone who tried to harm the Qing family would be destroyed at any cost, no exceptions. He shouted at his daughter to see the guests off. Shin did not expect this and shouted that this was great, because he did not want to do the good thing. When his family was thrown out into the street, he should not be angry with him for throwing a stone at him. The protagonist smiled and said that judging from their tone, they did not come there to throw stones. They came there to show off their strength and diplomatic skills. They were more like a dog barking at people, or even less. Shin got angry and said that like father, like son, they both sing the same song, and do not realize their current situation. Sooner or later they will regret it. Sihai leaned over angrily and said that since the head of the Qing family insisted on his own, he had nothing more to say, and they should leave from there. Jin Bai turned to Wu Shuang and said that since his wounds were healed, he should come to the academy. After all, there was no one among the noble children who would not want to study at the Wutong Academy. He replied that he would certainly return to the academy. He thanked him very much for reminding him of this. Jin Bai smiled and said that it was very good, because no matter what happened in the academy, he should focus on his studies. The protagonist said that they had a long road ahead of them, and no one knew what might happen. He would not see them off, so they should be careful. Lian Shan looked at his son and asked if he was really going to return to this academy. Wu Shuang asked why he shouldn't. He replied that Jin Bai was a famous hypocrite in Luojiang province. He was the one inviting him to the academy, and this did not bode well. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that these three were not as simple as they seemed, so he should return to the academy. It was already a matter of honor for him. When he thought back to the previous duel, he realized that it was a conspiracy. Not against him specifically, but against their family. His father asked him if he still wanted to return to the academy despite all this. He replied that that dog shouldn't dare to show up at their doorstep. He thought that they were just some scruffy cats that they shouldn't even be afraid of. Lian Shan agreed with him and said that hundreds of years ago, their family was one of the richest families and was in full swing. There were only a few people in Luojiang province who dared to raise their voices in front of their family. The protagonist said that he had been thinking about this a lot lately, because their family's survival depended on the two of them alone. If he never accepted the challenge and just hid at home, how could he lead their family to greater heights? His father said that he was a wonderful son with great ambitions. He would let him go through with it. But he had to promise him something. When he returned to the academy, he would have to endure all the hardships and not give them a chance to trap him again. The protagonist looked at him and said that he should rest assured that after that incident, he knew very well what he should and should not do. Lian Shan took his son by the shoulder and said that he should go ahead and do whatever he thought was right. He would always support him in everything. Wu Shuang thanked him for that. After deciding to return to the academy, Wu Shuang was not in a hurry to return to Luojiang province. Instead, he decided to extend his training at home for a whole month. The protagonist trained his abilities and thought that in his past life, martial arts required courage. Therefore, in this life, he will choose the King Kong fist as his main attack technique. In this world, there is a cultivation rule that is very different from his. Back then, there were no qualification boundaries for internal and external cultivation. There, only external strength is trained to reach the limits and heights that the body allows. From external to internal, they can create strength within and enter the stage of cultivating internal strength. In this world, the external stages are called the power stage of might. After they pass the external stages, they enter the stages called true might. In his past life, he had completely mastered both cultivations and was absolutely invincible. Judging by these stages, his old self would probably be a true might master of the 9th level or higher. If only he could use all the experience from his past life in this one. About a month later, the protagonist reached the 7th level of power. He said, looking at his hand, that he had reached the 7th level of power. If he continues like this, then within 3 months he will be able to break through the power levels of might and reach the true power levels. He wants to regain about 70 or 80% of his former strength before the family evaluation. Wu Shuang hit the tree with his hand to test his ability, and said that it was more than enough to clear the test. Of course, ideally he should reach the peak of the 9th level of true power, but he was still far from that. After that, the tree collapsed to the ground, and he said that as long as his family was there, there was hope. After a while, he came to his house and noticed his sister sitting outside. He walked up to her and asked if something was wrong. Xiao stood up and said with a smile that she was doing fine. What did he practice today? The protagonist looked closely at her face and thought that it was written on her face that something was wrong. He turned to her and said that she should tell him what was wrong. If she considered him a brother, then she should not hide anything. Xiao sat on the stairs and said, wiping away her tears, that Bin from the farmland estate came yesterday and told her something. They talked like that for an hour, and this morning his body was found at the front door. He asked how this could happen. Her eyes widened and she said in a panic that it was all a demon. The demon that had been tormenting her for 6 years. Wu Shuang asked what demon. Xiao said that when she was 12, the demon said that he liked her. He kept bragging that he would take her away in 9 years. He also scared her father that he would not let her get married. In other words, in 10 years, he would return to Donglin City to destroy her entire family. Their father was afraid that his temper would make him lose his temper, so he never told him about it. The protagonist asked what could be wrong with him. She shook her head and said that she did not know. For 6 years, all the guys who talked to her either died or went missing. She became a Death Star. Wu Shuang asked worriedly. He said 10 years, does that mean there are only 4 years left? Xiao looked at him sadly and told him not to worry about her. She is not afraid of him. If he leads their family forward, he will not disappoint his father and their ancestors, then she is ready to make any sacrifice. He said that he will not allow this. Let her live these 4 years and not worry. Xiao thanked her brother with a smile on her face. He thought that he could not protect his sister in his past life, so he must do it in this one. He simply must. After a while, the protagonist stood in front of Wudong Academy. He smiled and said that he was finally there. The moment he stepped onto the academy grounds, there were many students discussing his appearance. They looked at him and asked, is it by any chance Wu Shuang walking there? They heard he was beaten to death, so how come he is still alive? When he got his insignificant life back, he decided not to hide at home but to return to the academy. Although he is not dead, they are afraid that he has become much dumber after being beaten. The protagonist's rival, Xian, was standing there. He turned to Su Ting and said that this Wu Shuang dared to return there. It seems that he does not take them seriously. The protagonist looked at everyone and thought, what a bunch of brats. At this moment, Jin Bai came out to meet him and said that he finally decided to return to the academy. Wu Shuang looked at him and thought that this Jin Bai was really impatient. He must have an incredible number of plans to ruin his life in the academy. He walked closer to the disciple and asked, his head injury has already healed, right? The protagonist looked at him and rudely said it right to his eyes to show what he is worth. Jin smiled and thought that this guy is not that simple. He said that what he did last time had negative consequences. He really hoped that he would be more restrained in the future. Wu Shuang thought, this old fox is so indifferent to good and evil, yet he dares to call himself kind-hearted. Jin Bai smiled evilly and asked, did he perhaps think that his dean was wrong? The protagonist agreed with him and said that he was right, so he would have to endure all the humiliation when the noble children deigned to mock him again. If they wanted to rob their lands, he would have to give them all the oil production and trade. As a poor family, they should come to this conclusion, right? Jin Bai thought, this brat has changed. When did he become so sharp-tongued? He said that he knew very well that the moment he decided to return to the academy, he was just trying to cause trouble. He warns him that if he interferes with them, he will be brought before the law. Wu Shuang asked, wasn't it he who invited him to return to the academy? He doesn't even know how he wants to deal with him? Jin Bai adjusted his glasses and said that he will expel him and kick him out. The protagonist started to leave and said that he now understands his intentions. He will remember his words. After that, he thought, does he want to expel him? Does he really think that he has so much fun messing with these kids? After a while, Wu Shuang came to his room in the academy. He opened the door and said that the room was quite spacious. At this moment, his comrade and neighbor Hu Pinyin ran into his room. He screamed in panic, why did he come back? Wu Shuang looked into his eyes, then he walked to his bed and listened to him. Pinyin asked, why did he come back to Wudong Academy? Don't you know that he has become the target of Qian and the others? The protagonist said that he is well aware of this. He asked if he knew about it, why was he still there? Xian would pester him, he should be careful. Wu Shuang sat on the bed and asked, did he come there to tell him about it? Wasn't he afraid that they would pester him too? Pinyin said that they grew up together in Donglan City, so he couldn't help him, but he didn't want to see him being humiliated either. Wu Shuang frowned and thought that they were causing him a lot of trouble this time. It was better for him not to drag others into it. He said that he shouldn't come there unless it was something important. He could handle it on his own. After that, he kicked his friend out of the room and slammed the door. Pinyin scratched his head and asked what happened to him. After a while, the protagonist was sitting on the rooftop at night and meditating. He heard Ting and Li Fei talking. Ting laughed and asked, he's not there, where should they hide it? Fei said there were only a few ways to do it. They should help him this time. They would help him get it. Ting said he should calm down and hurry after him after he hid it. They wouldn't succeed if that kid came back. Wu Shuang came down from the rooftop and thought that from what he remembered, Ting was the youngest son of the head of the rich Su family. And he was also famous for his humiliation at Wudong Academy. They looked around and said there was no one around, so they should get out. The protagonist hid and thought that last time, Shin accompanied Sihai to his house. It looks like that asshole is involved too. He came up to the door where they were standing and asked, opening it, Tin probably likes to play dirty? Let everything go according to his plan then. After some time, screams were heard in the girls' dorm. Everyone was screaming that they had to catch that thief. Panties and bras were missing. Where are all their underwear? They need to catch the thief who is wandering around the girls' dorms. They have to do it. Everyone started running and looking for the thief in the rooms. The guys were screaming, "What kind of pervert did this? This is somehow too humiliating. This is called a fetish, isn't it?" Tin put his hand to his chin and asked Faye, "Did he see that thief?" Faye agreed with him and said that he was just going to the toilet. As if for him, he suddenly saw someone's silhouette jumping on the walls, and he got a little scared. He asked what the thief looked like. Could he see him? Faye replied that it was too dark, but he saw him running along the corridors of the bedrooms. Ting turned to everyone and said that there was a thief somewhere over there from the corridor. The students began to discuss and asked if the thief was among them. That made sense. Everyone should be on guard. Thieves are hard to protect against. They thought that it was really one of the roommates. Cien put his finger forward and said that if he was inside, it would be even easier to find him. They could gather the guys from the area and check the bedrooms one by one. That way, the thief wouldn't have time to run too far, and he wouldn't be able to hide. Ting praised him for such a great idea. Cien suggested that they start with the bedrooms that are empty and the doors are still closed. They are the most suspicious. Ting said that was very good, so they came up with a plan of action. At this moment, the daughter of one of the three great families, Yun Qingyan, appeared on the roof. She asked everyone to give her a minute of attention and shouted that they would immediately investigate and report any suspicious movement. She calmly said that there was no need to wait any longer, because she wanted to go there personally and check everything. Ting asked worriedly, was she probably robbed too? She jumped off the roof and told him not to dare to come near her. Now they should start investigating without wasting time. He smiled and said that they would do everything to please her. Qingyan got angry and thought, who dared to steal her underwear? This person must be tired of living already. After a while, the disciples set out to search. Qingyan walked silently along the corridor, after which she broke down one of the doors with her foot. Cien entered the room and began to calm the disciple, who was very scared that they were all looking for a criminal. If he is innocent, then let him calm down and continue his business. After that, they apologized to that student and went to check further. The dormitory heard the sound of doors being broken down, but they could not find anything for many rooms. Qingyan tried to push another door, but she could not do it. She got angry and asked who lived there. San smiled and said that he seemed to be a child of the Qing family from the eastern city. She said that this guy dared to lock the doors. Cien started knocking on the door and shouted at Wu Shuang to come out. He is a bastard. Qingyan personally came there, and he dared not open the door. Is he hiding something? Qingyan became even more angry and said that if he did not open the door, then he should not blame her for being rude. The moment her foot hit the door, the protagonist suddenly opened the door and saw her foot in front of his face. He rubbed his eyes and asked what they wanted from him in the middle of the night. Qingyan asked with disdain. They had been knocking on his door for quite some time. Hadn't he heard them? Wu Shuang yawned and asked, that was true, but why were they even knocking on his door at this hour? He had almost married the beauty in his sleep, but then they came and ruined everything. Cien screamed that he should stop pretending to be an idiot. There had been a robbery in the women's dormitories and one of the boys was to blame. If he had nothing to hide, then he should join their investigation and accept their inspection. The main character became wary and asked, room check? Why is that? Cien screamed, let him not be an idiot. If he refused to be checked, then he was definitely hiding something. He asked, why didn't she check them first? Maybe they were hiding something. Checking his room was fine, but how did he know for sure that none of them were just targeting him? If they want to check his room, then let them check the others first. Qingyan glared at him and asked, he talks too much. They have already checked many rooms before him. Which rooms does he want to check? Wu Shuang crossed his arms and said that there is no point in doing so, because their owners might just refuse. Ting asked who he is trying to drag into this. He asked in return, why doesn't he set an example? He thinks they should start with him. Ting said that if she asks to check his room, he will not object. Cien said that she can do it at any time. The other students took up their initiative and shouted their positive attitudes. Qingyan said that he has already seen the attitude of the other students on this. So if he does not get out of the way, then he should not blame her for being rude later. The protagonist got angry and said that he will let them check his room, but they should take into account that he is not doing this out of respect. He just wants to know how this whole story will end. After that, Qingyan went into the room to check and went to the closet. Wu Xuan shouted in a panic to look everywhere but the closet. The disciples shouted that she should open it. There was definitely something hidden there. Qingyan looked at them and said that she would look at it now. But after she opened the closet, a pile of dirty laundry fell out on her. All the disciples were shocked by what they saw. Qingyan grabbed the dirty socks and shouted, "Wu Xuan wants to say that he did it unintentionally. Who throws all the socks in a pile anyway?" The protagonist smiled and said that he warned her about it and told her not to open it. They checked his room, which means that the rest can't be left like that. She got angry and shouted that he was talking too much, let him just follow her. Wu Xuan agreed with her and followed her. After a while, they came to the room with the first number. Qingyan was nervous and thought that this room, the owner belongs to the power of the country of Luojiang Dai Xianyu, a genius of the Dai family. Qingyan passed this door and went on. The rest of the disciples just followed her, while the protagonist walked with a satisfied face. Wu Xuan pointed to the door and asked, "They have not checked this room yet, why did they miss it? Is it possible that their mistress is just checking those who are weaker than her?" He looked at Ting and Xian, after which he asked why they were so quiet. Maybe something is wrong? Xian shouted that he simply does not deserve such an honor. The protagonist laughed and shouted that they were just scared, and they do not even live there. If they could see their faces at that moment. After a while, Wu Xuan came to the room and asked, "Who lives there?" He smelled some kind of fragrance. "Is it possible that this room belongs to one of the girls?" Ting confidently said that this was his room. He was innocent. His words were insulting him. He should be careful, because he could sue him for slandering the nobility. Wu Xuan smiled and said that whether he was guilty or not, they should still check, just in case. Or should they not check there? He turned to Qingyan and said that it seemed like they had a suspect. Ting got angry and asked what he was trying to achieve with his words. The protagonist turned to Qingyan and said that they were both from famous families. If she did not personally check his room, he was afraid that he would not be able to help. Ting put his hand on his heart and said that if she wanted to check the bedroom, it was at her disposal. He was not afraid of anything at all. Wu Xuan smiled and said that he should not get his hopes up too much. He should wait until they checked his mansion. Qingyan came crashing into his bedroom and shouted that they should start doing this. She had no reason not to check this room. She silently looked at the closet and stood next to it for a long time, thinking. After a while, she opened the closet, and women's underwear fell out. All the students were very surprised by what they saw, as was the owner of the room. Qingyan looked closely at the underwear and thought that this was her underwear. No one understood what happened, except for the protagonist, who called the owner of the room an animal. Wu Xuan winked at him and thought that now he should enjoy his torment. Qingyan angrily attacked Ting, and he tried to justify himself and screamed in fear. After that, the news that Ting was stealing underwear quickly spread throughout the country. The entire academy leadership was shocked. They had to calm the anger of the girls, as well as restore the good name of Ting and their academy. The girls at the academy despised Ting and said nasty things about him in public. Jin Baiyu walked up to Ting and said that he was afraid to imagine who was behind this terrible incident. Who dared to go against his family? He said that for now, they should keep quiet and not make much of a fuss. Jin Baiyu shouted to the other students that after their thorough investigation, they found that Ting was practicing martial arts with the other students at the same time as the incident, meaning he had a strong alibi. Xian shouted that this was true. He had been with them the whole time, so there was no way he could have done it. Feng shouted that he was from a rich family. He wouldn't dare do such a thing. He really doesn't look like someone who would do such a thing. The other students shouted that this was a setup by someone from a poor family. By the way, their master likes elephant panties, so there's no way he could have stolen bear panties. Ting got angry and thought that the protagonist would sooner or later answer for such an act. Wu Xuan looked at it from the side and thought that it was very convenient to have a high status. You can always get away with it. In this world, if he is not strong enough or does not have the support of influential families, then he is afraid that he will live like a mangy dog. A world in which a strict hierarchy is built, with the clearest boundaries. Be it a thing or a person, everything is part of this hierarchy. Moreover, there the strength of the high is valued and rewarded, and almost all people are proficient in martial arts. All authority is built around how strong he is. Strength is divided into clear boundaries at different levels. Different levels, different privileges. The only way to enjoy everything at once is to reach the top, with your own strength. At this stage, his family is on the very edge of the abyss of the hierarchical ladder. Only because the academy opens its gates to all students, he was able to study calmly. After some time, the main characters reached the 9th level of power. He did not immediately understand it, But when he realized it, he was very happy. Wu Shuang clenched his fist and said that he had finally managed to reach the 9th level. He now has so much power. Now he will be able to use his special technique from his past life. So much power, what should he choose? Many books were flying around him. He took one of them and said that this is the easiest technique of all, the secret technique of Yin. It is better to practice something more aggressive. Mind purification technique, to purify the body and mind. Classics of Taoism, true Kung Fu of the Zero Phase. Absorbing the internal energy of others, a book of ancient Kung Fu of the North. True Hell technique, in his past life he practiced it a lot. Then he should start with what he is most familiar with. Striving is an impulse, this is dominance. Breath of the hot sun, the moon in the river, as strong as a Vajra, he seeks to dominate himself. Vajra is a ritual weapon in Hinduism and Tibetan Buddhism. Introduction of the True Hell technique. If he can reach the 2nd level of this technique, he will be able to deal with any martial artist of the 2nd level of true power. At this moment, Fang Xiaozhong knocked on his door. He called him and shouted that they captured Pinyin's brother. Wu Shuang asked what happened. He thought that he remembered this kid, after all, he is Pinyin's cousin. Fang Xiao said that it was all Xian and the others. The protagonist thought that this Xian was involved again. Today, he will settle scores with him. He began to leave the room and shouted, "Where did they take Pinyin? He will go there." Fang Xiao shouted in panic, "They are on the hill that is in the bamboo forest." After some time, Pinyin was hanging upside down on a bamboo in that forest. The disciples were discussing it and asked if they thought Wu Shuang would dare to show up there. After all, he was beaten like a yard dog last time, he wouldn't have the courage to come. Xian grabbed Pinyin by the hair and said that he shouldn't be offended by them, it's better to blame his friend for only worrying about himself. Xian swung at him and shouted, "He's going to see how strong Pinyin is now, he wants this so badly, doesn't he?" Suddenly, the main character appeared in the crowd and shouted for everyone to stop. The crowd was discussing it, they said that he really came. Isn't he afraid of being beaten again? They know that he practiced some secret martial art of being beaten. Everything was said factually, apparently this is his favorite technique? How terrible they all are. One of the disciples bet 10 taels of silver that Wu Shuang would die this time. Another said that Xian had waited so long to carry out his plans. This Pinyin was so lucky, he would be buried alive with Wu Shuang. Xian smiled and said to Ting that this little guy had actually come. Wu Shuang shouted that he was the one they wanted, so let him go. Ting shouted that since he had come, he should not be afraid, they would not harm him much anymore. After that, he cut the rope with one movement of his hand. Fang Xiao ran to his cousin and asked if he was okay. Pinyin tried to come to his senses and answered yes to the question. The protagonist said that they should leave there, because they only needed him. Pinyin shouted that he was not going anywhere. He would prove to these runts that they were also worth something, because they were disciples of the Eastern Academy. He was not afraid of them. At this moment, the disciples of the Eastern Academy felt uneasy. Xian smiled and shouted, last time he beat him half to death, maybe he wanted to experience it again? He would teach him a lesson, so let's go. Wu Shuang asked if he was sure he wanted to settle old scores. He thought that after everything that happened at the academy, he dared to get in his way, the miserable fool. Many disciples supported Xian with their shouts. He had to teach this disciple a lesson. This time, he had to beat him to death. Xian thought that he had been waiting for months for the moment when he could avenge Ting, and now, he had a chance. A chance to try out his new fighting techniques. Xian turned to Ting and said that he would do them the honor of being their judge. Ting said that he believed that they would fight based on their old grudges, so this time, he would be their judge. The protagonist looked at him and said that it was quite funny to be the judge of his servant. Didn't he find something stupid about it? Ting thought that he didn't know how he had survived until today, but today he would definitely die. After a while, the rivals went their separate ways. At this moment, not far from that place, the disciples began to discuss. One of them said that he heard that Wu Shuang and Xian had a duel in the bamboo forest. Is this their next duel? He had just been beaten half to death, and now he decided to do it again. This guy has balls of steel. They should go and see this. After a while, Ting shouted that the duel was starting, their fight was allowed. The disciples began to support their side and asked to beat the protagonist to death. Pinyin supported his savior along with his cousin. Xian angrily shouted that he would not get off so easily this time. He would just kill him. Wu Shuang smiled and said that he could try it. His opponent screamed at him to bite him. He started to attack first, and thought that he couldn't even move because of fear. But after a moment, the protagonist dodged his punch. Xian got angry and thought, did he miss the standing target? He decided to choose the speed tactic and punched enthusiastically. Wu Shuang dodged every punch and acted calmly. Xian thought that this was impossible. He was moving too fast. Last time, he was quite tough, but his movements were slow. After a while, he got tired of trying to get his fist to hit his opponent. He stopped and shouted, why is he only dodging? Is he such a coward? The disciples shouted that this is exactly it. What's the point of dodging? A loser can't even face his opponent's attack. If he's that terrible, then let him give up right now. Let him not disgrace himself. The protagonist smiled and asked what he could do if he was so slow. His opponent got angry and shouted that he would now see how far he could go. Let him try his new techniques on himself. The disciples' eyes widened and shouted that they were just now seeing their master's third level of martial arts strength manifest. He was up to the level of Ting. If his strike hit the target, the protagonist would definitely be dead. Xian used his wind-crushing fist ability and launched an attack at Wu Shuang's stomach. A lot of dust appeared on the battlefield, after which Xian rejoiced and shouted that he was not that fast. The disciples shouted in shock that he had hit him and hit him right in the stomach. The disciples who supported the protagonist were extremely panicked by what they saw. Ting smiled and thought that this should be the end of it. The dust on the battlefield began to flutter, after which everyone saw Wu Shuang alive. Xian stared at him dumbfounded and couldn't believe it, as did his master Ting. No one could believe it. Xian and Ting looked at the protagonist in disbelief. The dust raised by the blow quickly dissipated, and everyone present exclaimed in surprise, is he okay? He didn't even move from his spot? The protagonist thought that he had already reached the first level of true power. Did he really think that he could do anything against him, being only at the third level of martial arts? Frowning, he shouted, Xian! He is the only one who will fail here. The next moment, he punched his opponent in the cheek with such force that he flew into the rock behind him, causing it to crack and fall apart. The onlookers were shocked, exclaiming, Xian is out. He died in one blow? How could such a boy from a common family defeat an elite? Fang Xiao and Pinyin happily ran up to Wu Shuang, while Ting, with his mouth open, thought that it was impossible. It had only been a couple of months, how could he reach such a level so quickly? Pinyin, turning to his friend, exclaimed that it was amazing. Fang Xiao agreed with him, clenching his fists and said, he killed him in just one blow, what kind of technique is that? The protagonist replied with a smile that he would definitely teach them this technique someday. For now, he suggested that they leave quickly. Then he turned around and said, by the way, Mr. Su, thank you very much for being the referee. Ting said his name with his teeth clenched in anger. He told his subordinates to report this to Ding and the government. Wu Shuang had killed a member of the Zhang clan in a one-on-one fight. At this time, gifts were flying out of the gates of the Qing family's mansion, and children were running out while covering their heads. Inside the building, Xiao asked her father what was going on. Who came to see them? Lianshan said that the Neo family, who owned the herbal shop, dared to send them an offer based on their relationship with the Su family. He told his daughter not to worry, her father would never marry her off to those people. She looked at him and pressed her hand to her chest, saying that she was not afraid of anything as long as she was with Wu Shuang. Her father frowned and said, I wonder how Wu Shuang is doing at the academy? At the same time, in the academy, the protagonist was sitting on the edge of the bed in a meditative pose. Fang Xiao, turning to him, shouted, we must escape. Return to the eastern city. Pinyin shrugged his shoulders, exclaimed, there is no need, the battle was fair, everyone saw it. If they escape, they can be blamed for starting the fight, that is the whole problem. Wu Shuang opened his eyes and looked at them, said that everything is fine. He will watch their further actions. And from now on, they must stay away from him. That way, they will not be blamed for anything. Pinyin looked at him and indignantly shouted that he went through all this just to save him. He will never abandon his hero. His comrades shouted that they are his friends, and they must cope with this together. The protagonist smirked and said that in that case, they can stay. Jean should just show up any minute. After a while, Jean walked forward resolutely, shouting at Wu Shuang that he was warning him not to do anything rash. He was arranging one-on-one fights and killing his opponents. All the evidence was against him. Someone bring him here. Wu Shuang, coming out of the door of the room, asked, one-on-one fights? The dean doesn't think that everyone around was blind, does he? It was a fair duel, there were many witnesses, and Mr. Su acted as the referee. Ting at this time, turning to the dean, said that this was clearly not the case. This was Wu Shuang's revenge based on hatred for Xian. If he didn't believe him, he should ask someone from the crowd. Then he frowned and thought, let's see if someone could go against his family? The students present looked from side to side in confusion, but they all said that they hadn't seen anything. Jean spread his arms out and said with a smile, Wu Shuang, he heard it all, no one can justify him. At this moment, the protagonist's friends approached him. Pinyin, putting his hand to his chest, exclaimed that he could confirm it. It was a fair fight. Fang Xiao, supporting him, added that he confirmed it. Jean pointed his finger at them and said the three of them are from the eastern city. Who knows, maybe they are just covering for each other. Their words mean nothing. The head of the Zhang family, Mao Zhang, approached the scene of the showdown and loudly asked where the killer of his son was. Behind him stood the eldest son, Yao Zhang, demanding that the culprit come out and fight him in revenge for his brother. The dean, turning to Mao, awkwardly said that he was here. In response, Mao asked why he didn't just arrest him. Ting, clasping his hands behind his back, shouted that the evidence was there and he should file an arrest warrant. Jean, with his arms folded, turned to the protagonist and said that no one could prove his innocence. Then he ordered that he be captured. Wu Shuang, with his arms outstretched and smiling, exclaimed, "Wonderful! Simply wonderful! There is not a single disciple from Liaodong who would dare to tell the truth at any time." Well, did he, Wu Shuang, bite through them? Jean frowned and shouted at him to stop talking nonsense and to quickly capture him. At this moment, Yang came to the scene of the showdown and shouted for them to wait. Walking forward, he turned to Ting and said, "Is this how he acts as a judge?" The people present asked in surprise, "Dashi Yang? It's getting more and more interesting. Even a member of the Dashi family has come." He is not very pleased with Ting's behavior. The dean walked up to Yang and, with his arms folded, asked, "Does he have anything to say?" Yang said that he was a little worried that other countries had a good excuse to laugh at them, since there was not a single decent person among them. Lord Bai, he would be his witness. Wu Shuang and Xian had fought a fair fight. And yes, Ting was there as the judge. His words were all the evidence he needed. If anyone wanted to argue with them, let them come forward and discuss it with him. Jean came forward and exclaimed, "Did he really see all this with his own eyes?" Mao, young master, his son's death, he was asking him to bring justice to him. Yang turned to them and said, "When had they ever seen anyone from the Dashi family not keep their word?" Pinyin shouted excitedly, "Lord Dean, he heard him, right?" The young master said that it was a fair fight. His comrade confirmed his words and said, "And what to do with those who forged the evidence?" He had to say something. Jean pointed his finger forward and shouted that this matter needed to be thoroughly investigated. However, Wu Shuang often caused trouble for others. Even if it was a fair fight, he was still responsible for disrupting the harmony of their academy. He had warned him. The protagonist enveloped himself in energy and asked, he just wanted to throw him out, right? Frowning, he asked, he thought he didn't have enough strength? The protagonist smiled and said, "Is he so sure that he wants to stay in this shitty place?" He stayed for a few months just to wait for the right moment. The moment when that miserable idiot Xian would come for his death. The dean, indignant at his words, glared at him. At this time, Wu Shuang, resolutely heading towards the exit, loudly declared that he did not intend to stay in this academy for a second longer. His comrades, following behind him, announced their departure with no less determination. Jean watched them go, looking forward to the moment when they would take the martial arts exam in 3.5 years. Wu Shuang turned around and ironically remarked that even his greed had its limits. He guessed that the sacred land of Jingwu would probably send representatives to administer the exam. After all, the respected dean was essentially just a servant of the aristocrats. What right did he have to influence the exam process? Mao couldn't bear it any longer and exclaimed that he had killed his son and now he thought he could get away with it. The protagonist turned around, looked at him calmly and said that it was a fair fight. And only fate decided who would die. Was Elder Zhang planning to kill him in public? He thought that he definitely had a true second-tier strength. He was not yet able to defeat him. In any case, Elder Zhang would not be able to openly break the law. Ting clenched his fists and shouted, "Let's see how much his pride can take." The protagonist called them to attention and explained that everything that had happened today was due to their negligence towards his family. The mountains would never meet, unlike them. They should wait for him in 3 years. Mao, watching him go, swore that he would make him pay for everything. Jean, turning to him, warned him to be careful. Now the Qing family is under the protection of the Dashi, and the family evaluation will be held in 3 years. Then the Qing family will definitely be destroyed. The next day, the Dashi family elder, Dashi Heng, folded his arms and said, "This Wu Shuang is not that simple." Looking forward, he asked curiously, "Is Wu Shuang from the poor class?" I wonder if he has been patiently waiting for his moment for a long time so that he can finally strike back. It seems that if other families try to rob the Wushuang family, they will only create more trouble for themselves. Yang looked at him and asked in confusion, why? That incident of Xian's death was only due to a dispute between martial arts disciples. He felt that this would not change the overall situation much. His father chuckled and said if he had not intervened as a witness, everything would have been much simpler. However, this happened, and the situation has changed. Right now, the Su family is somewhat wary of the possibility that the Qing family may have close ties with their family. Yang asked if they should prove their innocence by distancing themselves from the Qing family. The elder replied that there was no need for that, and there was no need for them to be nice to aristocrats like the Zhang family. In fact, this Wushuang was quite a brave and resourceful young man, so he should have a good relationship with his family. After thinking for a while, the son asked if there was any news about his elder brother. Heng said that his brother would not be able to help him at the moment. But he did not have to worry about him. He was already an adult and would recover soon. Yan looked ahead and said, brother? After a while, Fang Xiao, sitting on the carriage, turned to the protagonist and asked, will they be able to get home safely? Pinyin asked, will they ambush them halfway? The protagonist waved his hand and replied that everything would be fine and they should not worry. His companion bowed his head and asked why he was so sure of that. Wu Shuang looked at him and said that he would only say 3 words, the highly respected Dashi family. The news that Wu Shuang had defeated a member of a famous family and left the academy quickly spread throughout Donglin. At the Qing family manor, the elder addressed his daughter and said that Wu Shuang should be almost here and suggested that they go out and greet him. She agreed with him, and as they left the house, he remarked that this time Wu Shuang had managed to take revenge on Xian and win glory for their family. At this moment, the herbalist Niu Dai and his eldest son Niu Fen approached them. Dai said that Madame Xiao had heard that they were here and had come out to greet them. Turning to his son, he suggested that he go and talk to Madame Xiao. Fen folded his arms and agreed with him. Lianshan stepped forward and asked indignantly, do you have any questions for them? Fen looked at him and laughed, and his father told him not to worry. It was just that the father and son came here to propose marriage, and also to discuss the possibility of cooperation with them. Lianshan frowned and asked in confusion, cooperation? At this moment, the protagonist appeared behind them and asked, what cooperation? His family members turned around and happily greeted him. Dai said with a smile, young Master Qing is back. He heard that he defeated a member of a famous family. He asked to accept his congratulations. He thought that this kid definitely did it with someone's help. Wu Shuang, turning to him, said that he was too late. Master Su had already retracted his words about destroying his family and protecting him after falling. The elder of the Neo family, stretching out his hand to the side, asked if he was so sure about this. He is quite close to Master Su. Once Elder Qin gave up his position and accepted the proposal, he would take care of their safety. The protagonist looked at him seriously and told him to go back to where he came from. They would wait for Mr. Su to do something against them. Dai shouted indignantly, Elder Qin, is a young man now running his family? Lianshan confirmed his words and said that his son's words are his words. It's time for him to leave already. Fen clenched his fist indignantly and shouted at the protagonist, if he doesn't let him marry his sister today, but then he will beg him to marry her, but he must know that he will not accept his proposal. As Wu Shuang walked towards the house, he turned around and said, little Niu, if he wants, he can marry their cows. After that, he slammed the door behind him, and the elder of the Niu family gritted his teeth and shouted indignantly, a family that doesn't distinguish between good and bad, well, they'll watch them rot. After a while, sitting in the backyard, Lianshan said, great, well done. The protagonist looked at him and said that he expected him to be ashamed of him, father. The elder said that defeating a member of a famous family is already worthy of respect. How can father be ashamed of this? Wu Shuang said that Xian's death is just the beginning. It will only get worse from here. Father frowned and said, but these rich people won't let this incident go unnoticed. After that, he coughed and blood gushed out of his mouth. Everyone stood up and shouted anxiously, Father! The protagonist put his hand on his father's shoulder and thought that this is too complicated. It seems that he has overtrained. His father's ability is not that good, so if he is too hasty with his training, he will die sooner or later because of his internal energy. Just like in his previous life. Lianshan stretched out his hand to his side and said that everything was fine, just a bug got into his mouth. Xiao pressed her hand to her chest and said excitedly that he coughed up blood and said that everything was fine. She would call a doctor right away. Wu Shuang said that there was no need for that, he knew how to help him. They looked at him in surprise and asked, "Does he know?" After a while, the protagonist continued to prick his father's body with needles. Xiao asked her father how he felt. He said that the meridians in his body had become much softer. Wu Shuang told him that he had overdone the training, because of which his internal qi energy was not purified in time. Therefore, as a result, it caused the disorder and absorption of his meridians. He used silver needles to draw out the chaotic energy from his body. The elder said that he was good, and then asked, "But where did he learn this?" The protagonist clenched his fist and said with a smile that after so many years of training in the academy, he did not learn much, but he read a lot of literature on medicine. This is what came out in the end. He thought that silver needles were guiding internal energy. Anyway, they could relieve the symptoms, but not completely cure a person. Therefore, the more he trained, the worse he became. In order to heal, he must read the masterpiece of the Shaolin School, the book Changing Tendons. He must cleanse his spinal cord and completely cut off his hair. With that, he took out the book he took from the academy. He did not quite understand the contents, so he thought he should take a look at this. Lianshan took the book in his hands in surprise, and after opening it, he exclaimed in shock, "Wu Shuang, he really took this from the academy?" The protagonist replied that Jean would not have understood the book anyway. He thought that there might be some useful exercises in it, so he took it with him. He was not even sure if they would believe the story. Lianshan said that the Wutong Academy had existed for several centuries, and it was no wonder that such books could be found there. Perhaps without them, the academy would not have become what it is today. Wu Shuang looked at the book and asked what was written in this book. The elder replied that it contained a serious collection of techniques. These were exactly the techniques that their family lacked. Wu Shuang said that he had read before about the need to break and rise up, cleanse one's spinal cord, and cut one's hair in order to be reborn. It was risky, but all the strongest people who achieved heights in martial arts take risks one way or another. The elder handed him the book and told him to take it. He was sure that it would be useful to him in the future. The main character smiled and replied that this would not happen anytime soon. He can't use these techniques now, but he can and should try. Perhaps it will help him heal. Lianshan agreed with him and told him to investigate these instructions first. When he reaches a certain level, he will teach him this. Then, turning to his daughter, he said that he will guide her on the path that will lead to true strength of the second rank before the family assessment. Wu Shuang smiled and thought that with the book Changing Tendons, he can not only heal his meridians, but also transform them. The results of training will become better and better. In 3 years, the father has every chance of reaching the true strength of the 4th level. At this time, Mao stood next to the coffin of his son, veins of anger appearing on his face. He shouted, "Wu Shuang, he wants his entire family to know this grief." Sihai came up to him from behind and said that he understood his feelings, but they should hold off on revenge. Mao furrowed his brows and thought, after all, the Su family was trying to seize the Qing family's place, and his son was caught up in their squabbles. It was all the Qing family's fault. He then turned around and told him not to worry, he understood everything. He extended a trembling hand to his face and exclaimed, "Damn the Qing family, so be it, he would let them live a little longer." After a while, Wu Shuang, standing at the edge of the cliff, took a deep breath of fresh air. He resolutely stepped down from the cliff, landing on the ground with a smile on his face. It flashed through his mind that it had only been a few days since he returned home. As expected, the practice on Great Tseng Mountain had been much more productive. At this moment, his friends ran up to him, waving their hands and greeting him happily. He noticed that they had been taught a good lesson at home, as he could see. His friends, covered in bruises and abrasions, laughed as they recalled how their father had shouted at them while throwing punches, saying that they dared to drop out of the academy without permission and that they should stop following Wu Shuang around so much. Pinyin clenched his fists and turned to his friend and said that he heard from senior sister Xiao this morning that Wu Shuang was planning to climb the Great Tseng Mountain. The protagonist sat down on the edge of a rock and confirmed this information. He then asked what their plans were. Pinyin answered with an awkward smile that for now, he could only practice some basic techniques at home. Like before, they had no martial arts books. He hoped that he would survive the exams and be able to see his parents. His companion laughed awkwardly and said that he would rather remain silent. Turning to Wu Shuang, he asked how he was training. In just a few months, he had reached such a level that he could even defeat Xian. Pinyin happily agreed with him and asked, "Can he teach them?" The protagonist looked at them and thought that these two, although they were born in a poor family, had a strong spirit and courage. Such people were rare. It was amazing that Wu Shuang could find such wonderful friends. Then, raising his index finger up, he said that if they wanted to become stronger, he could give them a set of cultivation techniques. If they followed them, they would be able to pass the exam successfully. And the most important thing was perseverance. They clenched their fists happily and agreed with him, promising to be the embodiment of perseverance. Wu Shuang spent the next 3 months teaching them basic techniques, push-ups, handstands, meditation, and jogging. One day, while they were jogging, Pinyin turned to his friend who was running behind him and shouted that they had almost caught up with Wu Shuang today. When they finally caught up with the protagonist, breathing heavily and holding onto the trees, they said that they finally didn't lose him today. Pinyin, holding onto the trees with all his might, asked if they were any closer to his level. As he rested his hands on his knees, he noticed the many weights on the protagonist's legs. They looked at it in surprise and exclaimed, had he really been training with these iron blocks on his legs all this time? Wu Shuang smiled and said that starting tomorrow, they would do the same. They looked at him in fear, but he raised his index finger and said, okay, now he's going to teach them some aggressive martial arts techniques. They asked in surprise, martial arts? He replied that their personalities were different, so the techniques suited them differently. Pinyin would learn the 18 delicacies. This technique is powerful, fierce, and for real men. Fan Xiao will learn the flexible snake grip, which involves cunning and fighting against tradition. He then told them to repeat after him and listen carefully. He will not repeat. Then he closed his eyes and began to chant, run like a stream, move like a candle flame. Closing his eyes, his friends began to repeat after him, and an aura began to swirl around their bodies. Fan Xiao, looking at his hand covered in energy, exclaimed in surprise, just by reciting the mantra, he can already feel all this power flowing within him. Pinyin also looked at his hand and could not help but be amazed. He would really give this to them? How much power? Family techniques are not comparable to this. Wu Shuang smiled and told them to take it because they are friends, and they looked at their friend with admiration. After that, Pinyin and Fan Xiao began training. Day by day, their strength slowly but surely increased. However, the head of the family soon became furious, holding a club in his hand. He shouted, those damn sons ran off to that Wu Shuang again yesterday. How could he not kill them today? He told them to stay away from him. Did they decide to defect to the Qing family? He then turned his attention to his sons fighting and wondered when did those two brats become so strong. He then called them over and asked who taught them this. They stopped in confusion, and Fan Xiao hesitantly said that it was Wu Shuang. The head of the family shouted in annoyance, him again. How many times has he told them that the Qing family has offended the rich families? Nothing good can be expected from them. Fan Xiao said in a confused voice, but Uncle Hu, they have learned a lot from brother Wu Shuang. The head of the family exclaimed indignantly, so what? They think he is better than a normal teacher? He then said that he will test them today. The two of them will start off together, and he won't even need any inner strength to defeat them. Pinyin clenched his fist and looked at him and shouted, Father, is he serious? He doesn't want to hurt him. He laughed, and told him to use all his strength then and show the Hu family what his profound strength is capable of. After that, the boys concentrated their energy. An elder who looked at them and thought, two little brats, they should look at their own. He doesn't even have to try. They should feel the power of a truly strong man. Pinyin frowned and thought, Father is a master of true might. He must try hard. The next moment, they simultaneously struck their father in the stomach, and his mouth opened in pain. Pinyin excitedly shouted, Father, is he okay? He raised his hands and said that such a low level of attacks will not affect him at all. Then he said that they can continue their training with Wu Shuang. They looked at him in surprise, and he turned around and said that he was now going to his room to rest. Fan Xiao looked after him and asked, is this the power of true and mighty? How amazing! The elder, having gone around the corner of the building, fell to his knees, blood flowing from his mouth, trying to catch his breath. He thought that this was unexpected. They looked weak, but in fact they were quite strong. These boys were still at the martial arts stage. However, if they continued in the same spirit, they would reach unprecedented heights. It seemed that Wu Shuang's victory, or was it still due to his strength, and not deception? Pinyin and Fan Xiao followed him. Perhaps these three could lead their families to previously unseen statuses. After a while, the protagonist, sitting on a rock, watched his friends fight with a smile. Fan Xiao, smiling, exclaimed, Brother Pinyin, he feels stronger every day. In response, Pinyin said with a smile, the techniques he received from brother Wu Shuang are simply incredible. He then clenched his fist and said that it would be great to reach the 5th level of martial arts before the exam. After all, it would be easy to break through to true power, and this, in turn, could affect their family, and in the future, he would not have to worry about being punched by his father. At this moment, Fang Xiao slapped him in the face, and the protagonist, smiling, thought that true power was a way to build a strong family relationship. Their set of exercises were just basic techniques, but if they continued in the same spirit, they would be able to reach stages they had never dreamed of. He then stood up and turned around, saying that he would go and climb higher. His friends agreed with him, and he jumped onto the rock with a few leaps. Crouching in a meditative pose, he began to concentrate the energy in his hands, and then released a powerful bolt of fire energy. He said that a year had already passed, and he had been able to upgrade his technique to the 6th level, which was 50% of what he had in his previous life. He needed to try harder to restore at least 80% before the family assessment. In 2 years, he must lead the Qing family to the top. Everything he has in this life, he must protect. Pingyin and Fang Xiao are already skilled in their martial arts. He is very happy with Lianshan. With the help of the Tendon Change book, he was able to reach the 3rd level of true power. And not only did he master the true held technique, but he was also able to practice the frozen finger and 9 sun strikes. 2 years later, the martial arts exam officially began. The protagonist began preparing for the exam by lighting incense, and soon it was time to register. Xiao, looking around, said with a smile that it was lively here. Lianshan looked at the documents in his hands, thought about it, and said that after all, this was an event that did not happen often. The protagonist looked at him and thought that with his father's character, he could say that he would not strive for the highest positions, but would simply live with what he had. He then asked his father to let him fill out the registration form. His father agreed, and handed over the documents, saying that sooner or later he would have to face it. He and his sister would be waiting outside. Wu Shuang looked at the document and thought, as expected, the aristocrats regulate the prices. The registration fee alone had kept many people out of the exam. The family's ancestors were rich. If he could regain the status of the Qing, his father would be overjoyed. The rich class is the highest among the Shu classes. To obtain it, he needs at least 1 warrior in the family at the 4th level of true might. With his current strength, if it is not someone above the 8th level of true might, he will be able to defeat him. Wu Shuang is at the 8th level of true might. He then walked up to the reception desk and handed him the registration form while addressing the employee. The employee tossed him a token and told him that he should put it there, and then he can go in. Only with the qualification card. After moving to a safe distance, he watched with interest as the employee greeted Mr. Yun. The protagonist clutched the token in his hand and thought that even greetings can be different for everyone. Then he turned his attention to the people gathered around. Mao turned to Lianshan with a smile and asked, how could the patriarch of a poor family not show courtesy before a test that honored guests would take? Didn't he have any manners? One of the observers called the others and said that the rich were bullying the poor again. A man next to them remarked that it was a beautiful sight. Lianshan frowned and thought that Wu Shuang would soon begin the martial arts test, and it would be awkward for him to argue with them in public. Elder Zhang laughed, and at that moment Wu Shuang came up to them and said, "Oh, hello. Could it be Mr. Zhang?" Then he turned to him with a smile and said that he didn't look well. Did he have nightmares last night? They exclaimed indignantly, "Wu Shuang!" Sunli looked at him and said, "You arrogant child." He asks if I may remind him that one of the most important things in the future is to know when to retreat and when to advance. He should realize this before it is too late. The protagonist, turning to him, said that he understood his words. He promised that he would gladly give up his family's current position to him. He added that a wise man always knows how to deal with circumstances. Lianshan, his son, is much smarter than him in this regard. The protagonist turned to the father of the family and said that this is his promise, and they will meet later, honorable sirs. Mao, turning to Sanli, asked if he believed Wu Shuang's words. He replied that whether he believed it or not, he was sure that eventually the Qing family would have to pick up someone's piece of meat thrown to the ground. Even if they did not want to. He had already done his investigation. The Qing family had not had any contact with the Dashi family for the past 3 years. He thinks he understands what it means. Mao smirked and said, "Of course." After a while, Xiao said to his brother that even the status of a poor family was hard one for his father. Does he really want to give up their position? How will he explain this to his ancestors? Lianshan looked at him and thought that Wu Shuang would not give up their position just like that. Why did he say that? Son, his father misunderstands him more and more every day. Wu Shuang told them to trust him. No matter what, he will not allow the Qing family to stumble even more. He thought that if they wanted their poor class so much, then go ahead. He was just going to change it to a rich one. The hour when the Qing family would rise above everyone else was closer than ever. When night fell, the father advised his son to get a good rest and prepare for the exam tomorrow. The son agreed with him, lying on the bed. He thought that if the rules of this world didn't interfere, the rich families would have passed the exam long ago by just paying. No matter, he was too lazy to think about those idiots. Then he suddenly raised his head, turning his attention to his door, and the next moment, a man rushed in, destroying the door in front of him. Wu Shuang suddenly rose from the bed, blocking the opponent's attack, grabbed his arm and struck back, grabbing his neck. The bandit thought that he couldn't move. How could an ordinary boy stop a man with true strength? The protagonist asked him, who sent him? The warrior's eyes widened in confusion. He thought that this feeling of tension, he would definitely be killed. Wu Shuang approached him and squeezed his throat harder, saying that it seemed like he would not say anything. The man shouted in fear, Lord Maori Zhang. He told him to kill him and then kidnap his sister to have fun with her. The next moment, Wu Shuang killed the opponent with one move and repeated, Maori Zhang. He didn't intentionally provoke him, but he seemed to dislike it. Mr. Zhang likes to play? Then he should let him join in. He swears that they will play until he begs him to stop. In this exam, the highest level is considered to be the 9th level of martial arts. On average, students reach the 4th or 5th level, and rich children and those from prestigious families can reach the 6th or 7th. Many are still hesitant, but at the moment, it is believed that only Yang is at the 9th level of martial arts among the participants. Wu Shuang looked around and said, there are so many fighters here. The elder of the Yun family, turning to his daughter, said that they must give it their all today. She clenched her fist and assured her father that she would do everything at the highest level. When Ting approached, the girls looked at him with admiration, praising his talent. He smirked and thought that he would definitely pass the exam this year. Then he noticed that the girls had turned their attention to Yang, looking at him with undisguised adoration. Gritting his teeth, he thought irritably that it seemed like his only rival would be Yang this time. Pinyin waved his hand and called out to Wu Shuang with a smile. He walked up to them and put his hand on his hip and said that he saw that they were full of confidence today. Fang Xiao clenched his fist and replied with complete confidence. Pinyin laughed awkwardly and said that after so many years of training, he wouldn't be able to look him in the eye if he didn't get a single grade. Dai turned to Lianshan and asked if his son had come to watch the show. Dai's second son, Yodo, folded his arms with a smirk and asked Wu Shuang, is he here to compete with first-level martial arts students? Pinyin exclaimed, what did he just say? Do replied that the two of them could only follow Wu Shuang around all day long. Why shouldn't they follow him? Pinyin retorted that no one gave him the right to slander Wu Shuang. The protagonist put his hand out and said that what Brother Do said was true, they were such trash. After the exam, he would beg and stand by his side. He then placed his hand on Do's shoulder and told him to take care of himself during the exam. After that, he patted his shoulder, releasing some of his energy. The Niu family then turned their attention to Yang, who had passed by them. Dai folded his hands and followed him, saying that he was from Donglin's city and would support poor families, please. Yan looked at him arrogantly and told him to leave him alone. Dai scratched his head awkwardly, and then turned to Mr. Li. Mr. Li ignored him and told him to get out of the way. Pinyin and Fang Xiao watched this scene and laughed, and said how shameless he was. At this moment, Lianshan turned to his son and urged him not to let him down. The protagonist told him not to worry, and he would do his best. Then, turning to his friends, he urged them to show their best. They readily agreed and stepped forward with determination. Soon, the host winked and said, good morning, fighters. She introduced herself as Xuan and announced the rules of the competition, a 3-hour run around the Luojiang area, a distance of 100 miles. The score would be based on the arrival time of each participant. Along the way, they would encounter a jungle, cliffs, the Wayne River and a temple, and a tower would guide the way. But the most important thing was that they could not cheat, everyone would be watched. The host raised her index finger and said, so, babes, go. Without wasting a second, the participants rushed forward. Ting turned around and looked at Wu Shuang and said with disdain, the scum of the poor family should just swallow the dust behind them. But the next moment, the protagonist got ahead of him and turned around and said, young Master Su, then enjoy your meal. He then kicked off the ground and rushed forward, kicking off the rock and continued running. Ting gritted his teeth in irritation and thought, how is this possible? Yang, surprised, thought, how strong has he become? And Qingyan, surprised, looked ahead and thought, so fast. Is this really that Wu Shuang? Meanwhile, the competition workers were talking among themselves, wondering who will come first this year. One of them put his hands on his hips and asked who will come first. His colleague replied, does he doubt the son of the Dashi family? The next moment, a participant ran past them, and the papers lying on the table scattered. The workers looked back in surprise. The current status of the test was Wu Shuang in first, then Yang, Ting and the others. Meanwhile, Do was sitting by the tree with his pants down and saying, "What the hell, he got diarrhea right at the beginning of the test." At this moment, Yang ran past the workers, and one of them asked, "Is this by any chance Dashi?" His comrade replied that it was. They exclaimed in surprise, then Hu ran in front of him. Meanwhile, the protagonist had significantly outpaced everyone. He thought that after running around the Great Sung Mountain for 3 years, this test was a piece of cake for him. He ran forward at a rapid pace past stone statues, small buildings, monuments, ran on water, and then crossed the finish line. The worker who was distracted by lunch looked at him in surprise, then handed him a report card and told him to take the score sheet and go to the next test site. Then, winding the noodles on his fork, he looked after the protagonist and thought, "Unbelievable, he ran 100 miles in just an hour. He is afraid that no one from the Baiwa kingdom can compare to him." Meanwhile, one of the workers for the next test, with his hands on his hips, said that the difficulty of the exam has increased this year. The iron balls have become twice as heavy as before. His colleague agreed with him and said that if they do not have anyone capable from the Baiwa kingdom, then. Their conversation was interrupted by Wu Shuang, asking for forgiveness. He held the balls above his head and asked, "Should he hold it like this?" The workers opened their mouths in surprise and exclaimed, "2 at a time. And the heaviest ones at that, 1,500 kilograms. Then the worker handed him an assessment sheet with another absolute score and asked, "Is he really 18? The protagonist smiled and said that lying about age, he thought it was a privilege of the rich. Where did they see that children from poor families had such opportunities? Then he headed for the stairs and began to climb up. One of the workers, looking after him, noted with surprise that it turns out that there are real geniuses in Luojiang province. Meanwhile, the examiners of the next test, tired, sat in their chairs. One of them asked his colleague to get some sleep, since this run would not be over soon. At this moment, the protagonist approached them and asked if he could go to the arena. The worker, getting up from his chair, asked what test he was taking here. The protagonist answered, "A dexterity test." Not believing his ears, the worker clarified, had he already passed the strength test? Well, good. The dexterity test had 3 difficulty levels, easy, medium and hard. The protagonist chose the most difficult one. The worker asked, was he sure? The highest level involved dodging 30 flying knives. Many fighters tried to pass this test, but ended up dying in agony. However, the protagonist confidently stood in the center of the arena and said, "Come on already." The next moment, many knives rained down on him. The examiner exclaimed in surprise, "Why is this guy just standing there? He should move." His colleague added that it was too late. But at the same time, the protagonist easily dodged all the knives and even caught one of them. He asked, "Is that all?" The workers exclaimed in confusion, "How is this possible?" A knife thrown by a master of the power of might was caught by an ordinary guy. One of the workers took the evaluation sheet and said, "Martial arts student Wu Shuang, I am sure he will get the highest score in this exam." He then handed the sheet to the protagonist and asked if he would mind having lunch with him after the exam. Wu Shuang took the report card with a smile and respectfully replied that he dared not refuse the invitation of the elder. The worker pointed his finger forward and said, "Okay, he needs to go to the next area for the test." After some time, the protagonist, looking at the dolls covered in a powerful aura, thought, the last test is a test that checks the level of combat ability. The highest difficulty is a fight with 4 dolls at once. One of the workers in this test noted that even with excellent grades, choosing this level of difficulty is pure suicide. His colleague, folding his arms on his chest, added, "Of course, it's a pity for the boy, they should call someone to clean up the corpse later." However, Wu Shuang easily dodged the attacks and delivered his blows to the dolls. He understood that this test requires him to show everything he is capable of, and even more. Even with perfect mastery of basic techniques, if he does not have sophisticated ones in his arsenal, he will find himself in an unpleasant situation. According to the rules, he had to stand for 10 minutes. But no one said that they can't be destroyed. Then he began to destroy the dolls one by one. The workers, with their mouths open in surprise, exclaimed, "What the? They are not sleeping?" The protagonist continued to destroy the dolls, and then, standing on a mountain of destroyed dolls, apologized. He asked if he needed to stand on the platform for 10 minutes to pass the test. The worker replied that this was not necessary, he should just come up. Then the protagonist headed for the exit, having received another absolute score. After some time, the worker of the last test ran to June, opening the room. He exclaimed, "The main examiner." June turned to him and asked, "What happened?" He should have remembered that he was sent here by the royal family, so he was prepared for any surprises. The worker handed him the evaluation sheet and shouted, "Absolute scores!" The martial arts student got absolute scores. June, holding the book in his hands, asked in bewilderment, "So what?" Every year, they have at least a couple of students with perfect scores. However, the worker who was listening carefully objected, "Of course that's true, but what about the student who was able to destroy all the dolls?" June was shocked. "What? He saw it himself?" The worker confirmed his words, and then June said that first of all, he must keep his results a secret. Once the exam is over, he will be promoted to the 7th level. The worker agreed and promised to pass on his words and keep the results a secret. At this time, at the exit of the tests, one of the people present, turning to his friend, said, "Look, someone is already leaving." His friend, folding his arms across his chest, objected, "That was impossible. Only a little over an hour had passed." The Qing family also left, and Xiao, waving her hand, called her brother. The guy, turning to his friend, said, "It's that kid from a poor family. It looks like he was disqualified and sent home." Xiao asked how the exam went. Wu Shuang replied that it was quite good. "Sister, he needed to talk to her." Dai laughed behind the protagonist, telling him not to be upset. "How was his dough? The best, right?" The protagonist turned around, punched his own hand, and said with admiration in his eyes, "Oh, brother Do should have finished by now." At this time, Do himself was lying on the ground, stretching out his hand, desperately asking for help. Dai looked at the protagonist in surprise. Watching them, Samli noticed that Zhang seemed to not quite understand what he said. Mao smiled awkwardly and said, "This kid." Then he frowned and clenched his teeth, wondering what the hell happened to that damned killer. Nothing has changed, and he still hasn't shown up. Samli looked at the butterfly that landed on his finger, and said that this is not all. Even if a person was at the peak of true might and participated in this exam, he would not come out in less than 2 hours. If the son cannot complete the exam, he will only put a waste of money and effort. Then he threw back his head and said that the Qing family that existed in Luojiang province for more than 400 years has come to an end. After a while, in the Lianshan Inn, he exclaimed in surprise, "Did he pass everything? He says that he destroyed all the dolls in the battle test?" The protagonist replied that everything is correct. The rules do not say anything about this, and besides, the examiner was not very worried, he just gave him the highest score. Xiao, turning to her father, asked, "Is something wrong?" He lowered his gaze and said that these dolls were created based on the strength level of the peak of true might. In other words, he looked at his son and said that he had always believed him even when he was a child. But could he promise that all of this was not a lie? Even if he was disqualified, it was okay, they would just become ordinary citizens. Wu Shuang realized that convincing his father would not be easy. Therefore, he needed to demonstrate some of his strength. Concentrating his energy around himself, he began to carry out his plan. Among the tens of thousands of participants, 9/10 were doomed to eternal destruction. The rest received rankings and assessments of their martial arts levels. Most people reached the 3rd or 4th level, which is considered average. Only a few were able to reach the 5th level, which is already considered an advanced level. If they put in effort, they can advance to the 6th level of true power. The 7th level of martial arts is the current pinnacle. From there, one can easily rise to the 6th level of true power. The minimum requirement for a family is to have a master at level 6. As for level 8, it seems that it is only available to royal families. On the day of the results announcement, even the students of level 1 martial arts were there. Do looked at the results and was indignant and shouted, "Level 1. One of the students looked at the result and laughed loudly, and his comrade added that this was probably a new record for the Baihui kingdom. After which, they both laughed. Near the results, the students carefully looked at the writing. One of them noted that at the top of the list was a member of the Dashi family who had reached level 8. However, what caught their attention was the mention of a level 7 in a poor family. Who is this? No one has ever heard of such a thing. The protagonist looked at the results and thought, level 7? It seems that he is underestimated. Yang is a name meaning power and glory. It seems that he is really strong. He took his side last time, which shows his integrity. Then, his friends ran up to him. Fang Xiao clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Wu Shuang is amazing. He actually managed to reach the 7th level." Pinyin added with a smile that he was sure that Wu Shuang would be able to reach the 6th level of true power in the future. The protagonist looked at them and said that they were also quite good, both having reached the 6th level. One of the students, looking after them, asked, "Is this the bum on the 7th level?" His comrade replied that he looked like an ordinary guy, but he was on the same level as the children of rich families. The Qing family came out to meet them. Lianshan called his son, and he, seeing them, said, "Father, sister." The elder asked, "Has he seen his results yet?" Pinyin exclaimed with a smile, "Uncle Qing, Wu Shuang is at the 7th level of martial arts." Fang Xiao proudly put his hands on his hips and added that he was the only one from a poor family who could get there. The elder remembered his son saying that he wanted to show off his true strength. A powerful energy enveloped the protagonist's body, shocking his family. Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "This is internal energy." Lianshan thought that when he saw this, he was sure that Wu Shuang would be able to reach the peak of true might. Even with the limits for the exams, this is at least the 9th level of martial arts. Then they noticed a man stretching the crowd and shouting, "Get out of the way. The elder of the Su family has come to see the results. Get out of the way." One of the students exclaimed, "Oh, this is the Su family. They really deserve to be called a rich family." Young Master Su is one of the 3 students at the 7th level. His companion, without hiding his surprise, added, "This is always like this with these big families. They always have young talents who show off their talent in the exams." The protagonist, watching what was happening, thought that this was a world of the strongest. Here, people bully and destroy each other, but they do not respond in kind, but only admire and envy. Mao, turning to Sanli, said that young Master Ting had reached the 7th level of martial arts, which is lower than Yang. Sanli replied, "Very good, the future of their family is in the hands of Ting." Mao added, "However, Wu Shuang is also at the 7th level." Sanli, looking at him, asked, "Is he sure?" He gritted his teeth and confidently answered, "Absolutely." Sanli continued, "Even if Wu Shuang is at the 7th level, he is still a poor boy and clearly not a match for their Ting. If they can promote him to the 4th level of true power by the age of 24, he will become the chosen one in this pitiful world. He will do everything possible to achieve this, even if he has to sacrifice his family later. Of course, he will not forget about all the families and aristocrats who will help him along the way." The next moment, a warrior rushed into the square. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and he asked, "Which of them was Wu Shuang?" One of the students exclaimed, "The symbol on his chest, this is a master of true power from the Holy Land." The student added that he heard that even the lowest level master there has the 7th level of true power. Sanli walked up to the rider and, folding his hands, greeted him. He introduced himself as the head of the magnificent Su family. The master did not even look at him and told him to get lost. The people present began to mock him, and he looked at the warrior with irritation. Then the protagonist approached the master and, after introducing himself, said that His Excellency seemed to be looking for him. The master handed him a paper and said that the chief examiner of this test was holding a banquet at Fenz's house. "Here is his invitation." The students, with their mouths open, exclaimed in surprise, "What? Is he here just to deliver a message? A true master personally invites the pauper family to a banquet. This 7th level martial artist from the pauper family is really something. He just saw his results and was immediately invited to a banquet." The student said that he was afraid that he was only ranked 7th because he was from a poor family. Mao asked in confusion, "How could this be? Was this master really from the sacred land?" Sanli replied indignantly that no one would dare to pretend to be from the sacred land. Mao asked, "Was this Wu Shuang really at the 7th level of martial arts?" Sanli replied that he might be even higher, and added that some people at the 7th level were never able to achieve anything higher. "Does he understand what he is talking about?" Mao said in confusion, "But Mr. Su, the assassin he sent that time, has not returned yet. He is afraid that the Dashi family is guarding the Qing family." Sanli turned to him and reminded him that in the Baiwei kingdom, during a duel, even if the opponents killed each other, neither the Dashi family nor the master from the sacred land would be able to say anything. Mao thought that Sanli expected him to fight for his interests again. He then said that he would say it outright. If he could deal with the Qing family, he would get 30% of their holdings. Mao knew that the Qing family had once been rich, owning 4,000 acres of fertile land, a huge oil mill, pastures, lakes rich in seafood, and a dozen shops. If you add all this up, the rich families of today would seem insignificant in comparison. Mao chuckled and said, 30%. What did he want from him? Sanli replied that he had to make sure that this was all over. It was time for his Yao to show off his best. Some time later, in the VIP room of Feng's house, Jun folded his hands in front of him and congratulated Elder Qing on raising a fine young man. Lianshan, embarrassed, replied that he was very kind, and it was all due to his hard training and self-improvement. Jun, looking at the protagonist, said that of all the students in Luoqiang province, he was the most resilient. Every day, he trained on Mount Song with a determined face, and even if he had no talent, his efforts did not go unnoticed by their god. Pulling the drink towards himself, he said that there was not much in the Baihui kingdom that the masters from the sacred land did not know about. Wu Shuang, clinking his drink with him, remarked, "No doubt those old fools even lost their breath when they saw someone from the Holy Land." The examiner laughed and said that in any country, a master of absolute martial arts means the highest strength and power. Wu Shuang, has he ever heard of the spirit world? Lianshan stood up abruptly and slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, "The spirit world? Does it really exist?" Wu Shuang looked at him in surprise, asking, "What is this, father?" Lianshan replied that he had heard rumors. Legends say that the spirit world is beyond their world. In this world, there are countless powerful fighters who are true masters of the entire universe. According to rumors, everyone who managed to reach the 4th level of true power before the age of 24 are called gifted. Even the inhabitants of the spirit world will definitely pay attention to such people. From time to time, they come to their world to take one of the talented ones to their own cultivation world. In their world, such a connection is called spiritual. The protagonist's father sipped from the cup and said that such an opportunity only occurs once every 10 years. Jun said, turning to Lianshan, that he really got excited when talking about the spirit world. Lianshan slammed his cup down and said that when he was young, being chosen was his greatest dream. At that time, he never thought that he would have to fight for even a per place. Jun said with a smile to Lianshan that he had a very capable son. He was sure that the day would come when their Qing family would restore its former glory. They should believe his words because he believed that Wu Shuang was chosen. After a while, they went outside. Xiao said to her father that the examiner spoke so highly of Wu Shuang. Why did they only award her brother a 7th level? Lianshan said that for poor families, the 7th level was considered the highest. The protagonist smiled and said to his sister that she did not have to worry about it. They were shocked by his results, so in order to save society from the same mental trauma, they had to lower the scores. At this time, the examiner's subordinate asked Jun why Wu Shuang did not get the highest level. Jun said that if the jade is not sharpened, it will not become a weapon. So is their young jade. He must understand that this is not enough for the sacred land of Jingwu. It is still unknown whether he will be able to serve the Baihui kingdom or not. He must remember that information about him must not fall into the wrong hands. After a while, a restaurant employee shouted that they were not passing by. Today, everyone in their restaurant gets a 20% discount. The protagonist noticed how his sister was looking at the restaurant. Wu Shuang asked Xiao, "Is she hungry? Does she want to eat?" Xiao laughed awkwardly. Lianshan said to his son that he should go with his sister to the restaurant, and he would return to the hotel. He did not have much time left to prepare for the family evaluation. The protagonist went to a restaurant with his sister, and he thought that it was fortunate that he did not tell his father that he had already registered their family as a rich person. It would be a pleasant surprise for him. The restaurant staff smiled and asked them as if they were honored guests, what would they like? Wu Shuang said that they would like to have a snack. They also wanted to try the best dish in the restaurant. The restaurant staff put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder, and she said that their best offer was the most tender spicy crab. One dish would cost about 200 yuan. The protagonist pointed his index finger at her and said that they should bring 8 of these dishes for them then. The staff then led them to a table and said that she asked them to sit there while she passed their order to the kitchen. Afterwards, the protagonist was sitting at the table with his sister, and he said to Xiao that the spicy crab here was rumored to be delicious. She should definitely try this delicious dish. Xiao nodded happily, taking her chopsticks in her hand. At this time, the restaurant employee greeted Su Yuan and Zhang Yao. The protagonist noticed them and thought that they were definitely not here for nothing. Zhang Yao said, pointing his index finger at the table where the protagonist was sitting, that they heard about today's promotion and wanted to buy all the spicy crabs, as well as occupy this particular table. The restaurant employee became nervous and said that their restaurant couldn't do such a thing. They couldn't kick out their guests. Even if their guests were from the poor class, they couldn't do this to them. Su Yuan, one of the young masters of Luojiang province, looked at the restaurant employee arrogantly. Yao said, introducing Yuan as a young master from the rich class. Whose side would she take? She should think carefully about the consequences before she gave them an answer. The restaurant employee thought that although they were from the poor class, she couldn't just humiliate people like that. She really hoped that someone would come to her aid. Then she walked over to the table where the protagonist was sitting. Wu Shuang said that she didn't have to say anything. He wouldn't leave until he and his sister had eaten the spicy crab. Xiao became worried and asked her brother, shouldn't they leave? If they wanted to eat the dish so much, then let's just give it to them. The protagonist's expression changed and he said to his sister that if they gave him their dish today, they would want more tomorrow. And so on every day until they demanded not food, but their Qing family territory. Yao said to the protagonist that Yuan wanted to eat the spicy crab from him. It was his responsibility. Did he understand that? Couldn't he tell right from wrong? Xiao thought that the laws of the Baiwei kingdom stated that the upper-class families had privileges in such cases. Then she got angry and shouted that although they were of a lower rank, they were also aristocrats. They had no right to ask them to give them anything. Yao laughed and said, smirking and looking at her with an unkind gaze, that she was very brave and looked very cute. She was not married yet? Was she waiting for Yuan to want to marry her? Xiao indignantly said that it sounded very impudent of him. Yao smiled and said that she was embarrassed. So she was really still unmarried? Then he said to Yuan that it was quite difficult to meet such people. Could it be that he was interested in her? The protagonist looked at Yao furiously and thought, does he really want to taste death? Suddenly, Ming gave Yao a hard punch in the face, sending him flying back and landing at the entrance of the restaurant. Ming said that this scumbag was being too brazen. Yuan stared at the Dashi family member in shock. Yao became angry and asked how dare he hit him. Then he looked at him in fear, seeing that it was Ming from the Dashi family. Ming asked Yuan, is he really worthy of the title of the 7 young masters? Yuan became nervous and said that it was just a misunderstanding. Ming said that he heard and saw everything they said to them. Yuan said that the Qing family had absolutely no manners, so Yao just wanted to teach them some manners. So that in the future, they will not bring shame to their Luojiang province. The protagonist laughed loudly and said that he was as brazen as Ting. Yuan's expression changed and he said angrily that he was talking too much. They could leave here and he would teach him a lesson in politeness. Ming said with a disliked expression, addressing Yuan that he was too impudent. How could one of the 7 young masters dare to fight a student? He seemed to have completely forgotten what honor was. Then the first of the 7 young masters said that today he would make a promise to them. If anyone dared to bully innocent people, they would have to fight him first. Yuan became nervous and thought as he looked at Ming that luck was not on his side to meet him here. He then turned around and said to the protagonist that today was his lucky day. They were leaving here. Yao shouted in anger, addressing Wu Shuang that he should not overestimate himself. One day, he would kill him and offer him up as a sacrifice to his brother in heaven. Wu Shuang asked, why was he waiting? He personally wasn't afraid of the Dashi family, so why were they so scared? Yuan chuckled and said to Ming that he had heard him himself. This guy was asking for it. He wouldn't shame him for it now. Ming looked at the protagonist and wondered, what was he thinking? He didn't expect someone from the Qing family to turn them against him. Wu Shuang looked at Ming with a serious expression and said that he thanked him for standing up for him. However, those two had wanted to take over the Qing family's property for quite some time now. So he wanted to resolve this conflict with them here and now. The protagonist said to Ming that he wanted to ask him to be the referee for their duel. He would duel those two. Ming looked at the protagonist's sister and asked Wu Shuang if he was too young to make such a decision alone. Would his sister agree with this decision? Xiao thought that their father had already said that her brother's strength had surpassed their father, so fighting a duel should not be a problem for her brother. She then said, speaking politely to Ming, that if it was a one-on-one duel, then she would agree with her brother's decision. Ming thought that the younger brother and older sister from the Qing family clearly did not know what they were getting into. In the first place, what was so special about this guy? He then looked at Yao and thought that Yuan had already mastered the first level of true power, and he was not confident in Wu Shuang's strength, so he would choose an easier opponent for him. Ming asked Yao if he would agree to a duel. Yao chuckled and said that he had no objections. Sometime later, on the streets of the city, Ming said that in this duel, fate will decide the outcome of this battle. People gathered nearby and asked, isn't that Wu Shuang? He is a martial arts student from a poor family. And the other one is Yao, a member of a rich family, who has almost reached the level of true power. And the student from a poor family is only at the 7th level, and he is already daring such a master. He definitely does not understand what he is getting into. Xiao said to her brother that he must be careful. The protagonist smiled and said, turning to his sister, that she should not worry about him. He will just teach this idiot a lesson. The people were surprised, said that this was such a harsh provocation. Apparently, he really believes that he will not die immediately after the duel began. They feel very sorry for this kind person. He showed great promise. They believe that in 2 years he could have reached the level of true power. Yao took out his weapon and said with a malicious smile to the protagonist that he would use this knife to cut him in half. However, he need not worry, he would take care of his sister later. Wu Shuang concentrated energy in his hand to strike and said that since these were his last words, they could begin the duel. Ming thought, looking at Wu Shuang, that this guy had gone crazy. If anything happened, he would be forced to intervene in this fight. And then he shouted, waving his hand to start the duel, that they could begin fighting. Yao rushed to attack and thought that he would definitely avenge his brother. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the opponent. His gaze was cold and calm. He was waiting for the right moment to come for the decisive blow. Yuan watched with an evil grin as the protagonist froze in place. The protagonist's sister screamed his name in fear. Ming thought that if he did not have time to dodge, it would be too late. The protagonist shouted, reflecting the blow with his hand and destroying the opponent's sword, that his sword was too dull to wake him up. Yao looked at the protagonist in amazement, while the pieces of his sword were flying everywhere. Suddenly, the protagonist used his powers to kill his enemy by stabbing him in the face with his finger. This event shocked everyone who was watching the duel. Wu Shuang said with a disgusted expression that he was ready for the next duel. Is Yuan ready for the duel? The people asked in surprise, how did this happen? Did they dream it? Yuan looked at Yao's body in fear and thought, was he killed with just one finger? Even he can't defeat him in one move. What should he do? This guy's strength scares him. Ming looked at the protagonist in surprise and thought, is he really just a student? Then he asked Yuan if he was willing to accept the fight. Wu Shuang asked, did he want to live or save face? He should hurry up and decide. Yuan got angry and said to the protagonist that he was very strong. Then he turned around and said that they were leaving here. Wu Shuang looked at Yao and asked why he wasn't moving. Was he dead? Xiao happily ran up to her brother. Ming said to Wu Shuang that he had done well in this duel. He was able to impress him. The protagonist said that this Yuan was more evasive than Yao and his brother. Ming said that he had escaped from here very quickly. Therefore, he would hardly be able to fight him in the future. The protagonist asked why that was so. Would his father really beat him? Ming said that he didn't mean that. He had disgraced the title of Prince of the Seven. Wu Shuang said to Ming that he was the most important among them, the Prince of the Seven. Did he feel ashamed of Yuan? Ming said that this title was not his choice, but that was what others called him. However, he remained himself. The protagonist said that he thought he was worthy of his title. But people like Yuan should think twice before calling themselves that. Ming extended his hand and said that he had a great opinion about it. He was quite surprised, so he could come to the Dashi family's house when he had time. He would personally greet him as an honored guest. Wu Shuang shook Ming's hand and said that he would definitely come to visit him. Xiao shyly said to Ming that she thanked him for everything. Ming happily looked at the protagonist's sister. And then he said, calling over a restaurant employee with a basket of spicy crabs, that this was his gift to her, she should definitely accept it. Xiao surprisedly said that it was very kind of him. She took the basket of spicy crabs from the restaurant employee and said to Ming that she thanked him very much for this gift. Ming then shouted while pointing his thumb at himself that they should listen to him. Today's duel was fair and undeniable. He personally witnessed it. If they have any doubts in the future, he asks them to come to the Dashi family. He will provide the necessary evidence. After a while, in the Zhang family's house, the servant of the Zhang family ran in and shouted that they had a disaster. Then the head of the Zhang family looked at the servant of his family in horror. After a while, in the Su family residence, Su Samli, the head of the Su family, shouted, hitting his son with a whip, how could he disgrace his family like this? He is not worthy of being his son. The servant of the Su family said in dismay, turning to the head of the family, asking him to stop. Yuan is already unconscious. Samli irritably said that they should tell him when his son wakes up. His punishment is not over yet. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said that he really underestimated the Qing family. At this time, the protagonist thought that the main arena of Luojiang province holds an assessment of families every 20 years. In the evaluation of families, there is a struggle for the family status, which is based on the rise and fall of a hopeless struggle. For ordinary people, there is only one way to rise. If a poor family wins against a rich family, their statuses will change. The leading nobility consists of only one class. Then there are the 3 rich classes, the 8 authoritative classes, and the 26 poor classes. The Dashi family holds the highest status, and no one from other families dares to stand against them. The 3 rich classes are the Su, Yun, and Qian families. Before today's competition, no one from Luojiang province could challenge them. After a while, in the main arena of Luojiang province, the head of the Yun family said as he greeted the head of the Su family, it has been a long time since they met. He believes that there will be no worthy opponents this time. Samli asked irritably, turning to the head of the Yun family, does he want to declare war on the Su family? The head of the Yun family thought that this old man does not understand jokes at all. The Qian family leader is a rich class, and he said that they shouldn't pick a fight here. At this time, Wu Shuang thought as he took his seat in the arena that the established classes usually undergo several changes. As for the poor classes, usually 3 or 4 families will lose their place among the aristocrats. At the same time, 3 or 4 families of ordinary people will be able to become aristocrats. A member of the Su family said to the Su family leader that he doesn't have to worry about anything. Samli scratched his ear and said that since his cousins are already here, then he will leave the Qing family to them. One of the renowned warriors shouted that they met again after 20 years in this arena. He missed them very much. They, the people of the Baiwei kingdom, honor the old traditions of martial arts, and this is wonderful. One of these traditions is the assessment of families. This is the best opportunity for all families to show off their strength. Now he announces a competition for the places of 2 families of the poor class. One of them belongs to the Li family of Juda City, and the other belongs to the Qing family of Donglin City. There are 5 families in total that will be fighting for these positions. Namely, the Gu family and the Wen family of Luojiang province, the Lan family and the Li family of Juda City, and the Neo family of Luojiang province. The spectators said as they laughed, "This is ridiculous. Are the Qing family of Donglin City really that weak?" The others were taken into the competition, and they weren't even given the chance to defend their position. They are a family with a history of thousands of years. It's quite pitiful that they are being destroyed generation after generation. How will the descendants of this Qing family be able to look their ancestors in the eye after they die? Weren't there rumors that the Qing family was supported by the Dashi family? It seems like they were just rumors. One of the famous warriors shouted out that the reputable families are next. And there will only be one battle between the Xia family and the Zhou family. The spectators shouted out that the Zhou family is the strongest among the lower class families. And these 2 families are always at odds with each other. The Xia family is in danger. They already know the outcome of this year. Who would even be interested in such a competition? One of the famous warriors shouted that they should calm down. He had some exciting news for them. Today, they would also see a battle for a place in the rich class. They wanted to know who would be fighting. The spectators shouted in surprise, "A battle for a place in the rich class?" He was not joking, was he? Is there really someone in Luojiang province who can match the strength of the 3 rich families? The rich families have held their positions for hundreds of years. He should tell them who this family is? The head of the Yun family smiled and said with a smirk, "Finally someone has challenged them. He should look at this prestigious family." One of the famous warriors shouted that the Su family from Luojiang province was being challenged to a fight. And those who challenged them were the Qing family from Donglin City. Qian looked at the Qing family in surprise and thought, did they really want to challenge a rich family? The spectators shouted in confusion, did they hear something wrong? A poor family wanted to challenge a rich family? Are they crazy? Who is behind this Qing family? The head of the Yun family said with a laugh, "This is already interesting. They dared to go against a family of the rich class. Quite an ambitious family." Qingyan said to her father that she agreed with him. They should even applaud their courage. Qingyan's father said with a smile that this is the basic aspiration of all fighters. One of the famous warriors shouted, "May the strongest win." They should celebrate this event. All the families he named were asked to come to the arena to sign the agreement. The protagonist thought that the agreement was actually a life and death waiver. 5 families would fight for the places in the poor class. Among them, only the Li family was noble, and this family would act as the protector. The other 4 would fight against them and each other. The Gu, Wen, and Neo families would fight for the place of the Qing family, while his Qing family would fight for the place in the rich class. After a while, Samli said that since his Su family had proven their strength, anyone who opposed them would cease to exist. Someone was eager to die, and he would grant their wish for it. He was ready to fight in the arena. The protagonist, standing in the main arena, said that he would tell them a story. There was an old man who was from a rich family. He was so greedy that he wanted to take everything from another family. He threatened in every way possible so that the family would surrender on their own, and he would be able to take everything for himself without any difficulty. Therefore, he wants to ask everyone, each and every one of them, who lives in this martial arts world, is it possible to surrender without a fight? Then he shouted furiously that if anyone did that, they would be tainted with shame for life. And today, he would take that old man's place for himself. Sanli thought that only people from the family could participate in the family assessment. Even if the Qing family was patronized by the Dashi family, it would not help them. One of the famous warriors said to the head of the Su family that there was one rule that specifically applied to the Su family. If the Qing family won, they would be demoted to the poor class. However, because the Qing family was giving up their place, they would be demoted to ordinary citizens if they lost in the family assessment. Sanli became angry and angrily said that his Su family would not lose to anyone. One of the renowned warriors said that according to the rules, they would have to fight 1 battle to determine the place in the poor class, 3 battles for the place in the authoritative class, and 5 battles to determine the place in the rich family. As far as he knows, there are only 2 people in the Qing family who can fight at the moment. Wu Xuan smiled and said that the rules also said that 1 person can fight all the battles alone. The protagonist's father and sister looked at him in surprise. One of the renowned warriors said that he was definitely right. However, the number of his opponents would increase with each battle. The protagonist said that since the rules said so, they would follow them. Sanli looked at Wu Xuan with annoyance and thought that even without the help of the Dashi family, he would see what this guy was capable of. One of the renowned warriors shouted that without further ado, the family evaluation began. Today, the competition would be held among the poor families. The competition for the rich class would last 10 days. The first to speak were the Gu family from Luojiang province and the Niyo family from Donglin city. These 2 families would be fighting for a place in the poor class. Dai felt nervous and thought, the Gu family was related to the Su family, right? He should just give up. At this time, the spectators were betting on who would win this battle. Lian Shan thought that as the head of his generation, he knew that the Qing family had already been called out by so many people that the ancestors should be ashamed. The protagonist said to his father that he didn't have to worry about this. This time, he would definitely return the Qing family's status and dignity. Lian Shan said to Wu Shuang that he had trained hard since he was young. However, no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to achieve true power at this age. He should tell the truth. Did something unusual happen to him? Wu Shuang thought as he looked at his father, if being reborn in another world after dying with his father and sister could be considered unusual. Then he said to his father that he had good intuition. Something strange had indeed happened to him. However, he still would not believe it if he heard this story. The protagonist said that he could only promise that his future actions would not defame the gods or their ancestors. Lian Shan said that he was glad to hear this from his son. From now on, he would not bother him about this matter anymore. From today on, he would support him in all his actions with the Qing family. Sometime later, at the Su family's home, Sanli said to his family that he was confident that their blood was boiling like never before. Hundreds of years had passed since the Su family became a wealthy class. They had already passed 6 family assessments and still maintained their status. However, today, someone decided to attack their family. No matter who their opponent is, the Su family's motto is, they must fight like lions. They will not rest until their enemy is destroyed. Shihai said to the head of the Sai family that they understood the importance of this, so they would put their lives on the line no matter what. They must break the Qing family so that no one would dare to cross them again. Samli said that he agreed with him. The honor and prestige of their family was at stake. Anyone who took part in the battle must be determined to kill their opponent. Su Wugong shouted as he slammed his weapon on the ground that he wanted to fight the Qing family for the first time. Samli said that this was a great idea. He must crush their hopes. No matter how, his opponent must die. Their boat was almost back from Yanyang Prefecture. Sometime later, at the Dashi family's home, Dashi Shi, the elder of the Dashi family, said that he had recently heard that the Su family was not doing too well right now. Han said that the Su family was arrogant and self-sufficient. They would have to face trouble sooner or later. Only this time, something unexpected came their way. Shi laughed and said that he found it very funny. In this family assessment, for the first time in the history of Luojiang province, someone decided to call out a class that was 2 levels higher than them. Han said that if we talk about this guy from the Qing family, he was no ordinary warrior. Ming said a few days ago that an ordinary 7th level student managed to kill a warrior who had almost reached the level of true power in a few seconds. Shi asked in surprise, "Are you sure he was not making fun of him?" Han said that Ming was not the type of person to deceive his family. Shi said that Ming was a poor child. Did he dare to return to his family? Han said that he failed and returned. He should have realized by now that he had to face this. The head of the Dashi family said that he had just heard that Ming liked the daughter of the Qing family. It seemed that he was plotting something again. Shi said that he should keep a close eye on him. He doesn't have anything on his mind without a reason. Han smiled and said that he was talking nonsense. And then he said with a laugh that he lost again. Sometime later, in the Qing family's house, the protagonist tried to combine different energies, but it didn't work. Wu Shuang said that he still couldn't combine the true Inferno technique and the 9 sun strikes. The time for cultivation here is very short. There are only a few days left until the first battle. He shouldn't be afraid, but he must be ruthless in battle. Lian Shan walked into the protagonist's room and said that he thinks they should give up in this competition. The Su family is very experienced in making plans. Rumors are circulating among the people that they have already expanded their territory to the southern Heaven City, serving the local authorities. Given the current situation in trade, he has no idea what tricks the Su family has up their sleeve. He is still young. Even if something unusual happens to him, it may not be enough. So why don't they wait another 20 years? Wu Shuang asked his father, even if these people are so strong and great, will they be able to resist the sacred land of Jingwu? In this kingdom, as long as the sacred land has not ordered the Qing family to be destroyed, they still have a chance to win. The protagonist smiled and said that he must believe in his son. This time, he will restore the Qing family to their former glory in Luojiang province. Suddenly, a joyful Xiao ran in and turned to her father. Lian Shan asked his daughter, "Why is she so happy?" Xiao said with a smile, handing over a piece of paper, that Ming had sent them an invitation to a birthday party for a member of the Dashi family. The protagonist smiled and thought, looking at his sister, so he sent the invitation to her? Xiao happily asked his father, "Can they go?" Lian Shan looked at the invitation and said that this was great news. Such a poor family could receive an invitation from the Dashi family. They simply cannot refuse such an invitation. Wu Shuang said with a smile, then they should go there. After some time, at the Su family's house, Su Zhou, the son of the head of the Su family, said to his father that this was the heir of the Shimin family. Sanli said, introducing himself, that he was glad to meet him. Shimin Qian, the son of the head of the Shimin family, sat proudly on his horse, examining the energy around his body. Shimin smiled and said that he apologized for having to meet them in person. The Su family said that this Qian was too arrogant. He was personally received by the Su family leader, and he didn't even deign to get off his horse. Does he really think that his power is greater than the Su family leader? Sihai threatened that they should shut up if they value their lives. He is the number one among the warriors of the younger generation of the Shimin family. This man is a powerful warrior of the 6th level of true power. After a while, Qian said to the Su family leader that he heard rumors that Ming was getting along well with a woman from a poor family. Could this be true? Sanli thought that the Dashi family would not be able to help the Qing family this time. And then he said that these rumors were true. Qian became angry and asked how this trash dared to do this to his family. The Shimin family values Ming highly, and so they made a marriage contract with the Shimin family leader's daughter and Ming. Sanli smiled and said that he had heard that in the family evaluation, a poor family dared to challenge the Su family. The Shimin family never does business with losers. They will be able to win, right? After some time in the city, Xiao said to her brother that Ming invited them to a birthday party for one of the Dashi family's relatives. This means that they must choose the best gift for her. The women were dissatisfied that they had been walking around here for half an hour and could not buy anything. They had met all sorts of people, but the members of the poor family were the worst. Wu Shuang said that according to rumors, the Eternal Blossom Jewelry Store is the most famous jewelry store in Luojiang province. But is such a great jewelry store really only selling this? The saleswoman crossed her arms and said that their store provides good goods. However, this kind of thing is only for the richer aristocrats. They must not think that she is trying to humiliate them with this. However, they simply cannot afford it. Xiao said that they wanted to buy a gift. She could show them something better. The saleswoman sneered and said that she apologized to her, but high-quality goods were only for the aristocrats above the poor class. The male lead got angry and said to his sister, and activated the energy around his body that they were leaving here. This tasteless store would not offer them anything valuable. The saleswoman asked fearfully, why was he clenching his fists? Qingyan asked, turning to Wu Shuang, does he only pick on girls? Qingyan's sister asked, turning to her, is this the guy from a poor family she was talking about? Qingyan said with her arms crossed, that's right. He is a rude, cunning and scheming person. Then she asked, turning to Wu Shuang, did he cheat on the exam? And that theft in the academy, she was sure it had something to do with him. The protagonist asked with a smile, what does this have to do with him? Qingyan thought with a frown, 4 years ago he was just a weak loser who could be beaten half to death. How did he become so arrogant? He dared to challenge the rich class. Even her father admired his action. Then she charged at him and thought, she wanted to see how strong he really was. The protagonist dodged her attack. Qingyan thought, how could he dodge? Wu Shuang deftly dodged her powerful attacks. Afterwards, Qingyan said to the protagonist that if he had any manliness, he should not dodge. The protagonist asked, should she pay attention to how much trouble the jewelry store was causing? She should take a closer look at what she had done. Qin Yan looked at the ruins of the jewelry store in bewilderment. Wu Shuang said to his sister that it was time for them to leave here already. Qin Yan got angry and shouted at Wu Shuang, why is he acting like this? He should fight her. Qin Yan's sister said that she should calm down already. The protagonist turned around and said with a smile that she should think about compensation first. Sometime later, at the Dashi family's house, Ming greeted his father. Hung asked, did he invite the Qin family as he ordered? Ming said that he had already sent an invitation to the Qin family. Hung frowned and said to Ming that Qian was already here. The future of their family may depend on him. What to do, he must decide for himself. Qian, one of the 4 Scarlet Warriors. He has an exceptional talent, thanks to which he was able to advise King Redwood on how to deal with 100,000 barbarians from the north. He became the first in the young generation and was already able to lead his family. Not to mention that even the emperor himself had met him. And his sister Yang was forcing him to marry her. Ming said to his father that he would not give in to them. He would be with the one he loved. Even if they had to go to war with the Shimin family. Hung said that the banquet was about to start. It was time for them to welcome the guests. After a while, Qin Yan's sister asked Ming how he was doing. Ming ignored her words and stared at the entrance to the banquet hall. Zhou said to Ming that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Ming stared ahead silently. Zhou became angry and thought that he was an impudent idiot. Their family was at least stronger than others. How dare he ignore such important guests? The protagonist walked into the banquet hall with a smile along with his sister. Ming said to the protagonist and his sister that he had been expecting them to appear. The invited guests asked with displeasure, who are they? Ming even came out to greet them personally. Wasn't this the Qin family? This was the first time they had seen a rich aristocrat invite a poor family to a party. Could the rumors about Ming getting close to a girl from the poor Qin family not long ago be true? Zhou looked at the protagonist with annoyance and asked Yuan if he was the one who killed Yao in a few seconds. Yuan said that was right, he had seen it himself. Qin Yan walked up to the protagonist, shouting his name. Wu Shuang asked Qin Yan in surprise, did she really want to fight him again? Qin Yan looked away in embarrassment and said that she wasn't here for that. She asked the people in the jewelry store and realized that she was wrong about him. So she wanted to apologize to him. The protagonist turned away from her and said that she didn't seem to regret her actions at all. However, he was a magnanimous person, so he forgave her. Qin Yan got angry and shouted, has he completely lost his mind? She shouted while the male lead covered his ears with his fingers. Why did he cover his ears? Is her voice so terrible? He should be grateful to her that he is even standing next to her. Then Dashi Yu, the daughter of the head of the Dashi family, appeared in the hall and said that she thanks everyone for coming to her party. She hopes that they have fun at this party. The guest said that she is finally here. She looks so good. Ming said to his sister that he is asking her to come over to him. You asked to the male lead, is this the one her brother told her so much about? She can't believe her eyes that he is so young. Wu Shuang said that she is very kind to him. Qian said with a fan covering part of his face that this party is quite lively. Ming turned around and thought as he looked at Qian, where did he come from? He definitely wasn't invited to this party. Zhou thought with a smirk that the Shimin family was the only big aristocratic family in the southern heaven country. He wanted to see how the Shimin family dealt with the Dashi family when they weren't invited here. Qian smiled and said that judging by their reaction, they weren't very happy to see him here. Ming shielded the protagonist's sister with his body and said to Qian that he had noticed correctly. Qian said that he had heard rumors that he had gotten close to some girl from a poor family. Was that really who he was shielding now? He then said to the protagonist's sister that she looked charming. Now he understood why Ming was crazy about her. They should let him try too. The protagonist stood in front of Qian and said that he shouldn't approach her. Qian used his ability and released a colossal amount of energy that enveloped the surrounding area. Qin Yan closed one eye and thought, what a powerful blow he had. Why wasn't Wu Shuang hit at all? Ming shouted at Qian, how dare he do such a thing on the territory of the Dashi family? Qian said, looking at the protagonist, it didn't matter to him anymore. The only thing he wanted was to kill him. Wu Shuang used his ability and thought he was serious. The head of the Dashi family suddenly appeared and stopped the two of them with one move. Qian thought that this old man had appeared at the wrong time. Heng said, hiding the trembling in his hands and turning to Qian, that he was causing inconvenience to his family. Qian smiled and asked, why are they so worried? It was just a warm-up. Then he chuckled and said to Heng, he had already agreed to the marriage contract. And he must remind you that the consequences of refusing will be extremely serious. Hung said that his family will act according to the rules. When the wedding hour came, they would make sure that everything went smoothly. Qian said that this was all fine and good, but this affair between a powerful noble and a poor girl was already well known. It was unacceptable to the Shimin family. They would not let it go so easily. Hung asked what they wanted. Qian said with a smile that either the Dashi family or the Qing family should disappear. The guests at the party cried out in surprise, just disappear altogether? How could it come to this? One of the renowned warriors from the sacred land, Zheng Wu, asked with a smile as he walked in, so should they disappear? Zhou, surprised, said that this could not be. One of the renowned warriors said, turning to Qian and flexing his fists, that he was asking him to elaborate on this matter. How could a family disappear? Ing became nervous and said that Qian was just joking, they should not take his words seriously. One of the renowned warriors said, tightly gripping his weapon, that he could sense this arrogant attitude. It didn't look like he was joking about it. Qian hid his smile behind his fan and said that they would only find out later whether it was a joke or not. The protagonist said to Qian that he should thank the head of the Dashi family. After all, he saved his worthless life. Qian gritted his teeth and said to Wu Shuang that he would pay for what happened here today. Wu Shuang smiled and said that he would look forward to it. Jun said to the protagonist that this time he was able to strike up a not very pleasant relationship with the Shimin family. The protagonist poked Jun with his elbow and said, calling him uncle, that he thanked him for coming just in time. Otherwise, this banquet would have ended very badly. Hung looked at his hand, which had stopped the protagonist's punch. One of the renowned warriors said to Jun that this student must have earned his sympathy. If someone calls him uncle, he must be killed immediately. Jun asked with a smile, then why is he still alive? One of the famous warriors smiled and said that he obtained information about the Qing family. Their ancestors came here from other countries. Hundreds of years ago, a large number of the younger generation of elites suddenly disappeared, causing them to lose in the family evaluation. After that, the Qing family fell apart. If they hadn't lost all the precious techniques back then, their family probably wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. However, this guy is very promising. This is becoming more and more interesting to him. Everyone in Luojiang province sees the Qing family's battle against the Su family as just some kind of prank. But he wanted to know his opinion. What are the chances of the Qing family winning? Jun said that if the Su family doesn't have any hidden geniuses, the Qing family will be able to achieve a crushing victory in this battle. One of the famous warriors asked in surprise, can they achieve a crushing victory? After some time passed on the night streets of the city, the protagonist asked, turning to his sister, what's the matter? Xiao thought with a sad face that she found out that Ming had already signed the marriage contract. Wu Shuang looked at his sister and thought, is she really thinking about what happened today? This marriage contract was forced on Ming. His sister finally fell in love with someone. This means that she will definitely get him. The protagonist said, turning to his sister, that she can go forward without him. He still has some things to do. Then Ing said, standing on the roof and watching the protagonist's sister, that guy left. He smiled and said that this means it's her turn. Wu Shuang appeared and sat down next to Ing on the roof and asked, his sister is very beautiful, isn't she? Ing jumped back abruptly and thought as he assumed a fighting stance. When did he appear here? The protagonist asked, was it Qian who sent him here? Ing activated his ability and thought that this guy was able to approach him silently. Wu Shuang stood up and asked, does that mean he doesn't want to talk? Then they should end this. Ing thought as he charged at the protagonist. It seemed like this guy was much stronger than Qian thought. He had to get rid of him here and now to avoid future problems for their family. The protagonist quickly grabbed his opponent's head with his hand and pressed him hard against the roof, pinning him to the surface. Ing looked at him with fear in his eyes and thought, how is this possible? He was stunned with just one move. He was at the 6th level of true power. Wu Shuang tightly held the enemy's head with his hand and threateningly said that he should look at his sister. If he has business, he should ask him first. Sometime later, at the Su family's house, Qian asked, what kind of surprises does this Qing family have in store for them to challenge the Su family? Have they thoroughly investigated the Qing family? Samli asked, could they possibly have hidden powers that could destroy their family? They could only have the family's secret martial arts techniques. Qian asked, what about Wu Shuang's talent? Samli said that this guy just trained hard, there's nothing special about him. 4 years ago, he was able to defeat the youngest son of the Zhang family of nobles, and a few days ago, he was able to kill the second son of the Zhang family. It's absolutely impossible for an ordinary student to defeat someone at level 9. Moreover, the Dashi family was involved in both cases. So he thinks that this is secret help from the Dashi family. Qian said that this is a strange matter. Even if the Qing family is supported, it won't help in the family assessment battle. How dare the Qing family challenge the rich Su family? Then he sneered and said that they should ask Xiao about it. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted as he threw Ying's body out the window next to Yuan, that he was bringing his lackey back. It would be hard for his family to survive now, lest hundreds of years of cultivation be destroyed in an instant. Sanli looked at Ying's body in fear and asked, turning to Qian, should they pursue him? Qian asked irritably, did he seriously want to pursue this guy with his strength? Was he so eager to leave after the old man? Ying was at the 6th level of true might. He had superiority in stealth killing. There was only one wound on his body. This meant that he was killed in one move. This man must be at the 8th level of true might. He thought about it and said that the father and son of the Qing family could not have such strength as Ming. Qian asked, turning to Sanli, who was the best warrior in Luojiang province. Sanli said that the strongest was Hun, but he was only at the 7th level of true power. Qian said that this old man from the Dashi family was already annoying him. Then, 10 days passed in an instant. During this time, the battles between the poor and the respected families ended, with some losing and some winning. In the end, the Gu family won the Qing family's place without much effort. For the second place in the poor class, there was a fierce battle between two enemies from Juda City. Finally, the Lan family won against the Li family, and they got a place in the poor class. In the battle for the respected class, the Zhou family, which was known as the strongest of the poor families, defeated the Xia family, which had held the status of respected class for many centuries. Soon, many spectators gathered in the arena, waiting for the battle for the rich class place to finally begin. The head of the Yun family said to his daughter, "She must pay close attention to this battle." The servant of the Zhang family asked, turning to the head of the Zhang family, did he also come to watch this battle? Was he already finished with the funeral? The head of the Zhang family said that he should leave him alone. Pinyin said next to the protagonist's sister, Wu Shuang actually decided to call the rich class. He still can't believe it. Fan Xiao said to Pinyin that he should look over there. There is Ming standing next to Wu Shuang's sister. The spectators shouted in displeasure, when will the battle begin already? They should already announce the start of the battle. One of the famous warriors from the sacred land, Zheng Wu, shouted with a smile that he could tell from the looks of the spectators how annoying he was. The most anticipated battle is about to begin. They should welcome the Su family of the rich class. The spectators said that the Su family looked quite imposing. It probably took more than one generation for their families to become like them. One of the famous warriors shouted that they should welcome the Qing family from the poor class. The spectators laughed and said that this family only had 2 members. They should be ashamed to be in such a position. After all, their family has been around for hundreds of years. Was Lian Shan going to fight alone this time? One of the famous warriors shouted that before the battle began, he should remind everyone that in the evaluation of families, it was a life and death battle. Unless one side conceded defeat in advance, the battle would continue until one of the opponents died. Their lives were in the hands of the god. Wu Geng chuckled and asked, who from the Qing family wants to die first? His blade is thirsty for blood. The audience was surprised and said, the famous warrior from the Su family, who is called the Human Butcher. They are in for an action-packed first battle. It seems that the Su family wants to crush the Qing family in the first battle. This warrior acts like a cruel beast who loves to torture his opponents. One of the famous warriors asked, who from the Qing family will go first? The protagonist smiled and raised his hand. Suddenly, Lian Shan stepped forward and said that he will participate in the first round. The protagonist's father thought that he had brought his family to this situation and insulted his own son, letting his daughter tremble in fear. Those arrogant people from the rich class with their humiliation, and even ordinary citizens who dared to oppose them. He is the one who bears full responsibility for all of this. He must regain the lost dignity and status of his family. Then, one of the famous warriors shouted with a smile that both sides are ready to fight. The battle for a place in the rich class, the first round begins. Wu Geng gritted his teeth and said, activating his ability and turning to Lian Shan, that his pathetic soul will follow the others who challenge the blade he holds. Lian Shan furiously charged. Wu Geng blocked Lian Shan's spear with his weapon, and their energies collided, giving rise to a spherical counteraction formed between their forces. Wu Geng smiled and said that today he will learn what happens to those who challenge the Su family. Lian Shan thought as he dodged the strike, that he had a very fierce technique. It seems that the fight will not be easy for him. Wu Geng laughed and shouted that it was right, let him dodge the strikes like a coward. He then said while his opponent deftly dodged the strikes, No matter where he dodged, he would still catch up with him. The spectators shouted indignantly, "Why is he selling out to dodge? He should fight. Every single one of the Qing family is a coward. Why is this disgrace happening? The battle for the rich class is not a training ground for them to practice defensive techniques. Why doesn't he fight back? Although in the end, they are a poor family, they can't play fair. If he can't beat him, then just give up already and don't waste their precious time." Qian asked, turning to her father, "How are they going to defeat the Su family if they do nothing but dodge?" The head of the Yun family crossed his arms and said with a smile to his daughter that she was wrong in her judgment. He had already fought Wu Geng, and his fighting techniques were not only powerful, but also very fast. Although Lian Shan had difficulty dodging, it meant that he had the strength to fight against him. Gu Wen sneered and shouted as he slashed with his weapon, "He wants to escape?" He then shouted as he jumped up and raised his weapon above his head, "He won't be going anywhere now." Gu Wen launched a powerful strike from above, which Lian Shan blocked with his spear. Gu Wen shouted in annoyance, "How is this possible? How could such a pathetic true might level 1 warrior stop his strike?" Sun split. Lian Shan thought that his opponent was undoubtedly reckless by nature, which meant that he must have absorbed a lot of furious energy, making his attack power weaker. He should be able to fend off his strikes now. The protagonist's father blocked Gu Wen's strike. The audience shouted in surprise, "Is he actually fighting? This Lian Shan has actually started to act." Lian Shan thought that after more than 3 years of training with the Tendon Alteration book, not only his physical abilities had been strengthened, but also his internal energy. Therefore, he had changed a lot during this time. Then, he furiously charged at his opponent using the Qing family martial art, Moon Judgment. Gu Wen gritted his teeth and shouted that this was simply impossible. Lian Shan used a technique and slashed with his spear. Gu Wen thought, "What's going on?" His power suddenly increased unexpectedly. He could barely dodge his strikes. He then blocked his opponent's strike with his weapon. Gu Wen shouted to Lian Shan that he had indeed underestimated him, but in the face of his furious strength, his weak spear would not be able to pierce his huge blade. Lian Shan used his ability and destroyed his opponent's blade. Gu Wen said that he could not lose. Then, his body fell to the ground. The spectators stared in amazement at the outcome of the battle. The protagonist looked at his father and remembered the past. He then said to his father that he must believe in him. This time, he would return their family to their former status. Lian Shan said that he trusted his son. He would also fight with him. After some time in the arena, Lian Shan looked at the Su family and asked who would be his next opponent. One of the famous warriors shouted that in the battle for the rich class, the winner of the first round was the Qing family. The spectators shouted in surprise. They weren't dreaming, were they? Lian Shan was really able to win. Is he really that strong? Or was it the Su family that had become weaker? Sunli asked displeasedly, looking at the protagonist's father. Was he really able to reach the 3rd level of true power in 4 years? Is this the Qing family's trump card? Lian Shan furiously shouted, "Who would be next?" Sihai said that he wanted to go and fight him. Sunli said that he was counting on him. Also, Zhou would go with him. The spectators asked with astonishment on their faces, Sihai would participate in the 2nd round? Apparently, the Su family was very angry. This is like a battle between elders. His strength is comparable to Sunli, who is the elder of the Su family. They heard rumors that when the Su family was competing for the position of elder, Sihai and Sunli fought to the death. But in the end, Sihai just missed. And the second participant is Zhou. He is in 3rd place among the 7 young masters. At such a young age, he is already at the 3rd level of true power. This time, Lian Shan will definitely not survive. The opponents met in the arena, and the host, holding a microphone in front of him, announced that according to the rules, if the same fighter wants to continue the fight in the next round, the number of his opponents will double. He smiled and added that Lian Shan is not retreating, which means the fight will be 1-on-2 in the battle for a place in the rich class. The 2nd round has already begun. Sihai turned to Elder Qing and said that he couldn't believe that 4 years ago, he, a worthless person, could defeat Wu Geng. Now, he thought that his strength was at most the 3rd level of true power, and asked if the move he used was his signature move. Lian Shan frowned and looked at him carefully, and then Sihai turned to Zhou and asked him to step aside, as this round would end very quickly. Zhou folded his arms and agreed. Then, the Su family representative stepped forward. His eyes lit up, and a powerful aura formed around him. Lian Shan thought that his aura was incredibly strong. Was this the 5th level of true power? His eyes widened in surprise when Sihai appeared next to him with incredible speed and told him not to stand there like a pillar. Lian Shan swung his spear and used Moon Judgment. But his opponent thrust his hand forward, easily parrying the blow. He thought too fast, he can't follow it. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he moved to the side. Sihai asked if he understood the difference in their strength now. Lianshan swung his spear in response and tried to use Holy Mystic Strike, but his opponent again parried the blow with his hand and shouted that it wouldn't work again. He then released a powerful energy from his hand, knocking his opponent back. Xiao watched this with horror on her face. Lianshan put his hands on the ground, blood flowing out of his mouth again. Looking at his opponent, he thought that he was strong. His strength was incomparable to Wu Gang. If he was just a lousy dog, then Sihai was a tiger. Sihai then said that he wanted to say that Lianshan was quite a tough fighter. Elder Qing leapt into the air, swung his spear again, and thought, no matter if it was a dog or a tiger, he wouldn't back down. Furrowing his brows, he released energy forward and used the Qing family martial art, 8-pointed lunges. Several powerful strikes rained down on the ground around Sihai. He closed his eyes and said that it seemed like he still didn't understand the difference between the two. After that, he twirled the spear in the air and declared that he had changed his mind and would not kill him. He would continue to strike until he admitted defeat. He then struck his opponent with his hand covered in energy, sending him flying to the side, trying to cover himself with his spear. But Sihai followed up with several more powerful strikes to his stomach, sending Lianshan flying into the ground. Watching this, Samli said that he was an idiot. This is what happens to those who challenge them. The cries of those watching could be heard from the stands, saying that this was clearly not the level. He should just give up. He really is crazy to challenge the Su family. Why can't he just live with his family? Why does he have to get into trouble? At this time, Lianshan was trying to get up from the ground with shaking hands. Then, he covered himself with energy and swung his weapon again, saying that even if he was destined to die, he would fight until his last breath. Sihai, looking at this, said that he was just reminding him that if he gave up, he would be able to live in peace. Although, if he wanted to die, he would not dissuade him. First, he would kill him, and then his entire family. Then, he concentrated energy into his hands. Samli looked at him in surprise and said, this posture. The final form of the shadow palm. When he. At this moment, Sihai rushed forward, using the technique shadow palm. Rainbow reaching the sun, like a glittering sword, ready to strike the target. Lianshan, in turn, activated the martial arts of the Qing family, creating spring thunderstorm. The powerful energies collided, illuminating the battlefield with a bright light, and the opponents continued to advance, showing no signs of retreat. The onlookers were shocked by what was happening, frozen in amazement. Did Lianshan block the attack? Could he really be on par with Sihai? The father of the Yun family, with his arms folded and his brows furrowed, voiced his concerns, fearing that this was not the case. Suddenly, Lianshan's spear began to crumble under the enemy's powerful attack. With horror in his eyes, he realized that it had broken the silver spear that had served him for hundreds of years. Could this be the end? It was impossible, given the difference in their strength. In his mind, he began to apologize to his wife. He longingly thought about the house she had given him, and how he and the children stood by her bed. Now he knew that he would not be able to protect this house from all dangers. Xiao, watching this, desperately exclaimed, Dad. The Yun family elder folded his arms and said, it's over. The battle continued, and Xiao kept calling out, Daddy. One of the spectators, his mouth open in surprise, noted that Lianshan had held on for a long time, but the difference in their strength was too great. The Yun family elder leaned forward, looked at the field carefully, and exclaimed, it's this. The clouds of dust and smoke began to clear, and Lianshan, looking forward, was surprised to see his son stop the enemy's attack with one punch. Pingyin exclaimed in surprise, saying, isn't it Brother Wu Shuang? The protagonist turned to his father, and said that he could rest for a while. He then turned to his opponent with fury, and demanded that his father leave this to him. After which, he loudly announced that they admitted defeat. The spectators were amazed at how Wu Shuang stopped Shihai's punch. Samli frowned in indignation and said, how is this possible? This move is the strongest among the Su family's techniques. Impossible, this is impossible, someone is secretly helping. Who is it? Is it someone from Dashi? He looked at the crowd and said that this is impossible, since Ming is not capable of such a thing. Someone from the Zhengwu sacred land? No chance, the sacred land never interferes with the evaluation of families. Who is it? At this time, the host said that Wu Shuang was simply incomparable. June, passing by him, called out to him and asked him to come down and continue the competition. The next moment, he jumped down and announced, so the winner of the second round is the Su family. The observers began to talk among themselves. They were sure that although Sihai won, he did not look too happy. A move of the 5th level of true power was stopped by an ordinary student, who would remain indifferent in his place. Judging from Lianshan, he no longer had the strength to continue the fight. He was unable to win 2 rounds in a row. At this point, Sihai turned to the host and asked, "But are others allowed to break into the fight?" The host looked at him in surprise and said that the rules did not say anything about it. Then he smiled and added that he was also just a student. Watching this, Wu Shuang said, "It seems that Mr. Sihai is not too satisfied. Since he is on the field, he should not go far. They will immediately start the next round. They can attack together." Father looked at him silently, and Qin Yan, watching from the stands, exclaimed that Wu Shuang has gone crazy. Obviously, one-on-one combat is better, there is a higher chance of winning. Then, turning to her father, she said that this referee is clearly on the side of the Qin family. Did he fool him? The girl's father said that this is not the case. This young man was actually able to stop his move. Wu Shuang must be at the same level, or even higher, to be able to block a level 5 true might attack. At this moment, Zhou angrily shouted at the protagonist to stop being so arrogant. How dare he talk to them like that? Zhou was ready to beat the crap out of him. The host announced that both sides were ready to fight for the rich class, and the 3rd round had already begun. Sihai stepped forward and told the protagonist that he should have died 4 years ago. He shouldn't think that he could win just because he was able to stop one of his moves. Then Zhang Xian should have beaten him to death and buried him there. The protagonist replied with a smile, "That's an idea." He thanked him for kindly giving him this opportunity and asked if he could try it out for himself. The opponent said that he simply couldn't wait to see what kind of demon this man was to be able to escape death. He shouldn't think that his move was the strongest, otherwise he might not be so lucky in the future. Wu Shuang enveloped himself in energy and announced that as thanks, he would give him a head start of 3 attacks against him. How could he do that? Zhou ran forward and shouted that he would die. He punched forward, but the protagonist appeared behind him and said that he didn't say that he would give him a head start too. He then attacked his opponent's back with a powerful punch, sending him flying forward, creating clouds of dust. His head hit the carpet on the floor, and he thought, what happened? He can't move. Samli desperately tried to call him out, and the onlookers were astonished, exclaiming that Zhou, who had a level 3 true power, was knocked out with 1 blow. Could this youth really be that strong? Wu Shuang then turned to Sihai and said that it was his turn. His opponent furrowed his brows and thought that Zhou was at a level 3 true power. How could he be knocked out in just 1 strike? Could it be that Wu Shuang really had the power of the 5th level of true might? He then swung his arm and enveloped himself in energy as he ran forward, shouting that the sage would never believe it. He used the shadow palm technique. Purity like a peach forest. The onlookers were surprised that Sihai's attacks didn't work at all. The protagonist's face was slightly tilted back from the strike, and he looked at his opponent and said that the move was indeed cool, but it lacked strength. Sihai was at a loss. How was this possible? Could he really block this move as well? The protagonist slammed his hand forward, apologizing with an arrogant expression and asking if he had accidentally gotten hurt. Sihai's aura flared with rage, the floor beneath his feet cracked, and he exclaimed, "Arrogant child, he doesn't need his pity." He then extended his hands forward, concentrating his energy. Samli furrowed his brows and said that all his energy was concentrated in his palm. This was the move he used when he fought against him. Was he really in such a state? At this moment, the Su family representative resolutely ran forward, directing all his energy at his opponent. He couldn't believe that his move wouldn't work. However, his eyes widened in surprise and horror when his trembling hand collided with Wu Shuang's face. Calmly looking at him, Wu Shuang stopped his hand with his fingers and said that he had already launched 3 attacks. Now it was his turn. Then, he covered his fist in fire and swung it back, using the true Inferno technique. A powerful energy burst forth, and Sihai, trying to defend himself, covered himself with his hands, exclaiming, "This is bad." Wu Shuang used the ominous 9 suns burning technique. An explosion occurred in the arena, a cloud of smoke and dust rose up, and the onlookers asked in surprise what was going on. When the smoke cleared, the people present saw Sihai's charred face, and Samli shouted his name in horror. The people watching the battle were astonished. Sihai, a person of the 5th level of true might, couldn't handle an ordinary student? This kid's strength is amazing. The rumor that he was able to kill a fighter of the 4th level of true might turned out to be true. Unbelievable. They saw this for the first time. Mao desperately shouted, "Xian Yao." So it was their father who killed them. Su is to blame for everything. The host, confused, announced that the winner of the third round for the rich class was the Qing family. Pinyin raised his hand in delight and shouted that brother Wu Shuang had won. Zhong, without holding back his emotions, supported him, saying that he was incredibly strong. Ming, watching this, thought that he had previously thought that Wu Shuang was not higher than the 6th level of true power, but it seems he was wrong. His strength far exceeded all expectations. The host announced with a smile that it was already noon, and they would take a break before the 4th round, which would start soon. The spectators in the stands were discussing that the Su family was in a difficult situation this time. They couldn't believe that they would actually continue this fight even though their future depended on the family's assessment, and they were supported by the Shimin family. At this time, Qian clenched the fan in his hands and said with annoyance, "Wu Shuang." He then turned to his subordinates and said that they had to act. Some time later, at the Su family's manor, Sanli, turning to Mr. Qian, said that they had already lost 2 rounds in a row and did not know what to do next. Sihai's nervous system was damaged, and Zhou was also seriously injured. No one could harm their families since they entered the rich class, and during the next battle, he would ask young Master Shimin for help. Qian took a sip of his drink and advised him not to panic. He suggested that they wait for good news. At this time in the inn, Wu Shuang, turning to his father, told him to sit down and he would treat him with acupuncture. Lianshan readily agreed and took a seat on the sofa. The protagonist, having begun the treatment, thought that from his past life, he knew that the transfer of energy through acupuncture could heal a person with protection in a matter of minutes. Then he looked at Ming and thanked him for taking care of them. Ming replied that there was no need for thanks, because he could not do otherwise. Lianshan, watching them, thought that their children had grown up so quickly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of their room, and a voice came from outside, shouting that the father and son of the Qing family were asking them to come out and talk. Wu Shuang, turning to his father, told him to stay here, and he would go. Ming, turning to him, said that he would go with him. The protagonist refused him and said that he did not know what purpose these people had come for, but he hoped that if anything happened, he could protect his family. Ming agreed with him and said that he could rely on him. The protagonist then walked outside and looked at the unexpected guests and said that the Shimin clan was full of talents and could even summon a true power level 8 master. The chief of the masters said that, knowing their strength and background, they could not be kind. In the next battle for the rich class, the Qing family must admit defeat. The protagonist frowned and looked at him and asked what if not. He replied that it was up to him. The next moment, 2 masters jumped down, preparing to attack Wu Shuang. They unleashed a powerful energy on the protagonist, causing him to fall to the ground. The masters then jumped onto the roof to their leader. He turned around and said that they were returning and should report everything to the Lord. It seems that the youth was at most level 6 in true might, and he was overestimated. Wu Shuang said at this moment, they seriously just came and knocked someone down. The master, surprised, turned around and asked, could he still be standing? Then, turning to his colleagues, he asked, did they decide to spare him? The young master ordered them to get rid of the Qing family. One of the masters said in confusion, well, about that. The other confirmed his words, saying that this youth was just a martial arts student and could not be stronger than them. His colleague, however, thought, how is this possible? They hit with almost full force. How come nothing happened to him? They were already at level 7 in true might. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang stood up and, concentrating energy in his hands, said that he was looking forward to how they deal with him. He thought that these 2, who were on the 7th level, were no threat to him. The only one to be wary of was their leader. In the next moment, the masters rushed forward, and their leader said, it seemed like he still hadn't realized what kind of situation he was in. Are they all attacking him together? The protagonist enveloped himself in fire, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, Shimin. He, Wu Shuang, declares here and now. The powerful shout sent the masters flying back, and their leader exclaimed, that was the lion's roar. Those inside the inn looked towards the street in surprise, and Lianshan anxiously exclaimed, that was his son's voice. And the protagonist continued to shout, Su family, if the masters of Shimin are standing behind them, death is already near. Those nearby looked towards the source of the sound in surprise, and asked, what kind of sound was that? Did someone use the lion's roar? Wu Shuang continued to shout that he would wipe their pathetic family off the face of the earth. Well, the people of Shimin, since they decided to stick their noses into this squabble, he will now pursue each and every one of them, even if it was someone from the sacred land. The residents were in disarray when they came out onto the streets, saying that the Shimin family was in danger. Could it be that a battle between low-ranking aristocrats could attract the attention of the upper class? The head of the master thought that he was probably afraid that his internal energy might be stronger than his. At such a young age, could it be that he already had the 8th level of true power? At this moment, the host landed on a nearby roof and said, "What a voice." Pursuit of the family evaluation participants. It seems that they greatly underestimated the Jingwu sacred land. The members of the Shimin family. The masters looked up in surprise, and the leader asked, "Where did they come from?" Then they went downstairs and the host said with a smile, "Okay, that's enough for today, we need to go." The leader thought that even this young man's strength couldn't defeat them all. It seemed that the sacred land of Jingwu was also interested in choosing sides, and it would be better for him not to get in their way. The Su family is not that important. He said to his subordinates that they should go. Wu Shuang then asked Jun why they came. He hadn't finished the battle yet. Jun replied that they were passing by and heard some sounds, so they decided to check just in case. The Shimin family is becoming more and more powerful. It seems that they have achieved significant success over the years. The protagonist asked in surprise, "What is the strength of the Shimin feudal lords?" Jun replied that among all the feudal lords in the kingdom, they rank 5th. They are the strongest lords of the southern heavenly country and rule over 8 provinces at once. 3 of the family are at the 8th level, and there are about 10 or more people at the 7th level. Their elder has already reached the 9th level of true power. In other words, all the aristocrats of the southern heavenly country cannot compare to the Shimin family. Wu Shuang thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said, "A clan that only needs 8th level true power, which has 3 people plus 1 at the 9th level. No wonder they are so arrogant." He thought that the 9th level of true power was the same level as the peak of his strength in his past life. Jun stroked his beard and said that there was almost no time left until the next battle. The battle for the rich class. Will he give up or continue the fight? He asked why he suddenly brought this up. He replied with a smile that meeting such a strong family could not help but be frightening. The protagonist smirked and said that he would not hesitate, he would wipe the Su family off the face of the earth. At this time, in the Su family manner, the masters approached Qian and suggested that he return to his family. He agreed to them, but at this moment, Sanli approached him and said in despair that the time for the next battle was approaching, so what should they do? Qian asked who the strongest warriors in their family were now. Sanli replied that 3 had already sacrificed themselves for the family, and now the strongest were he and his uncle Yu. Qian said that he would work together with Lord Yu then. Would he be able to fight against Dashi Hung? Sanli replied that they were both at the 5th level of true power, and Hung had already reached the 7th. He was afraid that it would not be easy to defeat him. Qian turned around, looked at him, and said that this was important. This was very important, and now they only had 2 options, surrender and accept defeat, or fight to the death. Sanli exclaimed indignantly, "Fight to the death? How could that be? Is Wu Shuang really that strong? Doesn't someone from the outside help him?" Qian said that his 8th level true power warrior had just escaped from Wu Shuang. He only said one thing, the strength is not inferior to him. Sanli said desperately, "True power." Qian continued walking in the opposite direction and said that he had already said everything, now it was up to him to choose. After a while, in the Luojiang province arena, the spectators asked in surprise, why had the Su family not come yet? Did the morning battles frighten them? Are they avoiding the fight? A wise man knows when to retreat, and this student is actually a reincarnation of a spiritual child. Ordinary mortals cannot compare to him. How did the Su family think they could handle him? Now even the Shimin feudal lords are begging for forgiveness from the Qing. The Shimin is the strongest family in the southern heavenly country. Why would the poor Qing family even need them? The Su family is the most treacherous of all the aristocrats. The elder of the Qian family said that time was almost up. It seems that Sanli doesn't really want to fight. What does he think, Elder Yun? He folded his arms and said, "This old man." The spectators shouted indignantly, "This is a disgrace." The strongest family was beaten, and they still refuse. Such families should not exist in their province. At this moment, Sanli jumped into the arena, breaking the carpet beneath him, and shouted at everyone to shut up. A powerful energy emanated from him, and with a frown, he thought that their family's motto was to fight like lions in the name of Xia until their brother was destroyed. What could these Qings do that would make his family leave? Wu Shuang, he wants to see what kind of demon he really is. The protagonist glanced at him and said hello, he finally came. Sanli addressed the judge and said that he had already fought 2 opponents in the previous round, which meant that he would have to fight 4 at once. The spectators were confused. Did this old man really want an ordinary boy to fight 4 at once? 1 against 4. Wu Shuang had no chance of winning. The elder of the Yun family expressed his dissatisfaction. This old man must be crazy. How will Wu Shuang respond to this? The host reminded him that according to the rules, if a participant enters a fight for the second time in a row, he must fight. The protagonist confidently declared that he would accept this challenge without any problem. Qin Yan, indignant, exclaimed, "Who does this boy think he is?" 3 elders of the Su family entered the arena. One of them said that it had been a long time since he entered a fight in this event. Some brat dared to threaten him. His brother asked, "Was Sihai killed by this brat?" The third elder replied, "Sihai is one of his best disciples, he will definitely avenge him." The elder of the Qian family, who was watching this, exclaimed in surprise, "This trinity." The head of the Yun family guessed that Samli must be completely desperate to bring out these 3 old men who have not appeared in society for more than 10 years. Although their strength is only at the 5th level of true power, when they combine their strength, they can match the former elder of the Dashi clan Hua, who has reached the 7th level. This is why the Su clan has begun to spread its influence throughout Luojiang province. Samli, confident in his strength, thought that with the help of the 3 elders and his trump cards, he will never believe that he cannot win. The host announced, "The 4th round for a place in the rich class. 1 against 4, begin." The Su elders used water spell, filthy earth, Thor's wood, fire she, almighty gold, on the 5-element thunder array. The next moment, a magic cube fell on the protagonist. The elder of the Yun family said anxiously, "It's over." They had the opportunity to end the flow of the thunder array. Now Wu Shuang has no chance of winning. However, the protagonist waved his finger, put his hand on his chin and asked, "Is this their finishing move?" Quite powerful. No wonder feudal lords like Shimin love them so much. One of the old men said with a grin, "Child, they know about his combat skills. That's why they are standing here. However, he is too careless. No one can escape from the flow of the 5-element thunder array. No matter how strong he is. As long as he remains locked up, they have nothing to fear." Wu Shuang only smirked in response. He began to concentrate his energy, saying that in this world, everything has its cause and effect. It doesn't matter what kind of technique it is, it's more important to understand where his power comes from. He then said loudly, "Old man, your tricks won't work on him." The next moment, the space around him began to crack. The old man cried out in despair. "This is impossible!" He then gave the order to intensify the attack of the strongest array. Using spells, he activated the 3 paths of drought, 6 Kun fractures, bowl tremor, bowl covering, and central devastation, creating an extermination array. He cried out that he never thought he would have to use this to defeat a child. "The extermination array won't last long, we must use the shifting technique to kill him in one blow." Samli, concentrating energy in his hand, joined in the attack. The Su family representatives also joined forces, shouting insults at the protagonist. A powerful energy began to rise up, and the protagonist closed his eyes, saying how tired he was of them. Then, in the arena, a powerful pillar of magical energy slammed into the ground, causing a powerful explosion. Zhong, closing his eyes, said, "What a powerful move. Are these old men really that strong?" Pinyin exclaimed, "This is powerful. Brother Wu Shuang. What's going on? They can't see anything." Lianshan desperately called out to his son, and the next moment, his brows furrowed. When the smoke began to clear, he saw that his son was holding the old men's bodies by their hair. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise, exclaiming, "Are all these old men dead?" Samli, drenched in blood, wondered in bewilderment, how is this possible? The array of 3 old men was capable of holding back a warrior of the 8th level of true power, but this Wu Shuang simply destroyed him. He looked at his opponent in horror, and the protagonist continued to concentrate his energy, saying that it was his turn to act. Samli brought the pill to his lips and was surprised to realize that even with the help of the 3 elders, they would not be able to defeat him. He did not want to admit defeat, but he still took it. For the sake of his family, he was here and did not intend to retreat. Suddenly, he remembered how Qian handed him the capsule, explaining that it was a serum that could increase his strength to the maximum. However, he had to take into account that the effect would only last for a short period of time. He only had to decide whether to use it or not. Samli's body underwent a change, and the protagonist looked at him in surprise. The Su family representative, overcome by madness, laughed and exclaimed, "Strength. He can feel it running through his veins." Yuan, seeing this, exclaimed in amazement, "Is this really his father? How did he become so powerful?" His brother said that he looked incredibly strong. The powerful warrior of the Shimin family turned to the young master and asked, "Isn't this the capsule they borrowed from the royal family?" How did he convince Elder Su to accept it? Qian waved his fan and replied that this capsule could boost his strength for a short period of time, but it also had wonderful side effects that he didn't know about. He suggested that he just let him experience it. Samli, enveloped in powerful energy, shouted out, for the sake of the Su clan's survival, Wu Shuang, he must die. His true power level rose to the 8th level and he extended his hands forward, spewing out powerful energy. Wu Shuang also raised his arms to attack and exclaimed, "Is this the Su clan that dared to mess with the Qing family?" His true power also reached the 8th level and he released his energy towards them, causing their powerful attacks to meet, causing another explosion. The protagonist, shocked, thought, what did this Sunli eat? His strength increased dramatically. Sunli, with a mad laugh, turned to Wu Shuang, proclaiming that he was incredibly strong for an ordinary student. Even the 3 elders could not defeat him, but now his techniques are powerless against him. Watching this, Jun, with his hands behind his back, remarked that Sunli must have eaten something truly amazing. The host, who was standing next to him, leaned on his staff, sighed and said that he did not like these strange things. After a person ate this capsule, his energy center was destroyed, but in return, the internal beast essence was stimulated, which greatly increased his strength for a short period of time. Judging by Sunli, he had reached the strength of the 8th level of true power. Jun warned that such drugs cannot pass without a trace. Once their time expired, Sunli's body would undergo changes. Where did he get this godforsaken medicine? Meanwhile, Sunli was preparing to attack with a smirk. He thought that the medicine's effect would only last for 5 minutes, so he had to act quickly. He then shouted at his opponent that he would destroy him with his strongest move. Dare he accept it? His body was enveloped in powerful energy that was bursting out, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack. In response, the protagonist swung his fist engulfed in flames and said that he must admit that he had exceeded his expectations. And so, he would also use his strongest move. With shouts, they ran towards each other. Sunli used a technique called Jade Labyrinth, Wolf Shadows, and Wu Shuang used a technique called Power of the Sun, 9 Suns. A powerful explosion thundered in the center of the arena, and the audience was covered by waves of this explosion. The elder of the Qian family exclaimed in surprise, "How powerful!" The head of the Yun family opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Is this really the battle for a place in the rich class?" In the arena, Sunli shouted at his opponent not to even try, he couldn't withstand this move. The protagonist replied that his daily training was not something he could easily win. Their powerful energy closed in once again, and Sunli anxiously shouted that it was impossible. Wu Shuang exclaimed that his fate would be decided here and now. A blow for him, to the bullies. The next blow was for humiliating his father, and the third blow was for forever persecuting his sister. And so, with these words, he struck the opponent in the chest, causing him to fly far forward. The sons anxiously called out for their father, and Sunli himself, having gathered his last strength, raised himself on his hand and said in surprise, "Has the effect of the drug worn out? Has his strength left him? His shadow armor?" At this time, the protagonist, shrouded in smoke, confidently walked forward and said defiantly, "Elder Su, it's time to set off." His opponent, lying on the ground and sweating profusely, thought that he couldn't die. He was an elder of the rich Su clan. He couldn't just leave like that. Then he turned around and, overcome with anxiety, shouted at him to wait. He was admitting defeat. Wu Shuang looked down at him and asked what he was muttering. He couldn't hear him. Sunli desperately shouted that he gave up. The Su family had lost. He thought that if he left here alive, he would be able to take revenge on them in the future. He had to. But before he could finish his thought, the protagonist kicked his opponent in the back with all his might, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. He then apologized and said that he would pretend that he hadn't heard him. The host announced with a smile, in the name of the Jinwu sacred land, he declared that in the assessment of the families of Luojiang province, the winner for the place in the rich class is the Qing family. Xiao clenched her fists in joy and exclaimed in admiration, "Victory! Father, her brother has won." Tears gathered in the corners of Lianshan's eyes. He said, "Wu Shuang, he did it." Niu Dai, trembling all over, asked his son, "Is he not sleeping? Is this really the same Wu Shuang?" Qingyan, with her mouth open in surprise, said, "He actually managed to win." Her father said, "What an amazing young man." The protagonist's friends joyfully chanted his surname, calling him their savior. The whole world will celebrate the fall of the Su. The spectators shouted that the Su family got what they deserved. Over the years, the Su have done many terrible things, and now justice has finally returned. Meanwhile, the defeated family was leaving the battlefield, the sons supporting their wounded father by the arms. Qian, covering his face with a fan, said that this drooping face indicates that the side effect has worked. Now Samli would most likely drop to around the 3rd level of true power. This was the end of them, the Su family. He then turned to his subordinate and said that they could leave. The Su family was now useless. The Qing family then entered the arena, and the host happily congratulated them on returning to the rich class. Now it was the turn of the rich class token. He asked Elder Qin to come over to receive his token. Lianshan picked up the reward and looked at it, and said that so many years had passed, he never thought that his family would ever be able to see this token again. He then looked at his son and said, all thanks to him. After that, the host offered to praise the rich Qing family, and the audience was filled with thunderous applause. The warrior exclaimed that this was simply unbelievable, and they should take an example from the Qing family. The man agreed with him, adding that before this assessment, they seemed so weak and everyone thought they were finished. The old man standing next to them, with his hands behind his back, asked, over there, is that the daughter of the Qing family? She is really charming. Hung, watching this, said, you need to keep your distance in order to strike a decisive blow at the right moment and secure a place in the rich class. The Qing family is growing like an approaching storm. It seems that Luojiang province has a bright future. Now many will want to cooperate with this family. The host smiled and sighed, saying that the old man really did not expect to see this. He thought that he should stop rumors about this family assessment from spreading. Jun said that he would take care of it, and he would report everything to Lord Wu Xing. The host thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said, Wu Shuang is a warrior of the 8th level of the Truth of Might. At the Qing family's victory banquet, some time later, Pinyin happily congratulated the protagonist on his promotion to the rich class. Zhong, filled with emotion, clenched his fists and exclaimed, there are so many people here. The Su family finally got what they deserved. Pinyin added with a smile on his face that now these former peasants will not dare to act as arrogant as before. The protagonist, taking a sip of his drink, remarked that the Su family business is still strong, and this should not be underestimated, even now. At this moment, Qin Yan came over and, clasping her hand with hers, called out to the protagonist. He turned around and asked in surprise, Miss Yun? What does she want? Has she come to pester him again? Qin Yan indignantly closed her eyes and said that no one is pestering him. She came here to congratulate him, and although he is young, his strength is worthy of her respect. He replied that it would be better if she stopped pestering him. Clenching her fist, she indignantly exclaimed, enough already. Soon, Lianshan walked to the center of the room, picked up a drink, and addressed the guests. He said that he wanted to personally thank everyone who had come here to celebrate this momentous occasion. The elder of the Qian family walked up to him with a smile, and said that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, and he really admired their family. Lianshan replied with a smile that he was very kind. The guests began to approach the elder of the winning family, and raise a toast to him, congratulating him on his victory. Lianshan smiled and said that all the elders were so polite. He thought, of course, if a person has status and strength, then people will show more respect. The next moment, the elder of the Qian family put his hand forward, blocking the path of several masters, and told them not to interfere. He said with a smile, Brother Lianshan, his son showed everyone in this assessment of families. In general, he has a daughter, and she is almost 14 years old, and her beauty and other aspects are worthy of attention. The one standing next to him looked forward with embarrassment, and said hello. The elder of the Yun family put his hand on his shoulder, and said that she was still young and did not even know their peerless Wu Shuang. Then he smiled and said that his daughter was a perfect match. They studied in the same academy, so they had known each other since childhood. The representative of the Qian family asked with a smirk, what was he talking about? But he had heard that it was his daughter who decided to barge into Wu Shuang's place to accuse him of something he had not done. The elder of the Yun family clenched his fist and indignantly shouted that these were just rumors. Then he folded his arms and said, everyone knew that Ting was the one who had problems with Wu Shuang. His daughter had simply gotten caught up in their squabble, and he had even had a serious fight with the dean of the academy. The head of the Qian family indignantly told Lianshan not to believe him. Then they started saying that their daughters were more suitable for his son. At this time, the two masters were talking among themselves, and one of them said with a smile that these two old men were actually trying to sell their daughters. And in front of everyone, how ironic! At this time, in the Su family estate, Sanli walked forward and asked Elder Yu if he had done what he asked. In response, the old man folded his hands and said that everything was ready, they were just waiting for him. He turned around and said, okay, they must remember that today they will do everything possible for their family, for their survival. If they do not leave the province, then in less than half a year they will be exterminated. They must go to the lands of Wu, to the city of Donglin. There they will set up ambushes and do everything to destroy the Qing family. If no family members are left, then they will not be able to be reborn for a long time. And sooner or later they will become a laughingstock in Luojiang province. The old man addressed him and declared that they would destroy all of the Qing at any cost. Although the journey would be long and difficult, traversing the 1,000 miles of the Great Tseng Mountain, passing through hundreds of prefectures and provinces, it no longer mattered. The Baiwa kingdom had abandoned them, so it was imperative that they find refuge in the lands of Wu. In the past, they had many enemies, but they had dealt with them thanks to their status as a wealthy class. Now that they had been reduced to ordinary citizens, their end was certain. The same Qing. Then he pointed his finger to the side and said, "Enough talk, let's go." They would split into 2 teams. The first group would go to the Qing residence and burn everything there to the ground, destroy their ancestral home and destroy their faith in a bright future. Addressing the soldiers, he ordered them to destroy the fields and set fire to the oil factory. After they had dealt with that, they were to head to the southeast, where the second group would be waiting. They will regroup on the border of Cloud Country, in the royal lands of Redwood. At this time, at the banquet, Tong Yao called the protagonist, and he looked at her in surprise. She asked if she could talk to him in person. She had important information. Looking at her, Wu Shuang thought, "Isn't this one of the Yun sisters?" After a while, they went outside, and he told her to speak. She asked if he knew about the invisible danger that was waiting for his family. She said that she wouldn't beat around the bush if young Master Qing promised her something. He could rest assured that she would tell him everything right away. He closed his eyes and said that he was not interested in making deals with strangers, nor was he interested in promising to do anything for them. She indignantly shouted, "Hey!" He replied that if she really had secret information only for him, she should speak frankly. As for the promise, was she sure that she could trust the promise of someone she had never met? She shouted yes. If it was his promise, then she would believe it. She then fell silent in embarrassment, but after a few moments she said, "Okay, let's get to the point." According to her sources, the Su family was planning to do something that would target his family. Although she didn't know the details of their plan, she thought that they would show up soon, and she was sure that it would be tonight. He had to trust her. After all, she sincerely didn't want him to be harmed. The protagonist thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and asked, "Su still had the nerve to oppose them?" He thought, murder? After the defeat, their entire family should have realized that they couldn't send him to the next world. Besides, they must have already been warned by the Shimin feudal lords. Really? The next moment, he turned around and ran towards the manor. On the way, he shouted his thanks for the information. He shouted that he would definitely repay her for helping him someday. As she watched him go, she shouted, "Hey!" If he wanted to repay her, he would have to find her at the Redwood Martial Arts Academy. She then put her hand on her chest in embarrassment, and said that he hadn't even asked her name, so how would he find her? At this time, Wu Shuang ran up to his father and whispered the information into his ear. At the same time, Lianshan asked for the guest's attention. He said that there was an urgent problem that needed to be addressed. He would definitely hold a banquet at his house later. He hoped to see them all there. Everyone agreed that they would definitely come. Ming ran up to the protagonist and asked what was going on. He replied, "Sister, brother Dashi." It seemed that the Su were going to take action against them to finish off the Qing family once and for all. He thought that those people were already on their way to Donglin City. He felt that nothing good could be expected from them. There were only a few people guarding their house, and he was afraid that they would not be able to protect him. Ming said angrily, "Those damned Su." He would call his boys and they would go straight after them. Wu Shuang asked him to take care of his sister while he and his father urgently went to Donglin City. Ming agreed and said that he would prepare horses for them. At this time, in the Qing family residence, Qing Lianchuan, the guard of the Qing family, asked why one of those huge lanterns was higher than the other. A worker standing on a ladder adjusting a lantern asked, "Uncle Chuan, is this okay?" Chuan replied that the left lantern needs to be raised a little higher. "Yes, like this." Then, turning to Shao Qi, he told him to bring the ladder here, but be careful not to hit the lanterns. Shao Qi smiled and said that he knew. Chuan then turned to his subordinate and said that tomorrow he should go out and buy fireworks. Enough that the brightness would blind your eyes and the sound would be deafening. When the elder and his family returned, they would have to greet them properly. The worker smiled, put his hand on his heart, and said, "Okay, they are servants of the rich class." Chuan hit him on the head and told him that he was acting like an idiot. The worker laughed and said he couldn't be blamed. The world was cruel. Chuan, picking his nose, confirmed his words and said he liked her for a while, but her mother didn't like him and thought he had no future. So what, did something happen to her? He said with a sincere smile. Moreover, this afternoon Little came to say that her mother no longer objected to them dating. The guard said, well, he is a lucky man, but he must consider that he will have to suffer from such a mother-in-law. The servant folded his arms and said Little is not like her mother. Yes, he won't spend all day with his mother-in-law, will he? The guard replied, okay, he needs to take care of his own tasks first. There's no time to delay congratulating their lords. The servant laughed and said that he knew. At this time, Elder Yu, turning to the elder, said that it looks like the Qing have already received good news. They are hanging lanterns everywhere, apparently deciding to celebrate early. Samli said that they will wipe the grins off their faces. At this time, the protagonist and his father were racing forward on horseback. Lianshan, turning to his son, excitedly exclaimed that they should hurry, as he had a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, in the Qing residence, the buildings were engulfed in flames. The guard, turning to the workers, shouted, hurry! Everyone must run to the ancestral home. The subordinate, holding a weapon in his hand, anxiously asked, who is outside? The guard furrowed his brows and replied, the Su family. It seems they have come to take revenge on them. A member of the Su family, addressing the elder, loudly declared that they are hiding inside. Samli, standing in front of the closed gate, furrowed his brows and shouted that this was outrageous, cutting it with his sword, allowing their family to enter. Chuan, seeing them, exclaimed, everyone get ready. The other workers supported him. He gritted his teeth and looked at the opponents and thought that the elder and his son had just won the battle for the rich class, and now was the time for a celebration. He would not allow chaos to be wreaked here. He then loudly proclaimed that the house served as a resting place for their elders' ancestors. And although they were not part of the Qing family, the elder thought otherwise. They would not allow anyone to destroy this sacred place. Altogether. After saying this, all the workers rushed towards the enemy. Samli also ordered his family members to run and kill them in response. The Qing family worker, facing the enemy, shouted, idiots! Don't underestimate them. Zhou attacked him with his sword and declared that all the blows Wu Shuang dealt him will be reflected back at them, worms. Chuang swung his weapon and shouted, 6! Zhou punched him in the face and exclaimed, does he think that now is the best time to be distracted by others? He then punched him in the stomach and said with a mad smile, Wu Shuang, it doesn't matter how strong he is. If he can't protect his charges, then he's just trash. Blood flowed out of the guard's mouth. At this time, the protagonist continued on his way, thinking that the horses were starting to get tired. There was no way they would get there in no time. He then shouted to his father that he would go ahead. The next moment, he kicked off the ground and jumped far ahead. Lianshan, frowning, said that he would not lag behind. Meanwhile, in the residence, the son of the Su family was shouting at his subordinates to burn everything down. The manor was increasingly engulfed in flames, with the workers lying lifeless on the ground. The remaining ones continued to attack the enemy, shouting that if they could defeat one of the strongest warriors, it would help a lot. They surrounded Elder Yu, and he frowned and in the next moment, struck several blows with his sword. Samli also injured many workers of the Qing family at this moment. He then shouted that the Su family would not be able to rest in peace if they remained alive. After a while, their family stood surrounded by corpses. Chuan's entire body was trembling, stretching out his hand forward, and desperately said, ancestral home. One of the workers stood up with the last of his strength. With trembling hands, he grabbed his weapon and shouted that as long as he was here, no one would get in. Samli walked up to him and shouted at him to get out of the way, and then perhaps he would spare him. But the worker gritted his teeth and cried out, if Elder Qing hadn't found him and helped him when he was a child, he would most likely be dead now. He wouldn't pass. But the next moment, his hand was cut off, and Samli shouted that he could then watch him destroy their house. He then pinned the boy to the ground with all his might and laughed madly. He declared that he would kill them all after he destroyed the house. He wished that Wu Shuang would never dare to come near him again. But what a terrible house! He offered to decorate it. Then he turned around in surprise, seeing the worker grabbing his clothes. Gritting his teeth, he desperately shouted that he wouldn't pass, but Samli turned around and kicked the worker in the stomach again. He said that he wouldn't let him pass. He would defend the house to the end. Samli swung his sword and said that if that happened, he would die. The worker gritted his teeth and mentally apologized to Lin Yang. It seemed like he would never be able to marry her in this life. The next moment, a powerful pillar of energy crashed onto the battlefield. The people present were carried away by the waves of the explosion, and everyone looked in surprise at the protagonist, who was standing in the center of the spreading fire. One of the workers in the Qing family grabbed his hand with a smile and exclaimed, It's the master. The young master has returned. Chuan, clutching his stomach, added, the young master has returned, they are saved. Samli, gritting his teeth, cried out, how did he know about their plan? Then he gave the order to his kinsmen to retreat, and they turned towards the exit and ran, trying to retreat as quickly as possible. Wu Xuan, concentrating the energy in his hands, said, these guys like to play with fire, don't they? Then he sent powerful energy forward, which, having transformed into fire spheres, began to fall from the sky. Samli, surprised, raised his head and asked, where did these fireballs come from? What kind of technique is this? The protagonist used a technique called Fire Limit, Burning Lotus. The Su family members, engulfed in flames, desperately called out to the elder. They were begging for salvation. Samli turned to his son's cries and saw Wu Shuang holding Yuan by the throat. Yuan, not wanting to die, desperately begged his father for help. The protagonist asked, Su Yuan, right? How dare he call himself one of the 7 young masters? Last time, he let Zhang Yao die for him. Who's next today? Samli desperately screamed, begging for mercy. In response, the protagonist slammed his opponent to the ground and looked at the elder, saying that his son was the same person as his servants. They were raised by someone too, they were also important to someone. If they decided to come to his house to kill, they should be prepared to accept death. Samli clenched his teeth and exclaimed, Yuan, Wu Shuang wouldn't dare. Then he rose into the air, swinging his sword. But the next moment, the protagonist grabbed his arm and turned to his subordinate and asked, is this the idiot who cut off his arm? The subordinate confirmed his words, and then Wu Shuang turned to Elder Su and said, accepted. Samli nervously asked, what does he want to do? Then he struck him a few times with his sword and told him not to worry, he was only going to cut his tendons. He had to watch attentively as his pretty sons died right before his eyes. His sons' hands shook with fear, desperately calling for their father. They did not know what to do. Chuang, watching this, opened his mouth in surprise. He said that the situation had instantly turned upside down. How could their young master, who had been bullied for 4 years in a row at the academy, become so strong? The next moment, Samli surrounded himself with energy and shouted at Zhou and Ting to leave as quickly as possible. They must preserve their family's blood. He would try to delay him for at least a little while. But the next moment, Wu Shuang rushed forward, causing a powerful explosion of energy. Zhou, turning to Ting, shouted at him not to turn around and to run. They looked ahead in horror, where Wu Shuang had beaten them to it. He stopped and threw them off the roof. Samli lay on the ground, trembling all over, desperately calling for his sons. The Qin family worker noticed with surprise that these people, who seemed cruel and all-powerful, fell prostrate in front of their master, trying to escape, if only to save their lives. The strength of the young master was simply incomparable. Chuan walked to the center of the courtyard and ordered the workers to clear the area and tie up the survivors. One of them put his foot on Samli's back, pressing him down harder, and shouted that the tendons of his legs and arms had been cut, but he was still resisting. At this moment, Lianshan ran up to the residence, calling for his son. The workers turned around in surprise at the sound of the voice, and exclaimed joyfully that the elder had returned. Chuan walked up to him and apologized, saying that he was unable to protect the family. They almost lost the ancestral home. He put his hand on his chest and said that fortunately, the young master arrived in time. The elder frowned and replied that they were indeed his family. To meet an enemy stronger than them face to face, without fear in their eyes. They are simply great. Then the sound of hooves was heard from outside the residence, and a worker clenched his teeth and shouted in irritation, is someone from Su heading here again? Lianshan said that it was not so, looking at the gate. The Hu clan chief pointed his hand to the side and told his clansmen to quickly take all the fire and dry it out, and bandage the wounded as quickly as possible. The Qin family worker exclaimed happily, neighbors. Chuan asked in surprise, and the people of the Hu clan? The worker replied that their Qin family and the Hu family had always been at odds with each other. Why did they come here? The protagonist thought that it was all his fault. For the past 4 years, he had only thought about his cultivation, so he had completely forgotten about the people around him. If he had taught them martial arts from the beginning, they would have been able to fight back today. Relying on the right time, place, and people, he would remain complacent. Wu Xinghe, how he annoyed him. Did his past life teach him nothing? His thoughts were interrupted by Shin, who desperately begged for forgiveness and said that he had very important information. Pinyin, with his hands on his hips, looked up at the roof, looking at the protagonist. He said that this idiot keeps shouting about his important information, what should they do with him? The protagonist looked at him and thought, where did he come from? After that incident, the Qin family was working hard to rebuild their house with the Hu family. Several workers were working hard, and one of them, holding a hammer in his hands, leaned his back against the wall and said with a sigh, "Yes, this Qin family is really exciting." His neighbor, who was hammering a nail into the wall, said that if Wu Shuang had not intervened in time, the consequences could have been dire. The man clutched the hammer in his hands and frowned, saying that he did not expect the Su family to be so crazy as to not only attack all the members of the noble family, but also carry out a change of power. Fortunately, Shin came and told them about their plan. He didn't expect that they would split into two groups, one of which would seek to destroy everything belonging to the Qin. His colleague added that Wu Shuang had shown incredible ferocity in battle. He had entered the fray and had dispatched the entire Su family in less than a quarter of an hour. Although the Qin family had suffered heavy losses, fortunately no one had died. It was amazing. To turn the tide in his favor, he had never seen such a powerful fighter. This young man had become the hope of the entire Donglan city, no, the entire Baiwei kingdom. Now their city would never be the same again. At this time, in an underground room with rooms closed by bars, the protagonist showed Go Shin a dagger coated with poison. He said that even a minor wound would cause his entire body to shake, foam at the mouth, and convulse endlessly for 3 days and 3 nights, followed by death. Would he like to try it? Shin sweated, his body shaking with fear. The next moment, he began to bow at his feet and shout, "Young master, he begs for forgiveness for his mistakes." He could not distinguish gold from jade. His pitiful eyes looked down on him. His mouth was full of lies. Confused, he said that he knew that he would not be killed because he would still be needed. He asked that he be free to dispose of him, and he would do anything for him, even sacrifice his life. Wu Shuang sat down at the table and looked at the blade of the dagger and asked, "Is he saying that the Su escaped at night to move to the great land of Wu and seize the Baiwei kingdom? Is he lying? Or is it all true?" Shin replied that it was true, all the way to the end. The protagonist turned his gaze to him and said that the Su were originally just a small family from the rich class. They couldn't just take over the kingdom and escape to the great Wu land. Could there be someone behind them? Go Xing scratched his bald head and asked thoughtfully, "Who was behind this?" He was scared, not having a clear idea of what was happening. At this moment, the protagonist, surrounded by a powerful energy, approached him and said, "He doesn't know?" Then he added that there was probably no point in leaving him alive since he was no longer valuable. Go Xing, desperately repeating, "Young Master Qing," asked for time to think. Wu Shuang, looking down at him, said that he didn't have much time to think. Go Xing scratched his beard and remembered that during the family evaluation, the Shimin feudal lord stayed in the Su residence, but he didn't know what plans they were making there. The protagonist asked, "He doesn't know, what were they doing there? Is he sure about that?" Go Xing, cowering in fear, hesitantly said that his sources said that it was the Shimin feudal lords who suggested that the Su family flee to the great land of Wu. The protagonist said that the Shimin family was one of the 12 great feudal lords who were firmly holding their position. Why did they decide to make such an offer to the Su family? Did they have some ulterior motive? Go Xing was at a loss for words. He thought that Wu Shuang wanted him to betray the Shimin family. His life depended on it now. He was afraid that he would die if he said no to his request. To hell with it. It was time to end this conversation. He then said that the Shimin feudal lords had also decided to betray the Baiwei kingdom and had begun to carry out their plan through Su. The great lands of Wu were no different from the Baiwei kingdom, both were at the middle level of subordination of countries. As time passed, these 12 would be mired in conflicts like fire and water. The Shimin feudal lords must have secretly agreed with the royal family in the great land of Wu to act domestically as well. The protagonist asked, "Was there anything else?" He added that if they succeeded, the great lands of Wu would be able to expand their territory, increase their natural resources, and achieve a high level of subordination of the country. And the Shimin feudal lords would be crowned as a foreign royal family. They would take over the entire Redwood royal lands. Then he closed his eyes and thought, "That's it, now he's going to die." Wu Shuang looked at him and thought, "Oh, this Go Xing, no wonder he's lived so long. So many things came out of his mouth. But quite useful." Then he closed his eyes and said, "Okay, since he's been so good, he'll spare his miserable life." At the moment, his family doesn't lack human contact. The only thing missing is a lousy dog. He asked Go Xing to think about whether he would work for them. If he did, he promised that his life would be more luxurious and people would praise him. If he decided to betray the Qin, he would only need his little finger to destroy him and his entire family. He didn't rush him, giving him time to think. After that, he left the room, and Go Xing, watching him go, said that he had never seen a child with such an approach and character. Who cares what the Shimin family is doing? If this is the case, this man is a man of high aspirations. Go Xing honestly became a dog. Although he could not bite, he still had fighting ability. The news that the Su family had betrayed the Baiwei kingdom immediately spread to all possible places. The officials of Luojiang province immediately sent their men to the Qing house to catch the criminals. Some 32 people went to attack the Qing, of which more than 20 died. In addition, letters written by one of the feudal lords from the great land of Wu were found in the Su family's possession. An escape plan was also found, which was irrefutable evidence of betrayal. The siege of the Qing house, the deliberate attack on the nobles of the Baiwei kingdom, all of their men were caught and put in shackles. With numerous witnesses and solid evidence, the outcome of the matter was obvious and predetermined. Soon the news reached the emperor. Common crimes could be solved by civil servants, but not treason. The emperor was furious. All the crimes were obvious, so he gave the order to the executioner to execute them without delay. The emperor also sent investigators to the Redwood royal lands. He demanded a strict investigation from all the families that had close ties to the Su. Overall, not a single innocent person was harmed. True, no one went unpunished. Some time later, at the Qing family's training ground, she looked at his hand with joy and exclaimed, "Uncle Chuan, he must see. His hand is completely fine. Unbelievable, severed hands can be restored. Yes, and it seems to be stronger than before." Chuan clenched his fists and said that the young master has been doing acupuncture and moxibustion these days. Not only did it heal the wound, but it also added strength. One of the people present said, "I wonder why the young master gathered them all?" The next moment, the protagonist came out to the crowd, standing on the platform in front of them. He thought that the ordinary Su were enough to endanger the existence of the house. After all, the Qing family needed more elite warriors. When he was treating them, he noticed that their physical abilities were sufficient, but their martial arts were lacking. He then shouted to be heard. They were guardians. What was their duty? They shouted in unison, to protect the family with their lives. Wu Shuang exclaimed that this was wrong. Their duty as guardians was, firstly, to be able to protect themselves. If they couldn't even protect themselves, then how were they going to protect their house? Chuan thought that he was right. In the face of so many elite warriors, it was quite difficult to protect even themselves, let alone defend the house. The protagonist then shouted that they were all children of the Qing family. He would never doubt their loyalty and would even ask them to sacrifice themselves. But to defeat the enemy, courage, loyalty and fortitude alone were not enough. On the battlefield, their strength and strategy are much more important and effective. And starting tomorrow, he will conduct special training for them for 3 months. Qi, looking at Chuan, asked, "Special training?" Chuan replied that the young master's strength is great, and if he trains them, they will become much stronger. The protagonist warned that the training will be difficult, and not everyone will be able to endure it. He suggested that those who want to leave should do so right now. The guards unanimously replied that they will never leave or give up. Wu Shuang said that this is good, and they must remember the results of these 3 months will definitely change their fate. At this moment, Goshen came to him and said that he had fulfilled his request. The news cheered him up faster than the wind. Everything was done with utmost care, and he promises that no one will ever know about his request. Wu Shuang replied that this is excellent, and Goshen did a good job. Then he turned his gaze to Goshen and said that all he had to do was obey him. He needs people who can solve problems, not just talk. He opened his mouth in surprise and thought he was allowed to become a human again. Then he clenched his fist and said, "Young master, since there is evidence that the Shimin feudal lords were in league with the Su family during the family appraisal, why not take this opportunity to stir up more trouble for them?" Wu Shuang asked, "Does he think his word alone is enough to knock Shimin down?" Goshen guessed that the young master does not want to get involved with the Shimin feudal lords. If that is the case, then why did he want him to spread rumors? It does not bring them much harm. Can they do anything against Shimin at all? The protagonist replied, "Nothing, so for now they are just waiting. The rumors will help to protect the feudal lords from further action against them. If not for them, they would most likely have been attacked by now." Goshen said that this was a brilliant idea. At this moment, Xiao looked up and called Wu Shuang. He looked down and said, "Sister." Then he saw her smile and said, "Wait a minute, that expression. Was someone coming to propose to them again?" He thought that recently, suitors were pestering them. About 3 or 4 times a day, about a dozen of them came. Xiao told him to hurry up and come down. There was a girl here who wanted to see him. He asked in surprise, "Girl?" On the Tianxian continent, the countries are divided into 12 classes. The first class is the Great Empire, which is divided into the upper, middle, and lower levels. The second class is the Free Countries, also divided into 3 levels. The third class is the Subordinate Countries, also having 3 levels. At the very bottom are the Slave Countries and various tribes, also divided into 3 levels. There are 4 classes and 12 levels in total. The Baiwa Kingdom, located at the very bottom of this hierarchy, is only a subordinate party of the middle level. After a while, the protagonist went outside, and when he saw his guest, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's that girl." He almost forgot about her. She looked at him with a smile and said, "Young Master Qin." She thought that he would have ordered her to be driven away since he achieved what he wanted. Smiling, he said that he understood her joke and it was funny. Thanks to her information, his Qin family was able to avoid an evil fate. A favor for a favor, he will repay her kindness if it is in his power. She looked ahead and said, "Okay, then they will not hesitate. They are moving to where he is. Few people know about this, it is all kept secret." She hopes that he will keep this secret. In 3 months, the 4 heads of the Baiwa Kingdom will act as judges for the National Student Martial Arts exam. The protagonist folded his arms and looked at her in surprise and asked, "Huh?" She placed her hand on her chest and warned him not to underestimate this exam, as it would be much more difficult than the usual tests. However, this was a special opportunity. In the past, such exams were held in the territory of the Baiwa Kingdom, and those who passed them were sent to study in the sacred land of Jingwu. Such students would instantly reach the top. This time, the location of the exam would be much further away from the kingdom in the mother country of Baiwa. The mother country is a mid-level great empire, ranked 2nd in terms of grades, with a large number of noble families. The Baiwa Kingdom is only responsible for selecting and sending talents to the examinations. If the participants show good results and their numbers are sufficient, the kingdom will be able to receive a corresponding promotion. These are the privileges of the kingdom. As for the students, they have an incredible future. If they can pass the selection rounds, of course. In that case, they will at least be able to study in the sacred land of Jingwu. And these chosen ones will have a chance to enter the spirit world. Wu Shuang, hearing about the spirit world, was surprised. The spirit world? He had heard of it before. What kind of place is this? The peak of martial arts in his past life, but limited to the cultivation of the earthly world. That is to say, roughly speaking, the spirit world here is the same as the other higher-level martial arts in his world. Tong Yao turned to look at him, looked into his eyes and said that a member of her family, her sister, was going to participate in the exam. She would like him to help her during the exam. The main thing was to pass the preliminaries. He thoughtfully rested his chin and said that if this was a normal martial arts exam, then he could probably help. However, her sister's abilities had not yet reached the proper level, and he wondered if this would cause problems for him in the future. She replied with a smile that there was no need to worry, because the spirit world needed not only talented people, but also those who showed promise. And if he was willing to help, then his presence at the exam would be very useful. He agreed and said that if it was as she said, then he was willing to help. She closed her eyes and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. He put his hands on his hips and replied, "You're welcome, a favor for a favor." By the way, he never asked her name. She smiled again and said that her name was Tong Yao. Donglan City is located next to the Great Tseng Mountain, which belongs only to Mother Nature. But this does not stop young warriors from using it in their training. Wu Shuang taught everyone cultivation, and 3 months of training turned ordinary fighters into an iron army. They trained their spirit, internal energy, and mental power. During training, the protagonist did not sit idle. He trained the power of the sun, striving to reach the ideal level. Enveloping himself in energy, he stood in front of a small pond and, looking at his hand, said, he was finally able to cultivate the power of the sun to the ideal level. And pumping here is much more pleasant than in his past life. The path of the power of the sun is to concentrate all the energy of qi inside yourself. It is like many rings of raging waves that gather into one huge hydrogen. Once the whirlpool is completely collected, the power of the sun reaches the ideal level. And if the technique is at the ideal level, then the result of the strike of the power of the sun will not take long to come. Then he concentrated the energy in his hands and sent a powerful stream of fire energy forward, using holy destruction. He said that the last style of this technique was much stronger than the previous ones. The peak of his power in his previous life was already near. This was a familiar and pleasant feeling. Even if Elder Shiman himself showed up, he thought he could win. The highest level of martial arts that he could not reach in his previous life, here he comes. Wu Shuang is the 8th level of true power. June 6th is a significant day, good for a walk. The Qing family was standing in the courtyard, and Lianshan, turning to his son, said that this time he would have to go to Redwood. It seemed that he would have to stop at the cloud limit, which belonged entirely to the Shimin feudal lords, so he must be careful. Wu Shuang looked at him with a smile and told him not to worry, they would not dare to come to him. Even if they did, he would be able to deal with them. Then he looked at his sister and said that the issue of the relationship between his sister and brother Dashi had already been resolved. Father said that he should show his class in this exam. He believed that with his abilities, it would not be difficult to pass. The most important thing is that he would have the opportunity to enter the spirit world. Many of the Qing tried to enter there, but no one succeeded. The protagonist said that since it was so serious, he would try. Then he saddled his horse and, heading for the exit, shouted, "Let's go!" In Luojiang province, there were only 4 fighters under 20 years old, Dashi Yang, Yun Qingyun, Su Ting and Qing Wu Shuang. Su, accordingly, is excluded from the list. In other words, only 3 people from Luojiang province were eligible to participate in the exam. After some time, the guys arrived at their destination. Walking along the street and looking around, Qingyun put her hand on her side and said that this city is truly beautiful. The prosperity and size are much greater than Luojiang province. Dashi Yin looked ahead and suggested heading to the center, where he assumed all the participants were gathered. The high-class martial arts students from the 8 provinces of the cloud side were divided into their own groups. Suddenly, Yin Yuhong, a martial arts student of the 8th level of True Might, rode on horseback and began to push through the crowd. She shouted, "Make way! Get out of the way!" The participants ran away from her, indignant. What kind of nonsense is this? Who does she think she is? The girl looked at her with fear and said her name. Hong hit her with a whip and exclaimed, "What kind of fool dared to stop her horse?" Qingyun, watching this, folded her hands on her hips and exclaimed indignantly, "Who is she, rude and reckless?" One of the participants said that he knew her, she was the mistress of the Yin Yu family. They get along well with the Simon feudal lords. The member next to him remarked, no wonder she was allowed to gallop around the city like this, with such a family supporting her. Suddenly, Qingyun stepped forward and exclaimed, "This was wrong. She had brutally hit an ordinary passerby. How disgusting. No manners." Hong glared at her and told her to shut up, otherwise she would have to answer for her words. Qingyun shouted that she was talking about her, but so what? They were all from the Cloud Country, so they should be united and help each other. They were high-class fighters who came here to represent the Cloud Country in this exam. Why was she picking on them? She was fighting with everyone here. But if others heard about it, she thought they would think it was all just a joke. Or was she wrong? The protagonist watched this silently. He didn't expect her to seek justice. The members who were watching this awkwardly looked away. Hong smirked and said that the others had no opinion on the matter, so it was better to stop embarrassing themselves. She thought that her family had been friends with the Shimin feudal lords for many generations. No one would dare to oppose them. Qingyun looked at her with embarrassment, and then Wu Shuang stepped forward and said that he saw that his mouth was also not shutting up. Should he help her? Yang also stepped forward and asked if she was willing to play by the rules and fight for the country above the clouds. When did she forget this? She asked indignantly, where did these scum from the provinces come from? How dare they oppose her? The protagonist asked her. She was just a flea that he could kill with just a touch. Didn't she think it was time to stop? Frowning, she indignantly shouted that he would pay for his words. Then she swung her whip again, but he easily grabbed her weapon and threw her to the ground. The people present watched in horror. They were perplexed, shouting, "Does he want to die? Who is he?" She sat on the ground, her eyes blazing with anger. She exclaimed indignantly, "How dare he? She will make him regret this." Qingyun laughed and asked with a smirk, "What? Disgraced herself and still saying something?" One of the onlookers clenched his fist with a smirk, thinking that this was amazing. They did what he had long dreamed of. These country bumpkins came to someone else's territory, but they dared to oppose the local nobility. Hong, standing up, got angry and, turning to the martial arts students, ordered them to line up. Everyone present took up arms, and Qingyun exclaimed, "What are they doing? Deciding to mock them in broad daylight?" Hong confirmed this and asked, "So what? What will she do to her? Some foreigners dare to contradict her here. Right in the city above. Well, she'll have to teach them a lesson or two about not being such idiots." The protagonist thought that the locals only listen to the strongest in order to humiliate anyone who gets in their way. How familiar this was. But the next moment, the students suddenly shouted at Hong not to bully them. She should be ashamed of herself for using her friends to bully others. That's right. If she objects, they can go one-on-one. In her opinion, the martial arts students in the city above are weaklings? If she wants to bully everyone who's not from here, she won't be able to. Isn't this a group competition? Today, all the martial arts students from the 8 provinces will test their strength against them. But the protagonist smiled and thought that this world was entirely dependent on martial arts. Then there was an awkward silence, which was broken by Shimin Xing, who came over. He asked, what was going on here? What were they up to? Everyone turned to look at him, and the students exclaimed, it was feudal Lord Shimin. Young master is here. Hong walked up to him and folded her arms and said, young master Shimin, he has finally arrived. Just one more minute, and these strangers would have rebelled here. A bunch of country bumpkins dared to threaten their city in the clouds. She was beside herself with rage. Xing smiled and said that everyone had come from different places. He thought that they were a little tense since they were far from home. However, there was no need to make trouble here because of this. Wu Shuang closed his eyes and said, hey, they are rats and snakes, stop being hypocritical. The feudal lord smiled and said that it seems like their friend has some kind of grievance. I wonder who he is. The protagonist replied, Luojiang province, the rich class, Wu Shuang. Xing's eyes widened in surprise, a drop of sweat trickled down his face, and their gazes met. Hong continued to shout indignantly that this man was being impudent. How dare a member of the rich class oppose them? She demanded that he allow her to punish him. In response, Xing slapped her in the face and said that it seemed like she was the only one here who was acting stupid. The people present were completely astonished. She gritted her teeth and looked at the feudal lord and asked why. He replied that as far as he knew, she had been riding around the city on horseback, hurting innocent people and knocking down passers-by. Today, top-level martial arts students from all over the provinces have gathered, and she is causing trouble instead of giving a proper welcome. This blow is a reminder to her. In the future, if she leaves this country and dares to disgrace them again, he will kill her immediately. Hong clutched her face in surprise, tears streaming down her eyes. She thought, when did young Master Xing become so fair? After all, being rude to everyone and causing trouble is his style. Xing then asked for attention and said that he dare not disturb their gathering anymore. On the contrary, he proposes that they unite. They all represent the same transcendental country. The better they show themselves, the more glory they will earn for their homeland. And the higher the rank they will achieve in the Redwood lands. They are all comrades in misfortune. If someone were to threaten their alliance, he, Xing, will not forgive them. So, what do they think? The martial arts students awkwardly agreed with him, while the feudal lord turned to the protagonist and asked, isn't he right? He folded his arms and answered in the affirmative. He said that it was especially when everything depended on what he said with his mouth. Although his friends were acting quite tyrannical, Xing smiled and said that since this was her first strike, she would only have to deal with one. If she continued to cause trouble, he would personally deal with her. Brother Qin, it was already late. Why didn't he join them at their residence to spend some time and get rid of this summer heat? Wu Shuang looked at him seriously and said that if he wanted to invite him, he should ask his father, Lord Shimin, to do so. One of the students asked in surprise, what was wrong with this kid? Daring to reject the invitation of the Shimin feudal lords. After a while, in the Shimin residence, Lord Shimin Yu, a level 9 true power, was lying on his chair, resting his head on his hand, and said, a pathetic person from the rich class wants him to personally invite him. This brat is too arrogant. Then Qian turned to Xing and said, did he understand that today in the central square, this brat deliberately started showing off? He replied that he did not know if he did it deliberately, but in any case, he was very fast. Shimin Yan, a level 3 true power, became angry and said that she only wanted to know one thing. Did this daughter from the rich class actually get close to Ming? Qian asked with a smirk, weren't they close to begin with? They constantly spend time together and completely ignore their family. She clenched her fists in anger, and then, turning to her father, she exclaimed, he personally arranged the wedding with Dashi, and now it seems like they want to break the agreement. What would he say to that? He looked at her and advised her not to worry. Although this child was still young, she was quite interesting. Do they think he should meet him? One of the venerable elders of the Shimin feudal lord said, the Shimin feudal lord has decided to go see a family from the rich class. If such rumors spread, there would be trouble. Another elder pointed out that he was just a ragged man from the new rich class. Even though he had been lucky in the past, it did not mean that he was allowed to meet the elder. The young master had already personally invited him, but he himself refused. The first great protector of the cold-blooded 13 Hawks, stroking his beard, said that although he had not met the son of the Qing family, but judging from his brother's report, he was quite worthy of meeting the elder. Yu stood up from his seat and said, okay. He will meet him and at the same time see what these demons of Luojiang province are capable of. Qian, hiding behind his fan, grinned and told his father to teach him a few lessons. He must understand who is in charge here. He thought Wu Shuang, once his father makes his move, nothing will save him, not even his 8th level of true power. After some time, on the territory of the inn, Yu landed on the ground and, smiling, said that now we need to find Wu Shuang without disturbing the others. At this moment, the protagonist was already standing behind him and, folding his arms across his chest, asked, "Elder Shimin?" He opened his eyes in surprise and, turning around, thought that he had not even noticed his breath. Had the Qing family really reached such a level? Perfectly merged with the surroundings, the technique of nothingness. Then he asked Wu Shuang? Did he know that he would come? The protagonist closed his eyes and suggested that they chat elsewhere. Elder of the Shimin feudal lords, Shimin Yu. He covered himself in glory while still a teenager. Later, he joined the army and became famous in the military field. During the family evaluation, he defeated many talented heroes and earned the right to be an elder. Since he became an elder 24 years ago, his Shimin family has achieved a lot. So much so that they became one of the 12 great feudal lords in their country, and Yu became a symbol of terror. After a while, they stood opposite each other, covering themselves with a powerful aura, and Yu said, the son of the Qing family, about the Su family betraying their country. And according to his data, they dispersed from a clan in Donglin City. Wu Shuang said that if his body is strong, then there is no need to fear a single shadow. If the Shimin feudal lords are an unshakable tree, then how can the gentle breeze and waves affect them? If they are innocent, then what difference does it make to them to hear these rumors? Yu gritted his teeth in anger and said that their family is not afraid of rumors. However, they do not intend to tolerate such antics. Ming should marry his daughter. Has he heard of this? In response, he asked, so what if he did? Ming loves his sister. He has no feelings for his daughter. He suggests that he break the agreement. That way, no one will get hurt. Elder Shimin clenched his fists and shouted that this was absurd. He thinks that the Shimin can't destroy Qing and Dashi? Or maybe he still doesn't understand who the Shimin are? Even if he was lucky in the past, he is only at the 8th level of true power. Frowning, he shouted that he will make him understand the difference between them. Wu Shuang said that the old men should give in, and suggested that he go first. Yu smirked as he prepared to attack, and ran forward, exclaiming, well then, they will play with death. He then charged straight towards the protagonist, thrusting his fist forward and attacking the enemy, causing him to fly back. Clenching his fist, Yu shouted that despite his 8th level of true might, he should not underestimate the 9th level. His speed is unmatched, and this punch will be enough to crush the protagonist's bones and muscles, and all his cultivation will collapse into the abyss. Wu Shuang, who stopped, concentrated his energy, laughed. He exclaimed, yes, the fist of the 9th level of true might is really strong. But he is too overconfident. Is this all he can do? His opponent created a powerful aura in the shape of a ball around himself, and replied that this is just the beginning. He then jumped up and swung his fist forward, but suddenly flew past the protagonist, who turned around and hit him in the face, causing him to fly forward. Yu smirked and exclaimed that this attack was easy to dodge, and he had enough time to counterattack. But the protagonist managed to anger him, and he would be the first to see his true strength. After these words, a magical beast mark appeared on Yu's chest. Wu Shuang looked at it and thought, what a powerful aura, even the atmosphere around him had changed. Then he said that he would also try his best then. The disciples in the city were watching the scene and asking, what was going on? 2 waves of power. Such an incredible aura of power, there must be a battle between great warriors there. It must be a battle between warriors of the 7th level of true power. At this time, Elder Shimin raised his hand to attack, using a technique called the Bolt of Hatred, crushing the gods. The protagonist responded by using a technique called the Power of the Sun, 9 suns, crushing the earthly world. 2 powerful energies collided together, causing a bright pillar of fire to rise into the sky. The disciples opened their mouths in surprise. They were not sure if it was possible that warriors above the 7th level were fighting there. Could it be the 8th level? Surely not the 9th. A drop of sweat ran down Yang's face. He thought that his father was a 7th level of true power, and this aura was somewhere a level higher, like in the territory of the Cloud Country. Is there really anyone else at the 9th level of true might besides Elder Shimin? On the battlefield, Wu Shuang looked at his hand covered in fire and said to his opponent that he truly deserved to be called a warrior of the 9th level of true might. And he wanted to ask, with his strength, if he were to engage all of the Shimin members, would he be able to kill them? You looked at him and thought that he was definitely at the 8th level of true might. And yet, his strength was not his equal, even better. It was practically impossible for a child from a poor family to rise so quickly in just a few years. So, there was only one thing left: spiritual roots. It was better not to conflict with such people. If a warrior of spiritual might wished, even the sacred land of Jingwu would evaporate in an instant. Then, kneeling, he reached out his hand to his fan and stood up, revealing it. He said that he would dissolve the marriage, but asked the Dashi venerables to publicly apologize and pay compensation. The protagonist smiled and said that this was a wise decision that would benefit everyone. At the very least, they would no longer have to fight. The elder added that it was said that heroes were always young men. He would hold a banquet tonight, and invited all the martial arts students who would be participating in the exam to join him. The protagonist stepped aside and agreed that as long as the young masters did not go against him, he would not mind enjoying the luxury of the feudal family. Yu, the elder, said that he would wait for him in his residence. He thought that if he could unite with the Qing family, it would be a great contribution to the future of the Shimin family. Sometime later, at the Shimin feudal lord's residence, the family members stood near the door, watching the elder approach. They exclaimed, "Father has returned." The elder silently walked forward. Qian, peeking out from behind his glasses, asked his father, could he teach their Wu Shuang a few lessons in behavior? But the father did not answer, continuing to walk forward. The elder, coming closer, asked, "Sir, is something wrong?" Yu turned around and told them to listen carefully. From now on, they, the Shimin feudal lords, will never be enemies of the Qing family for many centuries to come. This must be included in the prescription of their ancestors and remain there forever. At this time, the protagonist, walking down the street, thought he finally managed to see the true power of a mighty warrior of the 9th level of true power. It's a pity that he does not know where he stands among all the warriors of the 9th level. The 9th level of true power has its advantages. Although the power of the sun has reached its maximum, its strength depends on the moment of use. Therefore, he needs to train this skill. Suddenly, a little girl approached him and asked shyly, "Is this him, Wu Shuang?" Holding the small board in her hand, she said that someone told her to give it to him. When he took the item, she ran away. On the board was written, "Pine Fragrance Restaurant, Earth Room, Tong Yao." He wondered, how did she know where he was? After a while at the Pine Fragrance Restaurant, Tong Yao, sitting at the table, looked at Wu Shuang approaching and said, "There he is." He asked why she was here alone. Where was her sister? She replied that her sister had a rather difficult character. He said that he believed that she knew about this meeting. Then why didn't he leave? Clenching her fist, she said that she was afraid that the young master would have to make some effort to secretly help her without leaving a trace. He replied that given the rules of the exam, he had no idea how to do that. If Mrs. Tong knew something, why didn't she share it with him? She lowered her gaze thoughtfully and said that all the rules were strictly confidential before the exam began. But the information she was able to obtain was 100% reliable. There were about 2,500 people from the Baiwei Kingdom who had signed up for the exam. All 2,500 students would be divided into 50 teams, each with 50 people. Each team would be numbered, ensuring that all students from different provinces were fairly divided, and also eliminating the possibility of cheating by teaming up with other participants earlier. The protagonist thoughtfully placed his fingers on his chin and asked, 50 teams? What was the chance that he and her sister would be on the same team? So if they were separated, he wouldn't be able to help her, right? She looked at him sheepishly and told him not to worry about it. She would make sure that they were on the same team. The rewards for this exam were quite good. However, she had no idea what the young master's goals were. He smiled and said, the rewards, he wanted them all. She said that given his strength, it was obvious that he was aiming for victory at the forefront. She would never stand in his way. When the numbers and teams were assigned, she would contact him for further instructions. He asked, but wouldn't they be sent to the exam site immediately after the assignment? She replied that she had a way around this procedure, and he should just trust her. He thought that all of this was happening in the strictest confidence, and the system was working flawlessly. And if Tong Yen had such a way, then her family must be quite extraordinary. The next day, the protagonist walked outside. Qin Yen and Yang were already standing at the entrance, urging him on. After a while, they arrived at the gate of the Redwood Royal City. Wu Shan looked ahead and spoke, as expected of a royal city, with a dignified manner and a majestic atmosphere. A guard stood in front of them and asked where they were from, martial arts students. Xing stepped forward and said that they were from Cloud City. The guard warned that they should control their horses in the city and not let them roam freely. If the city guard caught them, punishment would be inevitable, regardless of their status. The protagonists replied that they understood everything, and the guard turned sideways and said that they could enter. As he walked forward, Xing looked at him and told him not to be so withdrawn. He should act confidently. No one would object to his desire to laugh and chat. And everyone should pay attention to the information boards. Everything they needed to know about the exam would appear there. When they entered, they saw many other students. One of them approached Xing and said that there were a lot of people here and all the information must be there. He offered to take a look. Thinking about it, Xing walked forward and told the students to get out of the way. In response, they indignantly shouted, "Who are they? Why would they give in to them?" But when they saw who was in front of them, the students dispersed, shouting, "These are the feudal lords of Ximen." Wu Shuang looked ahead and thought with a smile, "Everything is convenient here too. It seems like wherever they go, it will be easier." The next moment, Xing widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at the board and exclaimed, "This is too unusual. Quite motivating." He then returned and the students asked him to tell them what he saw. Xing turned to the protagonist with a smile and asked why he didn't go look. He folded his arms and said that he was waiting for him with news and he should just share it with everyone. Xing then climbed onto the box and shouted for everyone to listen to him. The emperors issued a decree: no matter which of the 4 royal territories won first place, all the families participating in the exam will receive 1,000 acres of fertile land. Those who can get into the top 10 will receive 3,000 acres. And each of the top 3 will receive 5,000 acres of land and an additional 10,000 gold. After that, he laughed with his arms outstretched. The happy participants asked, "What will happen to the first place? Surely, the number 1 will not be deprived of any special rewards?" Xing raised his index finger and said with a smile that the first place will give 10,000 acres of land and 30,000 gold. The family status will increase by 1 level, and the winner himself will receive the title of Marquis. One of the students clenched his fist and happily said, since his family status can increase by 1 level, then if he takes first place, they will be able to become feudal lords? Xing told him to pay attention. These are the rewards for the team that wins the competition of the 4 royal territories. In this exam, there are also rewards for individual students. Regardless of status, background, and who he is, if he manages to become number 1 among everyone, all the rewards for first place for the team will be doubled for him. Their family will grow to one of the royal families. The students were amazed. Royal? This ordinary exam for martial arts students promises a reward that will allow you to become a king. In the history of the Baiwei Kingdom, such an event only happens once every hundreds of years, and it is truly an amazing event. This time, the rewards are truly generous. The protagonist, looking away, thought about the fact that the winner will be able to connect with the spiritual roots. What a reward. According to Tong Yao, this exam is of great value to the Baiwei Kingdom, as it can raise the level of the country. Therefore, it is no wonder that the royal territories spare no effort or expense to hold it. The students began to mutter among themselves, unable to understand what would happen if the number 1 on the team was the same person who won first place in a separate competition. A double winner! He would become a king, and his father would become a marquis. One of the students pointed out that this was not very good. If he won the first 2 places, his father would still be a king, and he himself would become a minister. Did he really want to take away the experience of first place? Soon, more than 600 martial arts students had gathered in the Imperial Square, the largest martial arts arena in the royal city of Redwood. The representative of the Holy Land, Jing Wu, addressed the students and shouted, "So, they are all nobles from respected provinces." He understood that each of them had already read the bulletin board. Each of them will have a bright future anyway, since these awards are quite true. As for how bright the future will be, it depends only on them. He then mentioned some details, asking the students to listen carefully to avoid asking again. There were currently 2,500 martial arts students from the Baiwei Kingdom gathered here, and each of them would receive a serial number. Wu Shuang looked at him and thought that it was definitely as Tong Yao said. After that, the representative of the Holy Land Jingwu said with a smile, for everyone to pack up and set off. This expedition was designed to prevent the students from going alone. The representative of the Holy Land would not allow them to make their own plans. The examination site was more than a couple thousand miles away from the Redwood Royal City. It was a 3-day difficult journey, 1 day to go, 1 night to sleep, 1 day to go, and so on. In front of them were a great many tall mountains and hill ridges, with the wind rushing back and forth. The waves crashing against each other created a mystical atmosphere. Finally, the martial arts students from the 4 royal lands arrived at the site. This time, the teams were made up of people from different royal lands, so it would not be surprising if someone started a fight. The mighty warriors of the sacred land had to be on guard. The people standing on the mountain were blowing their horns. The students standing at the bottom of the cliff looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Horns? Who's there?" Then the famous warriors came out onto the cliff. The students looked at them with their mouths open in surprise, amazed by their strong aura. June smiled, folded his arms across his chest and addressed the students, saying that the area of the mountain under the beautiful sky would be their test area. He announced the rules of the competition. They had 50 teams, each with 50 people. They would be dressed in clothes with their team number. Each group would be numbered from 1 to 50. Each team would be assigned to their own test area. 50 jade tiles with the same number as theirs would be randomly placed on the test areas. Their task was to get these tiles and earn points. Each tile had a different number of points. If they managed to get a tile with the same number as theirs, they would get 30 points. If they get a tile with a number whose last digit is the same as theirs, then 5 points. The rest of the tiles are equal to 1 point. Xing remarked that this was very interesting. The jade tile that may have no value to you will become the highest reward for the other participants. In this way, you are cultivating together with everyone, which is quite intriguing. The protagonist wondered if his number would be the same as Tong Yao's sister's. If so, it would not be easy to take her tile from someone else. June then announced that the exam was not limited to just the test zones. Those who reached a certain level will be able to step over to the other team's zone and fight them. There is no limit to the transition, and if they have enough strength, they can go to other zones even if they have already scored 50 points. One of the students exclaimed in surprise, "A cross-zone exam." His colleague picked up, and in the other zones there will also be tiles from 1 to 50. His comrade also expressed his surprise, "How many points can one earn?" Wu Shuang thought about it. It seemed like Tong Yao was already aware of these cross-zone rules. Once he stepped into his zone, it would be much more difficult for him to keep an eye on her sister. June, holding his hand out in front of him, announced that the exam would last for a whole month. Participants could use any methods to collect as many jade tiles as possible. Now, all the students had to split into groups and enter one after another to get their robes. Then they would be sent to their test zones. The worker who entered the cave told the protagonist to hold the robe and follow him. He then walked through the portal, and when they arrived at another location, he announced that this was his test zone. Each team has 50 miles of earth. To return to the cross arena, you need to come here. But to do this, he had to score at least 50 points, otherwise he would be disqualified. The worker returned to the portal and told Wu Shuang that he should put on his robe and go down. When the horn sounded, the exam would officially begin. As he passed through the portal, he added that little sister Tong was registered as number 9. Wu Shuang was surprised. Was the information really being transmitted through people from the Zhengwu sacred land? What kind of family was the Wu Tong? The sound of the horn announced the start of the exam. The protagonist, sitting on a tree branch, exclaimed, "Finally!" His number was 6. From the very beginning of the exam, he was like a tiger, prowling through the tropical forests and the surrounding area, carefully observing the smallest details. And of course, using his incredible abilities, he found many jade tiles left in the so-called dead ends. After a while, he sat down on a tree branch, leaning his back against the trunk and holding a jade tile in his hands, said that after a whole day of searching, he had only found 5. Of the 5 tiles, at least one was numbered 26, which would give him 5 points. The rest were worth 1, giving him 9 points. It seemed that searching for jade tiles throughout the 50-mile area would take longer than he thought. He had to find the tile with his number, otherwise he would have to search for many in other areas. At this time, one of the participants was making his way through the trees. Seeing the tile in his hand, he exclaimed, finally he had found at least one, he had to hide it somewhere. The next moment, another participant came up behind him and hit him on the neck, shouting, "Here it is." He then picked up the jade tile and, looking at it, said that only idiots would look for this in the fields and mountains. At this moment, another student jumped down from a tree branch. The protagonist watched the scene and noticed that it was quite lively. Then he heard a female voice shouting, "Enough!" He began to pay closer attention to what was happening. Tong Yen, standing in front of the students, exclaimed, 3 of them decided to attack one. If they had the guts, they should do the same to her. Wu Shuang, standing up, thought that this was the 9th. Tong Yao's sister? At this time, on the ground, one of the participants grinned, put his hands on his hips and defiantly said that they would never offend anyone. But did she forget what His Holiness said? Any methods are allowed. He scratched his chin and added, "Anyway, little brat, she better obediently give them her tile. In general, she looks great, maybe they should have some fun with her first?" His comrade laughed and supported this plan. They rushed forward, shouting, to attack together. Tong Yan quickly parried the blow and turned around to see another opponent. But at that moment, the protagonist attacked one of them. One of the students turned around and exclaimed indignantly, "Who is this?" Then they ran towards the protagonist, shouting, "How dare he kill him!" After a while, Wu Shuang sat on their corpses, which were piled on top of each other. Looking at the tiles in his hands, he said, "3 people, 3 tiles. And all pretty useless to him, too bad." Tong Yan walked up to him and folded her hands, thanking him for his help. He said, "No problem, he just came for the tiles." But then he asked if she happened to have a number 6 or a number ending in 6. She looked at him suspiciously, and he told her not to worry, he wasn't going to rob her, he was just offering to trade. She asked why he was helping her. He leaned his hands on his legs and replied that her jade tile wasn't particularly valuable to him. Besides, she was from the royal city of Redwood, and their goals didn't overlap at all, so they could, so to speak, operate to get the team reward. This time, the reward was for a specific group, right? She apologized and said that she had been a bit rude to him. But she really doesn't have the jade tile he wants. The next moment, he threw her a tile and said that it was a couple of tiles that weren't particularly valuable to him, so she could keep them. She could think of them as his gift to her. And he said that if she found the tile with the number 6, she should give it to him. Catching the tiles, Tong Yan exclaimed in surprise, "The 9th and the 39th. Then she looked ahead and shouted, "I'm sorry." But the protagonist had already left there, and she wondered, how did he know that she was from the royal city of Redwood? The third day. Wu Shuang, deftly jumping from branch to branch, went deeper into the forest. Stopping at one of them, he put his hand on his side and, looking ahead, said, "It's already the third day, and the tiles are getting harder and harder to find." And the other students seemed to have all hidden. Then he looked down and saw a student sitting near the roots of a tree, carefully throwing leaves in different directions. The protagonist jumped down, ending up behind him. He put his fingers on his chin and asked, "Is he looking for tiles?" The student turned around and screamed in fear, and then shouted, "He is number 6. He hasn't found his tile yet?" Wu Shuang asked, "Huh? He seems to know something about it." The student said that it all depends on whether he has the tile he needs. The protagonist looked at the handful of tiles in his hand and asked, "Number 5? "Yes, he has a couple here." The student's mouth opened in surprise and exclaimed, "He has so many jade tiles, and numbers 5 and 15 are among them. Brother, his number is right here." He offered to exchange. In response, he asked, "But where is his tile?" He said that he is not very strong, so he would not dare to carry it with him. The tile is in a safe place. But he swears he has number 6. He put his hand on his chest and asked if he would come with him. Wu Shuang thought that this student was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. But if he really had his number, then it was worth trying his luck. Then he told the student to show the way. He told him to follow him, it was not far. After a while, they walked into another part of the forest, and the student, walking ahead, said that they were almost there. In the same place, there were several more participants sitting on the trees above, looking down. The student thought, what was he thinking, following him? He looks like a lucky guy, but he is just a fool. Wu Shuang thought, what a stupid monkey. Then the student turned around and said that they had reached the destination. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, asked curiously, "And where is this jade tile?" The student, grinning, replied that the jade tile is already here. With that, he spread his arms out to the sides and shouted loudly, "Forward." At that moment, other students jumped down from the trees, rushing to the scene. Meanwhile, Tong Yan, who was running forward at full speed, mentally repeated, "There are only 20 points left to move to another zone. She will prove to her family that a woman can also stand up for herself. She must do it." She looked to the side in surprise and exclaimed, "Really?" Stopping on a nearby tree branch, she asked in confusion, "The 6th? Looking down, she said, 1 against 8, he can't win." One of the students, turning to another, noticed that she had brought some newcomer with her again. Another, putting his hand on his hip, guessed that he probably doesn't even have any tiles. He looks like a scared chicken. His comrade agreed with him, reminding him that they hadn't found a single tile on the previous students. They should have paid attention to this young man. He was so scared that he seemed unable to move. The student mentioned earlier noted that this young man was not only scared, but also stupid. He followed him without asking any questions, just like that. However, he was quite lucky he found about 10 like him. The other students, their mouths open in surprise, with undisguised pleading in their eyes, asked, 10? Him? One of them, scratching his chin and looking at the protagonist, said, "So many?" 25th, according to their alliance, this time he can choose 3 tiles for himself first. The next moment, Tong Yen jumped into the center. The student stared at her in surprise, and she, standing next to the protagonist, announced that she would help him. The protagonist thought that this girl was very loyal and correct, and also knew how to pay her debts. He would have helped her even without her sister's request. He said that he understood her, but everything would end very soon. The 11th student laughed and said that this corpse was too confident. One assistant wouldn't save him. They had already killed more than a dozen people here. No matter how strong this student was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of their 8. Wu Shuang smiled and said that he had already killed a dozen students, so he should have plenty of tiles. Tong Yen looked around in surprise, and the students ran forward, shouting that they would kill them and take their tiles. The protagonist put his hands in front of him and used the full power of the sun, the candle of God. A huge explosion occurred, raising dust, smoke, and air. And in the next moment, they were standing surrounded by corpses. Then the protagonist turned around and said, "Well, that's it, let's get out of here." Tong Yen looked after him in surprise and thought, killed 8 people with just one blow? Is this really normal for an ordinary student? He looked at the tile in his hands and said the 9 tiles he got from them were perfect for him. But after adding up the ones he had, he was still 10 points short of moving on to the next zone. Tile number 6, where is it? Tong Yen called out to him and thought how good it was that they had no reason to be at odds. After that, she handed him the tile and said, as agreed, this is his tile with the number 6. He happily grabbed the tile, giving his own in return, and exclaimed, "Number 6. These tiles are hers." She asked in confusion, "Huh?" Wu Shuang looked at the tile in his hands and thought with satisfaction, he finally got enough points. If he could win the royal title, he was sure his father and sister would be delighted. Tong Yen, clutching the tiles to her chest, noticed that there were too many. The protagonist, looking to the side, shouted at her to put it away, because other participants were approaching. Soon, 2 students ran out to meet them. He noted 8 and 11. Why were they so panicked? The female student was shouting, warning them that participants from other zones had arrived. Her comrade looked at her indignantly and exclaimed, "Hey! What is she doing? She needs to leave them, they need to run." Wu Shuang, hearing their conversation, noted in surprise participants from other zones. Unexpectedly, but it seems that this is why there are real monsters participating in this exam. They completed their zone in only 3 days. He then said that they would go and see what was going on. The female student turned around in surprise and exclaimed, "Are they going to challenge them? This man is very strong, he has already killed many students in their zone." The protagonist smirked and guessed, this man must have a lot of jade tiles. The female student's comrade looked at her and said that it was time for him to leave. At this moment, a student jumped on their backs and grabbed the girl by the hair, asking, "Too destroyed, decided to leave without seeing a single jade tile?" She desperately answered, no, she really did not have any jade tiles, and she did not find the 9th one that he needed. She asked him to let her go. Throwing them aside, he killed them with one blow and said disdainfully, "Useless pieces." The next moment, the protagonist called him. The student turned around with a smirk and noticed another person who was not afraid to die. Oh, the 9th one. Tong Yen looked at him with annoyance, and the protagonist said that it seemed like she was his target. As long as he was here, she had nothing to worry about. The student looked at them and asked, did he dare to interfere with him? "Boy, if you do not have the tile you need, then he will just die in vain." Wu Shuang looked at him with confidence and said, "No matter whether he has it or not, he will not leave this area. Does he think that killing everyone just for fun is a good idea?" He frowned and asked, "Isn't he afraid of him, or is he just trying to calm himself down?" Then he folded his arms and said, "He's just a martial arts student, so he shouldn't be strong. He can say that he has the tile he needs, but he's afraid that he won't even see it. He just won't live to see it. He's not like them kids. His strength is close to the 9th level of power. And all those in the zone can't even pick a branch from a tree." The protagonist smirked and asked how many jade tiles he had. The student swung his fist, concentrating his energy in it, and shouted that he would ask the devil in hell. Wu Shuang calmly held his hand out in front of him and blocked his attack. The student clenched his teeth in irritation and exclaimed, "Blocked with one hand? How is that possible?" The protagonist smirked and said that now he should allow me to ask, does he carry jade tiles with him? The next moment, he forcefully threw the enemy away. Tong Yan's eyes widened in surprise. She thought that he was able to defeat a warrior of the 9th level of power. Just how strong was he? The student, pressing his hand to his chest, clenched his teeth and exclaimed that this was impossible. "This is just an exam for martial arts students. There can be no one stronger than him here." The protagonist looked at him and asked, "Huh? Was the blow too weak?" The student rose to his feet and exclaimed that he would take first place. With his incredible strength, he killed almost half of all the students in his zone and became the first to cross over to another. He spread his arms out to the sides, creating an aura around himself in which many daggers were concentrated. He said that he was now going to show him the horror of his murderous family. Did he notice them? Those hidden weapons will soon pierce him. A few moments later, the student's body, pierced by many daggers, lay on a tree, and the protagonist sighed and closed his eyes, saying, "It's done." Then, turning to Tong Yen, he suggested going and the tiles were divided. She followed him and said that this guy is not bad, he collected so many jade tiles in just a couple of days. And with good manners. Wu Shuang at this time sat down closer to the tiles and, taking a few in his hands, said, "But first they will take all the numbers they need. And the rest they will divide by level." She indignantly shouted, "No!" She just appeared out of nowhere and did nothing. Then he pushed off the ground and, jumping up, shouted for her to take it and see you soon. After him she shouted, "Young master, her name is Tong Yen, and he?" Flying forward, he shouted that his name is Qing Wu Shuang. She continued to stand there, confused, repeating his name, and wondered if this was really the one. The protagonist at this time jumped onto the rock to the worker who was standing at the portal, and said that he wanted to go to another zone. Then he handed the tiles to him, and he said that he had 76 points in total. He could pass, and they would take him to the next area. When the protagonist walked inside, the worker looked after him in surprise and thought, 2 under number 16. It seems that the student who transferred here is no longer a tenant. We need to report this to the 4 honorable warriors. At this time, in the mountain sky camp, the worker, addressing the great warriors, said that he brought news from the 3rd exam zone. A new defector had appeared. He had jade tiles with him that did not belong to his zone. June looked at him and said, "So the first student who was able to transfer to another zone died at his hand?" The worker confirmed his words and said that this number 13 had a dozen tiles with him, but number 6 from the 3rd zone only had 1/6. June took a sip of his drink, and with a grin said that this guy is not so simple. At this time, the protagonist had already moved to another zone. The worker of this zone said that the rules of the exam remain the same. He will be able to move to another zone as soon as he gets 50 points. He can go, the terrain is still 50 miles. He recommends that he familiarize himself first. Standing on a nearby cliff, number 36 of Zone 12, who has the first level of true power, Yu Chong, was watching them. Watching the protagonist move away, he said, "Finally at least someone from another zone." After a while, Wu Shuang stopped and, putting his hand on his side, said that he no longer needs to worry about Sister Tong Yen, so he can speed up. Then he turned his gaze to the side and said, "Enough hiding, he must come out." Yu Chong came out of hiding and said, was able to find him so quickly. He realized that his strength was not enough to find more than 4 jade tiles in 3 days. This was only the beginning of his journey to other zones. It is easy to hide in this area, but it is also easy to get lost. As long as he takes tiles from strangers, he has nothing to worry about. But to be honest, he did not expect to meet the stranger here, whose number he needed so much. He told him to leave the tiles, and then he will stay alive. Otherwise, he will have to die. The protagonist, who was behind him, made a choice. He decided to leave, taking the tile. The student turned around in surprise, and the protagonist, putting out his hand, released a pulse of energy, from which he flew to the side. Then he approached the student and said that now he asks, and he answers. Yu Chong, looking at him, thought that he did not even have time to react. He thought that his strength was enough to deal with any student. He did not expect to have to bow down to someone. Wu Shuang looked down at him and asked how many tiles he had and what their numbers were. The student thought that their strength was not equal, and he could not win. Then he extended his hand with the tiles and said that there were 4 of them. The protagonist snatched it from his hands and said, "What a set. Number 6 and 16. A total of 25 points. Plus his 76 points, that's enough to set off again. The best numbers in this zone have already run out. Only the 20-point zone is left. He doesn't have that much time to look for them." Yu Chong asked in confusion, "Won't he kill him?" The protagonist turned to him and said that he helped him so much, why would he kill him? He asked if he wasn't afraid that he would take revenge or destroy his progress throughout the exam. The protagonist smirked and asked, does he think he has enough strength? He'll only take these jade tiles. The end of the exam is far away, and the tiles are still not all collected. So he has a chance. After a while, the worker standing at the portal exclaimed in surprise, "Another request to go? Did he just go in?" The protagonist extended his hand and said, "Luck, it's all luck, he has nothing to do with it." After a while, the worker ran to the great warriors and shouted that that guy, number 6 from Zone 3, had crossed over again. One of the great warriors shouted in surprise, "What? Again?" But it had only been about half an hour. Just luck? June said that was incredible. If they all decided to participate in this exam at once, even they would need some time to get the tiles. She said that he was a demon. A sinner. Great warrior, he must check this student. She was terribly interested. He told her not to worry. There were still plenty of days left in the exam, they would have time. By Zone 23, Wu Shuang realized a few things. In each zone, you always need to hunt for a student whose number matches his. On the third day in the new zone, he caught the student with number 6 and got 8 more tiles on the way to him. Thus, 50 points were successfully scored in this zone. At the end of passing the third zone, another request to move on. And after all, only 6 days had passed since the beginning of the exam. After some time, one of the great warriors said in surprise, "What speed? If he continues like this, then by the end of the exam he will have crossed about a dozen zones." Then she blew smoke from her pipe and said, to be honest, if she had been there taking that test, her speed would not have been any faster than his. June said that the most interesting thing is that although this child killed some students, he spared those who did not kill anyone. Students who only enjoy killing, he is ahead in everything. And at such a young age, he demonstrates the behavior of a great master. On the 9th day of the exam, Wu Shuang went to the 4th zone. Day 19, 5th zone. Shadow 30th, 16th zone. June, frowning, said that the old man will definitely be happy. Their Baiwa kingdom unexpectedly received such a genius. 3 loud whistles rang out across the 50 examination areas in the mountains, signaling the end of the examination. The participants returned one after another, holding their jade tablets in their hands. In the team battle between the 4 royal territories, the Blue Moon Kingdom and the Holy Land Kingdom stood out, and there was a team and an individual among them who took first place. The emissary began to announce the results, saying, Redwood Kingdom, Dashi Yen 86 points. Redwood Kingdom, Zhang Chen 42 points. Redwood Kingdom, Yun Qin Yen 1 point. Qin Yen, shedding tears, desperately exclaimed that she had disgraced the entire Luoqiang province. In the entire month, she had only managed to obtain 1 jade tablet, which was equivalent to a measly 1 point. If she wasn't afraid of her father's scolding, she would have left this place many times already. Then, clenching her fist and frowning, she said, "Okay, it's just a bad grade, right?" If she could leave here alive, it meant she didn't lose. Yang, who was standing next to her, noticed that her reasoning was correct. He had heard that more than half of the participants died in this exam. Qinyan looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, "But why is it so cruel?" She counted everyone who came out of her zone, and there were only about 5 or 6 people missing. If you look at it like that, it looks like they're still doing okay. Then, the student's attention was drawn to Xing, who was walking forward. One of the students exclaimed, "Wow, young master, he's really something. 140 points and about 3 zone crossings. He must have surpassed everyone." The emissary said, "Redwood Kingdom, Lin Tong Yen, 120 points." Xing glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and thought, a child from a noble family in Qingshu province, but such high scores. The students turned their attention to another participant, exclaiming, "Young Master Chong. He's here." Yu Chong, holding a handkerchief with tiles in his hands, walked forward, and the students said that he was the youngest noble in the royal city of Redwood and the youngest son of the king himself. He was gifted with talent from birth, far surpassing most of his peers. Before the exam began, everyone was only talking about his victory. Xing glanced at him and said, "I wonder what their noble did this time?" Chong then threw the tiles on the table, and the emissary announced, "Redwood Kingdom, Yu Chong 236 points." The student, his mouth open in surprise, exclaimed, as expected of the little prince, "For transitions between zones." His companion remarked that this was amazing, and now this result belongs to the Redwood Kingdom, who are already the best among the 4 territories. Song Ling Feng of the Purple Flame Kingdom, a true power level 1, appeared in the square. He smirked and asked, "Did you want a crown with only 200 points? Then he walked forward and said, "Zhong," he felt like his strength was incomparable. "I never thought that this was all he could do. It looks like he got first place in the exam." Zhong looked at him and thought, if he hadn't met that guy, his points would have been much higher. Lin Feng threw his tiles on the table and exclaimed, "Come on, she should count his points." The emissary was surprised and announced, "Purple Flame Kingdom, Song Ling Feng, 330 points." One of the participants clenched his fists and exclaimed in surprise, 6 zone intersections. His companion exclaimed with a smile, Purple Flame Kingdom is really impressive. About 100 points more than the Redwood Kingdom. He added that the first place among both teams and individuals should belong to the Purple Flame Kingdom. However, Jom objected that this was not the case and named another winner. The student thoughtfully put her fingers to her chin and asked, someone else? No way. All the young nobles from the 4 kingdoms are already here. Another student asked in confusion, is there really someone stronger than them? Lin Fen folded his arms and turned to the emissary. All the students who were still alive should have arrived by now, right? She replied that enough time had passed, and she believed that all the participants were already here. Qi Yan exclaimed, by the way, where is their friend? He didn't die there, right? Yan looked at her and asked, does she really think this is possible? Then Lin Fen stepped forward and spread his arms out to the sides and shouted, stop waiting. We need to announce the results. We need to tell everyone who came in number 1 in this exam. At this moment, the protagonist emerged from the portal. Qin Yan turned to the portal and clenched her fists, shouting happily, someone is coming. Lin Fen, angry, asked, so who is it? A lost bird? Wu Xuan stepped forward and dumped all his tiles on the table, causing the emissary to gape in surprise. She thought, what kind of nonsense is this? He was dragging all this along with him. However, the protagonist folded his arms and asked how much he earned. She shouted, 1,130 points. That's first place for a human. And the group with the most points is the Redwood Kingdom. Wu Xuan won first place in the martial arts exam. The students looked at him in amazement and shouted, 1,000 points. That's already a lot. Who the hell is this Wu Xuan? Qi Yan clenched her fist and said happily, Wu Xuan, good job. Xing smiled, clenching his fists, and added, he was a good boy, he earned a good reputation for their kingdom. Tong Yan smiled and thought, it seemed like he wouldn't need her tablets. Lin Fen frowned, looked ahead and asked, Wu Xuan from the Redwood Kingdom? He then asked his subordinate to find the family this young man came from. The subordinate agreed with his decision. At this time, the great warriors came out to the students. June, one of them, announced that it was time to sum up the results. The top 10 winning teams would receive corresponding rewards. The top 10 individual participants would also be rewarded. All rewards would be delivered within a month. The exam was judged strictly but fairly. If any of the students are unhappy with their results and want to take revenge, they can rest assured that the sacred land of Jingwu will never forgive them. The winners will remain, and those who did not qualify will be returned to their land. One of the students exclaimed, so those who could not qualify will simply leave this place? Even after long days of traveling, they will not get anything? His comrades said, enough already. He should be grateful that at least he survived. Qin Yan clicked her tongue in admiration and said that she would have to go home. However, she, like her team, is from Luojiang province. She takes it upon herself to tell this wonderful news to all the locals. Do they have anything to say at the end? The protagonist smiled and wished her a safe journey. Yang agreed with him and wished her a safe journey. Then she headed for the exit and said that she was leaving. As a parting gift, she wished him good luck. Looking back, she thought that perhaps after this exam, the difference in their strength would only increase. She believed that they would never be on the same level again. June announced that they would distribute all the students who passed the exam according to their territories. They would immediately head to the sacred martial arts mountain to show off their might to the holy warriors. The students had already started to exclaim, Holy warriors? What an honor! Many nobles wished to meet the holy warriors, but they have failed. Even if the emperor wanted to meet, he would have to choose his words and find a good day. The protagonist looked ahead and thought, what level of power are these holy warriors? The sacred martial arts mountain is a majestic structure that rises 13,000 meters, piercing the sky and is shrouded in mist. The imperial capital of the Baiwa kingdom, built in the mountains and located behind the sacred mountain, only emphasized the status of the city and the authority of the royal family. In less than one day, 120 students arrived here. Hufa, smiling and spreading his arms out to the sides, addressed the guys and said that they would be staying in the imperial capital temporarily. They were allowed to stay in any inn they wanted as long as they had their exam data in hand. All expenses and food had already been paid for. One of the students asked how long they would be staying here. When would they finally be able to meet the holy warriors? The representative of the sacred land replied that they could not just call on the holy warriors. They had to wait for a call from the sacred mountain of martial arts. At this time, Xing, approaching the protagonist, suggested that they take a walk around the imperial capital, since he had been here before. However, Wu Xuan, walking forward, refused, saying, No need, young Master Simon, he prefers to walk alone. The next moment, Tong Yan ran up to him with a smile on her face and said, Young Master Ching. He looked at her and smiled back and said, Miss Tong. She offered to invite him to dinner, and he happily accepted since he was hungry. They agreed to go to the best restaurant in the capital. She said that he could just call her Tong Yan. He said that she could call him by his name too. Xing, watching them, clenched his fist in anger. He thought, doesn't he like walking alone? At the Phoenix Residence restaurant, an employee of the establishment, turning to the other guests, asked with a grin, Well, gentlemen, aren't these girls beautiful? Fei, holding the girls on either side of him, agreed with a smile and asked to send them to his residence that evening. The man next to him put his arm around the girl's shoulder and asked, Will he be able to stand after this, Master Fei? He laughed loudly in response, and they clinked their glasses. At that moment, plaintive voices were heard from the street begging for help. Fei turned to the worker with irritation and asked what the noise was outside. The worker replied that some insolent women from the village were whining outside the restaurant, saying that they had been treated unfairly. The guest indignantly shouted at him to send them away, as they were getting on his nerves. The worker said that they were doing just that. He asked him to continue. The restaurant workers came out into the street. One of them, turning to the girls, shouted that if they wanted compensation for the damage and filed a complaint, then they should go to the administration of the imperial capital and not disgrace themselves here in front of them. Several passers-by were watching what was happening. One of them folded his arms across his chest and said that, in his opinion, kneeling was useless. They did not care about ordinary people. His comrade agreed with him and said that to them, they were all outcasts. At this moment, Lin Shen came out. He called the general manager Li, who turned around in surprise and exclaimed, Junior Prince. Lin Shen stepped forward and shouted, So, what's going on here? The manager turned around and said, Those peasants are kneeling here, demanding revenge for the injustice. They don't want to leave at all. One of the girls came closer to him and grabbed his pant leg. She was asking for help. Lin Shen, gritting his teeth in irritation, hit the girl in the stomach, causing her to fly to the side. After that, he turned around and said that he didn't have time to listen to their nonsense. The woman said with tears in her eyes, Young master, they have no choice and no one to turn to. They heard that all the royals were gathering in this restaurant, and they came here to ask him for help. He looked at them with anger in his eyes and hit them again, and then shouted that they should not even dare to touch him. Then, turning to the workers, he asked, Do they need a special invitation? They should have chased them away already. The workers, armed with sticks, went forward and said yes. But suddenly they flew back, hitting the walls of the establishment. The girls looked at what was happening in surprise, and Lin Fen looked at the students who came with irritation. He thought, the boy who stole his first place, what luck. Well, he will definitely not leave here alive. One of the girls turned to the protagonist and asked, Is he a good person? She asked for his help. Taking her hand, he said that she needs to get up first. Getting to her feet, she told him that they were ordinary residents of Redwood. Over the past few years, the daughters of many families have gone missing, and this continues. They came to report this to the administration, but they did not answer. They no longer had a choice, so they came to the imperial capital. Wu Xuan widened his eyes in surprise and indignantly asked, Daughters missing? How many families were affected? The woman looked down and said, Too many. They even went to the nobles in person, but they were chased away every time. They said that they were only spoiling their mood. The protagonist looked to the side and thought, when so many people disappeared for no reason, how could the management so calmly turn a blind eye and just have fun? Then Lin Fen shouted, Hey, excellent student. He thinks that just because he won first place, he can brag about it wherever he wants. Does he even know who owns this restaurant? Tong Yan looked at him and said that the Phoenix Abode restaurant was chosen as the best by Xian herself, the emperor's favorite concubine. The management of the restaurant is carried out by all of concubine Xian's relatives. To be more precise, the boss of the restaurant is the uncle of the emperor himself. All in all, this restaurant can even be called royal. The student shouted that this little one is well informed. So what, are you scared? Now he has to kneel down and pray for mercy. Then maybe he will let him go. Wu Shuang looked at him seriously and asked, he was just curious, how many other nobles were behind this place? Lin Feng then shouted at the guards to carry him out. He would take responsibility. All the workers jumped at him, but the protagonist easily blocked their attacks, throwing them back. One of them crashed into the wall and kicked the signboard. The protagonist caught the signboard with one hand and asked him to tell him now, how is he going to take responsibility for this? The student's face was covered in sweat. He said in surprise, they are all at the 5th level of true power, what the hell? Wu Shuang swung the signboard. The people present looked at him in surprise. One of them exclaimed, "What is he doing?" Tong Yen shouted, "This signboard is proof of the emperor's strength. He can't break it." But he threw the signboard forward without hesitation, which landed on the second floor of the building, hitting the guests present, causing the building to split into two. He said that he didn't care what kind of royal family they were. He only cared about the voice of reason. The residents, mesmerized by what was happening, watched the fight with their mouths open. One of them, unable to contain his emotions, exclaimed that this man was so reckless. The man added that although he was a good fighter, his impulsiveness sometimes went beyond reason. Even if he didn't die now, his life in the Bai Wei kingdom would be in danger. Tong Yen put her hand on her chest and thought, "This is bad. Something needs to be done urgently." Lin Feng, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Kid, does he even understand what he's done?" Wu Shuang, looking at him, replied, "Didn't he say that this signboard was something important? How could he use it to kill random people? He just wanted to test it." The student shouted at the archers on the roof of the establishment to be ready to attack. One of the residents urged him to run, because it was said that these archers were once the imperial guards of the royal family. Only warriors of at least the 8th level of true power could defeat them. The man was outraged that they would use them against an ordinary youth. The student ordered the archers to shoot, and many arrows